Footnote 692. A. C. Hollis, The Nandi, Oxford, 1909, pages 85. Footnote 693. Letter of the Reverend J. Roscoe, dated Mango, Uganda, August 3, 1904. Footnote 694. J. MacDonald, Light in Africa 2nd ed., London, 1890, pages 216 sq. Footnote 695. Dudley Kidd, The Essential Kaffir, London, 1904, pages 51 sq. Footnote 696. J. Earl, Die Herrero, Gütersloh, 1906, pages 49 sqq. 53 sqq. Compare Josaphat Hahn, Die Herrero, Zeitschrift der Gesellschaft für Erdkunde zu Berlin, Iv. 1869, pages 227 sqq. H. Shins, Deutsch Südwestafrika, Oldenburg and Leipzig, North Dakota, pages 142 sq. E. Dennert, Zamrecht der Herrero, Berlin, 1906, pages 1 sqq. The people call themselves Herrero, plural. The singular form is Omuerero. The name Damaris was given them by the English and Dutch. Under the influence of the missionaries, most of the heathen customs described in the text seem now to have disappeared. Cph. Brinker, Character, Sitten, Ungebrecht, Special der Bantu, Deutsch Südwestafrikas, Mitteilungen des Seminars für Orientalische Sprachen zu Berlin, E. 1900, Drittabteilung, p. 72. Footnote 697. C. J. Anderson, Lake Gami, London, 1856, pages 230. J. Chapman, Travels in the Interior of South Africa, London, 1868, I. 325. J. Hahn, Die Herrero, Zeitschrift der Gesellschaft für Erdkunde, Berlin, Iv. 1869, pages 244 to 247, 250. C. J. Butner, Das Hinterland, von Wolfisch bei Unangriffequina, Heidelberg, 1884, pages 228 sq. H. Shins, Deutsch Südwestafrika, pages 158 to 161. J. Earl, Die Herrero, pages 32 sqq. 113. Footnote 698. Francis Galton, Narrative of an Explorer in Tropical South Africa, 3rd ed., London, 1890, pages 116. J. Hahn, Opsit. Iv. 1869, p. 247. H. Shins, Opsit. Pages 155. J. Earl, Die Herrero, pages 111, sq. Footnote 699. H. Shins, Opsit. Pages 159. Footnote 700. H. Shins, Opsit. Pages 155 to 157. Compare J. Hahn, Opsit. Iv. 1869, pages 499. J. Earl, Die Herrero, pages 78. E. Dennert, Zamrecht der Herrero, pages 4 sq. At first sight, Dr. Shins's account appears to differ slightly from that given by the Reverend G. V., who says, in the words of the Herrero, the houses of the chief are on the eastern side. Next to these, towards the west, follow, one after another, the Holy House, Adorzero, the place of the Holy Fire, Okruo, and the kraal that is the cat's pen, Audienta. Thus, the Adorzero is on the east, and the Audienta on the west side of the Okruo. Some customs of the Herrero, South African Folklore Journal, I. 1879, pages 62. But it seems clear that by the chief's house Mr. V means what Dr. Shins calls the house of the Great Wife, and that what Mr. V calls the Holy House is the open space between the Sacred Hearth and the house of the Great Wife or chief. That space is described as the holy ground by Dr. Shins, who uses that phrase, der Zweitboden, as the equivalent of the native Adorzero. Thus the two writers are in substantial agreement with each other. On the other hand, Dr. C. H. Hahn gives the name of Adosera or sacred house to the chief house of the chief, in front of which is the place of the holy fire. He adds that the chief has several houses, according to the number of wives, each wife having her own hut. South African Folklore Journal, E. 1880, pages 62, note 1. The name Adosero seems to be derived from Zera, sacred, taboo. CGV, opposite. Pages 39, 41, 43. Reverend E. Dannert, in South African Folklore Journal, E. 1880, pages 63, 65, 105, and the editor's note, Ib. Pages 93. Footnote 701. H. Shins, opposite. Pages 155. Footnote 702. C. J. Anderson, Lake Gami, pages 223. J. Han, opposite. Iv. 1869, pages 500. H. Shins, opposite. Pages 165. Footnote 703. H. Brinker, Wörterbuch on Cursed Fast Grammatik des Zauberers, Leipzig, 1886, SV. Okluruo. Id. Pyrolatry in Südafrika, Globus, LXVII. January 1895, pages 97. Meyer, quoted by J. Kohler, Das Recht der Herero, Zeitschrift für Wirkliches und Rechtswissenschaft, Ziv. 1900, pages 315. Footnote 704. J. Han, opposite. Iv. 1869, pages 499 SQ. Reverend H. Beiderbecke, in South African Folklore Journal, E. 1880, pages 84. C.G. Butner, Überhandwerk und technische Fertigkeiten der Angeborenen, in Damaraland, Ostland, July 7, 1884, pages 522. P.H. Brinker, in Mitteilungen des Seminars für Orientalische Sprachen zu Berlin, E. 1900, Drittabteilung, pages 75. Id. Wörterbuch des Artgerero, S.V. Okluruo. Id. Pyrolatry in Südafrika, Globus, LXVII. January 1895, pages 97. H. Shins, opposite. Pages 183. Meyer, L.C. Footnote 705. C. J. Anderson, opposite. Pages 223. J. Han, opposite. Iv. 1869, p. 500. Reverend E. Dannert, in South African Folklore Journal, E. 1880, pages 66. Reverend H. Beiderbecke, Ebed. Pages 83, note 4. C.G. Butner, L.C. H. Shins, opposite. Pages 165. J. Earl, Die Herero, pages 78 SQ. E. Dannert, Zum Recht der Herero, pages 5. According to Meyer, L.C. and E. Dannert, Zum Recht der Herero, pages 5, if the chief's eldest daughter marries, the duty of tending the fire passes to his eldest wife. This statement is at variance with all the other testimony on the subject, and for reasons which will appear presently, I regard it as improbable. At least it can hardly represent the original custom. Footnote 706. Reverend H. Beiderbecke, in South African Folklore Journal, E. 1880, pages 84. Footnote 707. Reverend E. Dannert, in South African Folklore Journal, E. 1880, pages 66. H. Shins, opposite. Pages 168. Footnote 708. Francis Galton, opposite. Pages 115. Footnote 709. C. J. Anderson, Lake Gami, pages 223. Footnote 710. C. J. Anderson, L.C. J. Han, opposite. Iv. 1869, pages 500. H. Shins, opposite. Pages 167. Footnote 711. Virgil, in. E. 717 SQQ. 747. Footnote 712. C.J. Anderson, Lake Gami, pages 224. Reverend G.V. in South African Folklore Journal, I. 1879, pages 43. Reverend E. Dannert, in South African Folklore Journal, E. 1880, pages 67. C.G. Butner, L.C. H. Shins, Opsit. Pages 166, 167, 186. Meyer, quoted by J. Kohler, Opsit. Pages 315. P. H. Brinker, in Mitteilungen des Seminars für Orientalische Sprachen zu Berlin, E. 1900, Drittabteilung, pages 75 SQ. J. Earl, Die Herrero, p. 80. E. Dannert, Zum Rechter Herrero, Berlin, 1906, pages 5. Footnote 713. C.J. Anderson, Lake Gami, pages 228 SQ. Reverend G.V. Op. Sit. I. 1879, pages 61 SQ. C.G. Butner, L.C. H. Shins, Op. Sit. Pages 165, 180. The Herero have a curious twofold system of paternal clans, Otuzo, plural, Oruzo, singular, and maternal clans, Amoanda, plural, Yanda, singular. Every person inherits an Oruzo from his father and an Yanda from his mother. See my Totemism and Exogamy, E. 357 SQQ. Footnote 714. C.J. Anderson, Lake Gami, pages 223 SQ. J. Hahn, Opsit. Iv. 1869, pages 500. Reverend G.V. Opsit. I. 1879, pages 39, 61. C.G. Butner, L.C. H. Brinker, Wörterbuch des G. Herrero, S.V.V. Ondum in Jaja. Id. Character, Sitten, Ungebrich, Speziell der Bande Deutschland Westafrikas, Mitteilungen des Seminars für Orientalische Sprachen zu Berlin, E. 1900, Dritt, Abteilung, pages 75. Id. Pyrolatry in Südafrika, Globus, LXVII. January, 1895, pages 96. H. Shins, Opsit. Pages 165 SQ. J. Kohler, Opsit. Pages 305, 315. J. Earl, Die Herrero, pages 79 SQ. According to Dr. Shins, the meaning of the names applied to the firesticks has been much disputed. He himself adopts the view given in the text, and supports it by weighty reason which, taken along with analogous designations in many other parts of the world, may be regarded as conclusive. He tells us that Otaiza means pudendum relieber, and this is actually the name of the hold stick according to Mr. V. LLCC. Though Dr. Shins gives it as the name. I have followed Dr. Brinker in accepting Ochiya, Achaja as the correct form of the word. Further, Dr. Shins derives Ondum, the name of the pointed stick, from a verb ruma, meaning to have intercourse with a woman. Moreover, he reports that the Isan Bushmen, near Noyas, in the Kalahari Desert, called the vertical firestick Tau, Doro, and the horizontal firestick Gaidoro, where Tau is the masculine prefix and Ga the feminine. Finally, a Herrero explained to him the significance of the names by referring in an unmistakable manner to the corresponding relations in the animal kingdom. That the two sticks are regarded as male and female is positively affirmed by Mr. V. Mr. Meyer, quoted by J. Kohler, and Dr. Brinker. Footnote 715. See above, pages 213 SQ. Mr. G.V. says that the Omuapu tree acts a very important part in almost all the religious ceremonies of the Herero, Opsit. I. 45. Probably it is only used where the Omumbarumbonga cannot be had. Footnote 716. Johann, Das Land der Herero, Zeitschrift der Gesellschaft für Erdkunde zu Berlin, E. 1868, pages 200, 213, 214 SQ. C.J. Anderson, Lake Gami, pages 218, 221. Ed. The Okavango River, London, 1861, pages 21 SQ. H. Shins, Opsit. Pages 182. Footnote 717. C.J. Anderson, Lake Gami, pages 221. Francis Galton, Opsit. p. 115. Johann, Opsit. E. 1868, pages 215, Iv. 1869, pages 498, note. Reverend H. Biderbeck, in South African Folklore Journal, E. 1880, pages 92 SQ. H. Shins, Opsit. Pages 182 SQ. Meyer, quoted by J. Kohler, Opsit. Pages 297. P. H. Brinker, in Mitteilungen des Seminars für Orientalische Sprachen zu Berlin, 1900, Dritte Abteilung, pages 73. J. Earl, Die Herero, pages 75 SQ. 77. E. Dannert, Zum Recht der Herero, pages 3 SQ. Footnote 718. On the evidence for this migration, C.J. Chapman, Travels in the Interior of South Africa, I. 325-327. Johann, Opsit. E. 1868, pages 227 SQQ. As to the physical features and climate of Heroland, see Johann, Das Land der Herero, Zeitschrift der Gesellschaft für Erdkunde zu Berlin, E. 1868, pages 193 SQQ. J. Earl, Die Herero, pages 9 SQQ. 19 SQQ. Footnote 719. Pausanias, v. 13. 3, v. 14. 2. On the substitution of the poplar for the oak, see Mr. A. B. Cook in Folklore, XV. 1904, pages 297 SQ. Footnote 720. Reverend G. V. Some Customs of the Herero, South African Folklore Journal, I. 1879, pages 64-66. Reverend H. Biderbeck, in South African Folklore Journal, E. 1880, pages 91. H. Shins, Opsit. Pages 183 SQ. P. H. Brinker, in Mitteilungen des Seminars für Orientalische Sprachen zu Berlin, E. 1900, Dritte Abteilung, pages 89 SQ. J. Earl, Die Herero, pages 74, 75, 77. Apparently it is only a powerful or eminent man who becomes an Almakuru after his death. Or rather, perhaps, though all dead men become Ovakuru, only the strong and brave are feared and worshipped. Footnote 721. H. Shins, Opsit. Pages 183. Footnote 722. Reverend E. Dannert, Customs of the Herero at the Birth of a Child, South African Folklore Journal, E. 1880, pages 66 SQ. Compare, Reverend G. V. Opsit. I. 1879, pages 41. H. Shins, Opsit. p. 168. Footnote 723. Reverend G. V. in South African Folklore Journal, I. 1879, pp. 49 SQ. Footnote 724. Reverend G. V. Opsit. I. 51. Footnote 725. H. Shins, Opsit. Pages 166. Compare J. Earl, Die Herero, pages 77. Footnote 726. Johann, Opsit. Iv. 1869, pages 500, note. Footnote 727. C.J. Anderson, Lake Gami, pages 228 SQ. The ceremony is described more fully by the Reverend G.V. Some Customs of the Ovairero, South African Folklore Journal, I. 1879, pages 61 SQ. From whose account some of the details in the text are borrowed. Footnote 728. The distinction is made also by Mr. J. Earl. According to him, while the fire sticks are called Ozondoom, plural of Ondoom, the sticks, which represent the ancestors, are called Osoyong and are made from the Omafapu bush. In every chief's house there is a bundle of about 20 of these ancestral sticks. When a chief dies, the sticks are wrapped in a portion of the sacred bull, Omasishi, which is slaughtered on this occasion, and a new stick is added to the bundle. At the same time, Mr. Earl tells us that the fire sticks, Ozondoom, also represent the ancestors and are made like them from the Omafapu bush. C.J. Earl, Die Herero, pages 77, 79. Footnote 729. Benton, quoted by J. Kohler, Das Recht der Herero, Zeitschrift für Vergleichen Rechtswissenschaft, Ziv. 1900, pages 305. Footnote 730. Reverend G.V. or his editor, Opsit. I. 1879, pages 39. The Otaiza, Otia, is a female fire stick. See above, pages 218 note 1. Footnote 731. Reverend G.V. in South African Folklore Journal, I. 1879, p. 61. Footnote 732. Ebed. Pages 43, compare pages 50. Footnote 733. J. Earl, Die Herero, pages 79. Footnote 734. I have assumed that the ancestral sticks, whatever their origin, represent only men. This is plainly implied by Dr. Brinker, who tells us that each of these sticks represents the male member of generation, and in the Bantu sense a personality, which stands for the presence of the deceased chief on all festive occasions and especially at religious ceremonies. Character, Sitten, Ungebrich, Speciaal der Bantu Deutsch Zuid-West-Afrikas, Mitteilingen des Seminars für Orientalische Sprachen zu Berlin, E. 1900, Dritte p. 74. In savage society, women are of too little account for their ghosts to be commonly worshipped. Speaking of the Bantu peoples, a writer who knows them well observes, this lack of respect for old women is a part of the natives' religious system, and is connected with their conception of a future life, in which women play a subordinate part, their spirits not being able to cause much trouble, and therefore not being of much account. Dudley Kidd, The Essential, Kever, pages 23. Footnote 735. W. Jockelson, The Korak, pages 32 to 36, Memoir of the American Museum of Natural History, The Jesup North Pacific Expedition, Volvi, Leiden and New York, 1908. Footnote 736. W. Bagaraz, The Chukchi Religion, pages 349 to 353, Memoir of the American Museum of Natural History, The Jesup North Pacific Expedition, Volvi Party, Leiden and New York, 1904. Chapter XVI, Father Jove and Mother Vesta. Cite a note, similarity between the fire customs of the Herero and the ancient Latins. The reader may remember that the preceding account of the fire customs of the Herero was introduced for the sake of comparison with the Latin worship of Vesta. The points of similarity between the two will now be indicated. In the first place, we have seen reason to hold that the ever-burning Vesta fire at Rome was merely a survival of the fire on the king's hearth. So among the Herero, the sacred fire of the village is the chief's fire, which is kept burning or smoldering in his house by day and by night. In Rome, as in Heroland, the extinction of the fire was regarded as an evil omen, which had to be expiated by sacrifices. 737, and new fire was procured in primitive fashion by twirling the point of one stick in the hole of another. The Roman fire was fed with the wood of the sacred oak tree, just as the African fire is kindled with the wood of the sacred Omumbarumbonga tree. Beside, both were kept the images of the ancestors, the Lares at Rome, the O's on Doom and Herr Roland. The king's house which sheltered the fire and the images was originally in Italy what the chief's hut still is in, Herr Roland, a circular hut of osiers, not as ancient dreamers thought, because the earth is round, 738, nor yet because a circle is the symbol of rest, but simply because it is both easier and cheaper to build a round hut than a square. 739. Cita note, the Roman Vestals, or some of them, appear to have been originally the king's daughters. Further, in Rome the sacred fire was tended, as it still is in Herr Roland, by unmarried women, and as the Herrera priestesses are the chief's daughters, so, we may conjecture, it was with them at least of the Vestals among the ancient Latins. The Roman Vestals appear to have been under the patria potestas of the king, and, in republican times, of the Pontifex Maximus, who succeeded to some of the king's functions. 740. But if they were under the patria potestas of the king, they must have been either his wives or daughters. As virgins they cannot have been his wives. It remains, therefore, that they were his daughters. Various circumstances confirm this view. Their house at Rome, as we saw, always adjoined the Regia, the old palace of the kings. They were treated with marks of respect, usually accorded to royalty. 741. And the most famous of all the Vestals, the mother of Romulus, was said to be a daughter of the king of Alba. 742. The custom of putting an unfaithful Vestal to death by immuring her in a subterranean chamber 743, may have been adopted in order to avoid the necessity of taking the life of a princess by violence. 744. 4. As we shall learn later on, there is a very widespread reluctance to spill royal blood. Cita note, rites performed by the Vestals for the fertility of the earth, and the fecundity of cattle. Amongst the Herero the chief's daughter, who tends the holy fire has also to perform certain priestly rites, which have for their object the prosperity and multiplication of the cattle. 745. So too, it was with the Roman Vestals. On the 15th of April every year pregnant cows were sacrificed to the earth goddess. The unborn calves were torn from their mothers' wombs, the chief Vestal burned them and kept their ashes for use at the shepherd's festival of the Perilia. This sacrifice of pregnant cows was a fertility charm, designed, by a curious application of homeopathic magic, to quicken both the seed in the ground in the wombs of the cows and the ewes. 746. At the Perilia, held on the 21st of April, the Vestals mixed the ashes of the unborn calves with the blood of the horse which had been sacrificed in October, and this mixture they distributed to shepherds, who fumigated their flocks with it as a means of ensuring their fecundity and a plentiful supply of milk. 747. Cita note, the Vestals were probably regarded as embodiments of Vesta, who was a mother goddess, the bestower of offspring on cattle and women. Strange as at first it may seem to find holy virgins assisting in operations intended to promote the fertility of the earth and of cattle, this reproductive function accords perfectly with the view that they were of old the wives of the fire god and the mothers of kings. On that view, also, we can understand why down to imperial times the Vestals adored the male emblem of generation, 748, and why Vesta, herself, the goddess of whom they were the priestesses and probably the embodiment, was worshipped by the Romans not as a virgin but as a mother. 749. She was sometimes identified with Venus. 750. Like Diana, with whom she was identified at Nemi, she appears to have been a goddess of fecundity, who bestowed offspring both on cattle and on women. That she was supposed to multiply cattle is indicated by the ceremonies which the Vestals performed in April. That she made women to be mothers is hinted at not obscurely by the legends of the birth of the old Latin kings. 751. The ancient Aryan practice of leading a bride thrice round the hearth of her new home 752, may have been intended not merely to introduce her to the ancestral spirits who had their seats there, but also to promote conception, perhaps by allowing one of these very spirits to enter into her and be born again. When the ancient Hindu bridegroom led his bride round the fire, He addressed the fire god, Sita note, custom of leading a bride round the fire, perhaps a fertility charm. Any with the words, mayst thou give back, Amy, to the husband, the wife together with offspring. 753. When a Slavonian bride enters her husband's house after marriage, she is led thrice round the hearth. Then she must stir the fire with the poker, saying, as many sparks spring up, so many cattle, so many male children shall enliven the new home. 754. At Mostar, in Herzegovina, the bride seats herself on a bag of fruit beside the hearth in her new home and pokes the fire thrice. While she does so, they bring her a small boy and set him on her lap. She turns the child thrice round in order that she may give birth to male children. 755. Still more clearly does belief in the impregnation of a woman by fire come out in another South Slavonian custom. When a wife wishes to have a child, she will hold a vessel full of water beside the fire on the hearth, while her husband knocks two burning brands together so that the sparks fly out. When some of them have fallen into the vessel, the woman drinks the water which has thus been fertilized by the fire. 756. The same belief seems still to linger in England. 4. There is a Lincolnshire saying that if a woman's apron is burned above the knee by a spark or red-hot cinder flying out of a fire, she will become a mother. 757. Thus the superstition which gave rise to the stories of the birth of the old Roman kings holds its ground to this day, in Europe, even in our own country. So indestructible are the crude fancies of our savage forefathers. Thus we may safely infer that the old practice of leading a bride formally to or round the hearth was designed to make her fruitful through the generative virtue ascribed to the fire. The custom is not confined to peoples of the Aryan stock, for it is observed also by the Estonians and the Watiaks of Russia. 758, and, as we have seen, by the Herero of South Africa. 759, it expresses in daily life the same idea which is embodied in the myths of the birth of Servius Tullius and the other Latin kings, whose virgin mothers conceived through contact with a spark or tongue of fire. 760. Sita note, newborn children brought to the hearth as a mode of introducing them to the ancestral spirits. Accordingly, where beliefs and customs of this sort have prevailed, it is easy to understand why newborn children should be brought to the hearth, and why their birth should there be solemnly announced to the ancestors. This is done by the Herero. 761, and in like manner on the 5th or 7th day after a birth the ancient Greeks used to run naked round the hearth with a newborn babe in their arms. 762, this Greek ceremony may perhaps be regarded as merely a purification, in other words as a means of keeping at bay the demons who lie in wait for infants. Certainly in other parts of the world a custom has prevailed of passing a newly born child backwards and forwards through the smoke of the fire for the express purpose of warding off evil spirits or other baleful influences. 763, yet on the analogy of the preceding customs we may conjecture that a practice of solemnly bringing infants to the domestic hearth has also been resorted to as a mode of introducing them to the spirits of their fathers. 764, in Russia the old belief that the souls of the ancestors were somehow in the fire on the hearth has left traces of itself down to the present time. Thus in the Nijagora government it is still forbidden to break up the smoldering faggots in a stove, because to do so might cause the ancestors to fall through into hell. And when a Russian family moves from one house to another, the fire is raked out of the old stove into a jar and solemnly conveyed to the new one, where it is received with the words, "Welcome, grandfather, to the new home." 765. Sita note, reasons why a procreative virtue was ascribed to fire. But, why, it may be asked, should a procreative virtue be attributed to the fire, which at first sight appears to be a purely destructive agent? And, why in particular should the ancestral spirits be conceived as present in it? Two different reasons perhaps led savage philosophers to these conclusions. In the first place, the common mode of making fire by means of the fire drill has suggested, as we have seen, to many savages the notion that fire is the child of the fire sticks, in other words that the rubbing of the fire sticks together is a sexual union which begets offspring in the shape of a flame. This of itself suffices to impress on the mind of a savage the idea that a capacity of reproduction is innate in the fire, and consequently that a woman may conceive by contact with it. Strictly speaking, he ought perhaps to refer this power of reproduction not to the fire but to the fire sticks. But savage thought is in general too vague to distinguish clearly between cause and effect. If he thinks the matter out, as he may do if he is more than usually reflective, the savage will probably conclude that fire. A note: the process of making fire by friction seems to the savage an act of generation. Exists unseen in all wood, and is only elicited from it by friction. 766. So that the spark or flame is the child, not so much of the fire sticks, as of the parent fires in them. But this refinement of thought may well be above the reach even of a savage philosopher. The second reason which seems to have led early man to associate the fire with the souls of his ancestors was a superstitious veneration for the ancestral tree which furnished either the fuel for the sacred fire or the material out of which he carved one or both of the fire sticks. Among the Herero, as we said a note, again, the fire was associated with the ancestors through the sacred ancestral tree which furnished either the fuel or the fire sticks. Saw, the male fire stick commonly is, or used to be, made out of the holy Omambrambonga tree, from which they believe that they and their cattle sprang in days of old. Hence nothing could be more natural than that they should regard the fire produced by the friction of a piece of the ancestral tree, as akin to themselves, the offspring of the same mighty forefather, to wit, the sacred tree. Similarly, the Vestal fire at Rome was fed with the wood of the oak, the sacred tree of Jupiter, and the first Romans are described as born of the tree trunks and the heart of oak. 767. No wonder, then, that the Latin kings, who claimed to represent Jupiter, and in that capacity, masqueraded in his costume and made mock thunder, should have prided themselves on being sprung from a fire which was fed with the wood of the god's holy tree. Such an origin was only another form of descent from the oak and from the god of the oak, Jupiter himself. A note: Esthonian marriage custom. The theory that impregnation by fire is really impregnation by the wood of the tree with which the fire is kindled, derives some confirmation from a custom which is observed at marriage by some of the Esthonians in the neighborhood of Oberpallen. The bride is escorted to a tree, which is thereupon cut down and burned. When the fire blazes up, she is led thrice round it and placed between three armed men, who clash their swords over her head, while the women sing a song. Then some coins are thrown into the fire, and when it has died out they are recovered and knocked into the stump of the tree, which was cut down to serve as fuel. 768. This is clearly a mode of rewarding, first the fire, and next the tree, for some benefit they have conferred on the bride. But in early society husband and wife desire nothing so much as offspring. This therefore may very well be the benefit for which the Esthonian bride repays the tree. A note: the conception of the fire mother intimately bound up with that of the female fire stick in the fire drill. Thus far we have regarded mainly the paternal aspect of the fire, which the Latins mythically embodied in Jupiter, that is literally Father Jove, the god of the oak. The maternal aspect of the fire was for them represented by Mother Vesta, as they called her. And as the Roman king stood for Father Jove, so his wife or daughter, the practice on this point appears to have varied, stood for Mother Vesta. Sometimes, as we have seen, the Vestal virgins, the priestesses or rather incarnations of Vesta, appear to have been the daughters, not the wives, of the king. But, on the other hand, there are grounds for thinking that the wife of King Latinus, the legendary ancestor of the Latins, was traditionally regarded as a Vestal. 769, and the analogy of the Flammindialus with his wife the Flaminica, as I shall show presently, points also to a married pair of priestly functionaries concerned with the kindling and maintenance of the sacred fire. However that may have been, we may take it as probable that the notion of the fire mother was intimately associated with, if it did not spring directly from, the female fire stick of the fire drill, just as the conception of the fire father was similarly bound up with the male fire stick. A note: the fire father and the fire mother represented by a priest and priestess who together made the sacred fire by means of the fire drill. Further, it seems that these mythical beings, the fire father and the fire mother, were represented in real life by a priest and a priestess, who together made the sacred fire, the priest appropriately twirling the pointed male stick, while the priestess held fast on the ground the whole female stick, ready to blow up into a flame, the spark which fell on the tinder. In the composite religion of Rome, formed like the Roman state by the fusion of several tribes, each with its own gods and priests, such pairs of fire priests may at first have been duplicated. In one or more of the tribes which afterwards made up the Roman Commonwealth, the function of kindling the holy fire of oak was perhaps assigned to the Flamendilus and his wife the Flaminica, the living representatives of Jupiter and Juno. And if, as some scholars think, the name flamen comes from flare, to blow up, 770, the derivation would fit well with this theory. But in historical Rome the duty of making the sacred fire lay with the Vestal Virgins and the chief pontiff. 771, the mode in which they shared the work between them is not described by ancient writers, but we may suppose that one of the virgins held the board of lucky wood on the ground while the pontiff inserted the point of a peg into the hole of the board and made the peg revolve rapidly between the palms of his hands. When the likeness of this mode of producing fire to the intercourse of the sexes had once struck people, they would deem it unnatural, and even indecent, for a woman to usurp the man's function of twirling the pointed male stick. But the Vestals certainly helped to make fire by friction. It would seem, therefore, that the part they took in the process can only have been the one I have conjecturally assigned to them. At all events, the conjecture is supported by the following analogies. Cite a note: among the Jacans fire is made by the leader and his unmarried daughter. The Jacans, a wild tribe of the Malay Peninsula, are in the habit of making fire by friction. A traveler has described the custom as follows: when a troop was on a journey and intended either to pitch a temporary camp or to make a longer settlement, the first campfire was kindled for good luck by an unmarried girl with the help of the fire drill. Generally this girl was the daughter of the man who served the troop as leader. It was deemed of special importance that, on the first night of a settlement, the fire of every band should be lit by the unmarried daughter of a leader. But she might only discharge this duty if she had not her monthly sickness on her at the time. This custom is all the more remarkable inasmuch as the Jacans in their migrations always carried a smoldering rope of bark with them. When the fire was to be kindled, the girl took the piece of softwood and held it on the ground, while her father, or any other married man, twirled the vertical bore upon it. She waited for the spark to spring from the wood, and fanned it into a flame either by blowing on it or by waving the piece of wood quickly about in her hand. For this purpose she caught the spark in a bundle of teased bark and exposed it to a draught of air. Fire so produced was employed to kindle the other fires for that night. They ascribed to it good luck in cooking and a greater power of keeping off tigers and so forth, than if the first fire had been kindled by a spark from the smoldering bark rope. 772. This account suggests a reason why a holy fire should be tended by a number of virgins. One or more of them might at any time be incapacitated by a natural infirmity for the discharge of the sacred duty. Cite a note: among the Slavs of the Balkans fire is made by a young girl and boy. Again, the Slavs of the Balkan Peninsula ascribe a healing or protective power to living fire, and when an epidemic is raging in a village they will sometimes extinguish all the fires on the hearths and procure a living fire by the friction of wood. At the present day this is done by various mechanical devices, but the oldest method, now almost obsolete, is said to be as follows: a girl and a boy between the ages of 11 and 14, having been chosen to make the fire, are led into a dark room, where they must strip themselves of all their clothes without speaking a word. Then 2 perfectly dry cylindrical pieces of lime wood are given them, which they must rub rapidly against each other, turn about, till they take fire. Tinder is then lit at the flame and used for the purpose of healing. This mode of kindling the living fire is still practiced in the Shar Mountains of Old Servia. The writer who describes it witnessed some years ago the use of the sacred fire at the village of Satanj, at the foot of the Himalaya mountains, in the heart of the great Servian forest. But on that occasion the fire was made in the manner described, not by a boy and girl, but by an old woman and an old man. Every fire in the village had previously been extinguished, and was, afterwards relit with a new fire. 773. Cite a note. Among the Kakyans fire is made by a man and woman jointly. Among the Kakyans of Burma, when people take solemn possession of a new house, a new fire is made in front of it by a man and woman jointly. A dry piece of bamboo is banged down on the ground. The two fire makers sit down facing each other at either end of it, and together rub another piece of bamboo on the horizontal piece, one of them holding the wrists of the other and both pressing down firmly till fire is elicited. 774. Cite a note. Thus the conception of the fire sticks as male and female is carried out by requiring the male stick to be worked by a man and the female stick to be worked by a woman. In the first at least of these customs, it is plain, the conception of the fire sticks as male and female has been logically carried out by requiring the male fire stick to be worked by a man and the female fire stick to be held by a woman. But opinions seem to differ on the question whether the fire makers, cite a note, but opinions differ as to whether the fire makers should be married or single. Should be wedded or single. The Jackans prefer that the man should be married and the woman unmarried. On the other hand, the Slavs of the Shar Mountains clearly think it better that both should be single, since they entrust the duty of making the fire to a boy and girl. Insofar as the man's part in the work is concerned, some of our Scottish Highlanders agree with the Jackans at the other end of the world. For the natives of Lewisstead also make use of a fire called tinachin, that is a forced fire, or fire of necessity, which they used as an antidote against the plague or murrain in cattle. And it was performed thus: all the fires in the parish were extinguished, and then 81 married men, being thought the necessary number for effecting this design, took 2 great planks of wood, and 9 of them were employed by turns, who by their repeated efforts rubbed one of the planks against the other until the heat thereof produced fire. And from this forced fire each family is supplied with new fire, which is no sooner kindled than a pot full of water is quickly set on it, and afterwards sprinkled upon the people infected with the plague, or upon the cattle that have the murrain. And this they all say they find successful by experiment. It was practiced in the mainland, opposite to the south of Ski, within these 30 years. 775. On the other hand, the Germans of Halberstadt sided with the South Slavs on this point, for they caused the forced fire, or neat fire, as it is commonly called, to be made by 2 chaste boys, who pulled at a rope which ran round a wooden cylinder. 776. The theory and practice of the Basidos in South Africa were similar. After a birth had taken place they used to kindle the fire of the hut afresh, and for this purpose it was necessary that a young man of chaste habits should rub 2 pieces of wood quickly one against another, until a flame sprung up, pure as himself. It was firmly believed that a premature death awaited him who should dare to take upon himself this office, after having lost his innocence. As soon, therefore, as a birth was proclaimed in the village, the fathers took their sons to undergo the ordeal. Those who felt themselves guilty confessed their crime, and submitted to be scourged rather than expose themselves to the consequences of a fatal temerity. 777. Cite a note. Reasons for entrusting the making of fire to unmarried boys and girls. It is not hard to divine why the task of twirling the male fire stick and the whole of the female fire stick should by some people be assigned to married men. The analogy of the process to the intercourse of the sexes furnishes an obvious reason. It is less easy to understand why other people should prefer to entrust the duty to unmarried boys. But probably the preference is based on a belief that chastity leaves the boys with a stock of reproductive energy which they may expend on the operation of fire making, whereas married men dissipate the same energy in other channels. A somewhat similar train of thought may explain a rule of virginity enjoined on women who assist in the production of fire by holding the female fire stick on the ground. As a virgin's womb is free to conceive, so, it might be thought, will be the womb of the female fire stick which she holds. Whereas had the female fire maker been already with child, she could not be re-impregnated, and, consequently the female fire stick could not give birth to a spark. Thus, in the sympathetic connection between the fire sticks and the fire makers we seem to reach the ultimate origin of the order of the Vestal Virgins. They had to be chaste, because otherwise they could not light the fire. Once when the sacred fire had gone out, the Vestal in charge of it was suspected of having brought about the calamity by her unchastity, but she triumphantly repelled the suspicion by eliciting a flame from the cold ashes. 778. Ideas of the same primitive kind still linger among the French peasantry, who think that if a girl can blow up a smoldering candle into a flame she is a virgin, but that if she fails to do so, she is not. 779. In ancient Greece none but persons of pure life were allowed to blow up the holy fire with their mouths. A vile man, who had polluted his lips was deemed unworthy to discharge the duty. 780. Cite a note, the holy fire and virgins of Saint Bridget in Ireland. The French superstition, which I have just mentioned, may well date from Druidical times, for there are some grounds for thinking that among the old Celts, as among their near kinsmen the Latins, holy fires were tended by virgins. In our own country perpetual fires were maintained in the temple of a goddess whom the Romans identified with Minerva, 781, but whose native Celtic name seems to have been Bridget. Like Minerva, Bridget was a goddess of poetry and wisdom, and she had two sisters also, called Bridget, who presided over leechcraft and smithcraft respectively. This appears to be only another way of saying that Bridget was the patroness of bards, physicians, and smiths. 782. Now, at Kildare in Ireland the nuns of St. Bridget tended a perpetual holy fire down to the suppression of the monasteries under Henry VIII. And we can hardly doubt that in doing so they merely kept up, under a Christian name, an ancient pagan worship of Bridget in her character of a fire goddess or patroness of smiths. The nuns were 19 in number. Each of them had the care of the fire for a single night in turn. And on the 20th evening the last nun, having heaped wood on the fire, used to say, "Bridget, take charge of your own fire, for this night belongs to you." She then went away, and next morning they always found the fire still burning in the usual quantity of fuel consumed. Like the Vestal fire at Rome in the old days, the fire of St. Bridget burned within a circular enclosure made of stakes and brushwood, and no male might set foot inside the fence. The nuns were allowed to fan the fire or blow it up with bellows, but they might not blow on it with their breath. 783. Cite a note, not to breathe on a holy fire. Similarly it is said that the Balkan Slavs will not blow with their mouths on the holy fire of the domestic hearth. 784. A Brahmin is forbidden to blow a fire with his mouth. 785. And among the Parsis the priests have to wear a veil over their mouth lest they should defile the sacred fire by their breath. 786. The custom of maintaining a perpetual fire was not peculiar, cite a note, other perpetual fires in Ireland. To Kildare, but seems to have been common in Ireland, for the native records show that such fires were kept up in several monasteries, in each of which a small church or oratory was set apart for the purpose. This was done, for example, at the monasteries of Sargaran, Kilmainham, and Inishmare. 787. We may conjecture that these holy fires were merely survivals of the perpetual fires which in pagan cite a note, St. Bridget's fire perhaps fed with oak wood. Times had burned in honor of Bridget. The view that Bridget was a fire goddess is confirmed by the observation that in the Christian calendar her festival falls the day before Candlemas, and the customs observed at that season by Celtic peasantry seem to prove that she was a goddess of the crops as well as of fire. 788. If that was so, it is another reason for comparing her to Vesta, whose priestesses performed ceremonies to fertilize both the earth and the cattle. 789. Further, there are some grounds for connecting Bridget, like Vesta, with the oak. For at Kildare her Christian namesake, Saint Bridget, otherwise known as Saint Bride or Saint Bridget, built her church under an oak tree, which existed till the 10th century, and gave its name to the spot. 4. Kildare's Sildara, the Church of the Oak Tree. 790. The Church of the Oak may well have displaced a temple or sanctuary of the oak, where, in Druidical days the holy fire was fed, like the Vestal fire at Rome, with the wood of the sacred tree. Cite a note, early Irish monasteries built in oak groves. We may suspect that a conversion of the sort was often effected in Ireland by the early Christian missionaries. The monasteries of Derry and Durrow, founded by Saint Columba, were both named after the oak groves amidst which they were built. And at Derry the saint spared the beautiful trees, and strictly enjoined his successors to do the same. In his old age, when he lived in exile on the shores of the bleak storm-swept Isle of Iona, his heart yearned to the home of his youth among the oak groves of Ireland, and he gave expression to the yearning in passionate verse. That spot is the dearest on Erin's ground, for the treasures that peace and purity lend, for the hosts of bright angels that circle it round, protecting its borders from end to end. The dearest of any on Erin's ground, for its peace and its beauty I gave it my love. Each leaf of the oaks around Derry is found to be crowded with angels from heaven above. My Derry, my Derry, my little oak grove, my dwelling, my home, and my own little cell, may God the eternal in heaven above send death to thy foes, and defend thee well. 791. A feeling of the same sort came over a very different exile in a very different scene, when growing old amid the turmoil, the gaieties, the distractions of Paris, he remembered the German oak woods of his youth. Ich had Einstein Schoens Fehland. Der Eichenbaum, wuchs dort so hoch, die Wielken nickten sanft. Es waren Traum. Cite a note, Virgin priestesses of fire among the Incas of Peru. Far from the oaks of Erin and the saint's last home among the stormy Hebrides, a sacred fire has been tended by holy virgins, with statelier rites and in more solemn fanes, under the equinoctial line. The Incas of Peru, who deemed themselves the children of the sun, procured a new fire from their great father at the solstice in June, or midsummer day. They kindled it by holding towards the sun hollow mirror, which reflected his beams on a tinder of cotton wool. But if the sky happened to be overcast at the time, they made the new fire by rubbing two sticks against each other. And they looked upon it as a bad omen when they were obliged to do this, for they said the sun must be angry with them, since he refused to kindle the flame with his own hand. The sacred fire, however obtained, was deposited at Cusco, the capital of Peru, in the Temple of the Sun, and also in a great convent of holy virgins, who guarded it carefully throughout the year, and it was an evil augury if they suffered it to go out. These cite a note, wives of the sun in Peru. Virgins were regarded as the wives of the sun, and they were bound to perpetual chastity. If any of them proved unfaithful to her husband the sun, she was buried alive, like a Roman Vestal, and her paramour was strangled. The reason for putting her to death in this manner was, probably, as at Rome, a reluctance to shed royal blood. For all these virgins were of the royal family, being daughters of the Incas or of his kinsmen. Besides tending the holy fire, they had to weave and make all the clothes worn by the Inca and his legitimate wife, to bake the bread that was offered to the sun at his great festivals, and to brew the wine which the Inca and his family drank on these occasions. All the furniture of the convent, down to the pots, pans, and jars, were of gold and silver, just as in the Temple of the Sun, because the virgins were deemed to be his wives. And they had a golden garden, where the very clods were of fine gold, where golden maize reared its stalks, leaves, and cobs, all of the precious metal, and where golden shepherds, with slings and crooks of gold, tended golden sheep and lambs. 792. The analogy of these virgin guardians of the sacred flame furnishes an argument in favor of the view set forth in the preceding pages. For if the Peruvian Vestals were the brides of the sun, may not the Roman Vestals have been the brides of the fire? Cite a note, Virgin priestesses of fire in Mexico and Yucatan. On the summit of the great pyramidal temple at Mexico 2 fires burned, continually on stone hearths in front of 2 chapels, and dreadful misfortunes were supposed to follow if the fires were allowed to go out. They were kept up by priests and maidens, some of whom had taken a vow of perpetual virginity. But most of these girls seem to have served only for a year or more until their marriage. They offered incense to the idols, wove cloths for the service of the temple, swept the sacred area, and baked the cakes which were presented to the gods but eaten by their priests. They were clad all in white, without any ornament. A broom and a censer were their emblems. Death was the penalty inflicted on the faithless virgin who polluted by her incontinence the temple of the god. 793, in Yucatan there was an order of Vestals instituted by a princess, who acted as Ladies Superior and was deified after her death, under the title of the Virgin of the Fire. The members enrolled themselves voluntarily either for life or for a term of years, after which they might marry. Their duty was to tend the sacred fire, the emblem of the sun. If they broke their vow of chastity or allowed the fire to go out, they were shot to death with arrows. 794. Cita note, Virgin priestesses of fire among the Baganda. Amongst the Baganda of Central Africa there used to be an order of Vestal virgins, Bakaja, who were attached to the temples of the gods. Their duties were to keep the fire of the god burning all night, to see that there was a good supply of firewood, and to watch that the suppliants did not bring to the deity anything that was taboo to him. These maidens are also said to have had charge of some of the vessels. All of them were young girls. No man might touch them. And when they reached the age of puberty, the god ordered them to be given in marriage. The place of a girl who thus vacated office had to be supplied by another girl taken from the same clan. 795. Cita note, resemblance between the Flammendilis of the Romans and the Agnihotri or fire priest of the Brahmins. We have seen that some people commit the task of making fire by friction to married men. And, following the opinion of other scholars, I have conjectured that in some of the Latin tribes the duty of kindling and feeding the sacred fire may have been assigned to the Flammendilis, who had always to be married. If his wife died, he vacated his office. 796. The sanctity of his fire is proved by the rule that no brand might be taken from his house except for the purpose of a sacrifice. 797. Further, the importance ascribed to the discharge of his duties is attested by another old rule which forbade him to be absent from his house in Rome for a single night. 798. The prohibition would be intelligible if one of his duties had formerly been to superintend the maintenance of a perpetual fire. However that may have been, the life of the priest was regulated by a whole code of curious restrictions or taboos, which rendered the office so burdensome and vexatious that, in spite of the high honors attached to the post, for a period of more than 70 years together no man was found willing to undertake it. 799. Some of these restrictions will be examined later on. 800. Their similarity to the rules of life still observed in India by the Brahmins who are fire priests, Agnihotris, seems to confirm the view that the Flamen also was originally a fire priest. The parallel between the two priesthoods would be all the more remarkable if, as some scholars hold, the very names Brahmin and Flamen are philologically identical. 801. As to these Brahmanical fire priests or Agnihotris, we are told that the number of them nowadays is very limited, because the ceremonies involve heavy expenditure, and the rules which regulate them are very elaborate and difficult. The offering of food to the fire at meals is, indeed, one of the 5 daily duties of every Brahmin. But the regular fire service is a special duty of the Agnihotri. In order that he may be ceremonially pure, he is bound by certain obligations not to travel or remain away from home for any long time, to sell nothing which is produced by himself or his family, to pay little attention to worldly affairs, to speak the truth, to bathe and worship the deities in the afternoon as well as in the morning, and to sacrifice to his deceased ancestors on the 15th of every month. He is not allowed to take food at night. He may not eat alkaline salt, meat, honey, and inferior grain, such as some varieties of pulse, millet, and the eggplant. He never wears shoes nor sleeps on a bed, but always on the ground. He is expected to keep awake most of the night and to study the Shastras. He may have no connection with, nor unholy thoughts regarding, any woman but his wife. And he must abstain from every other act that involves personal impurity. 802. With these rules we may compare some of the obligations laid on the Flemendalis. In the old days, as we saw, he was bound never to be absent from his house for a single night. He might not touch or even name raw meat, beans, ivy, and a she-goat. He might not eat leavened bread, nor touch a dead body. And the feet of his bed had always to be smeared with mud. 803. This last rule seems to be a mitigation of an older custom of sleeping on the ground, a custom which is still observed by the fire priest in India, as it was in antiquity by the priests of Zeus at Dodona. 804. Similarly, the priest of the old Prussian god Patrimpa was bound to sleep on the bare earth for 3 nights before he sacrificed to the deity. 805. Cita note in which the Akriha procures fresh fire by the friction of fire sticks. Every Akriha has a separate room in his house where the sacred fire is kept burning in a small pit of a cubit square. Should the fire chance to go out, the priest must get fresh fire from another priest or procure it by the friction of fire sticks, arani. These comprise, first, a block of sami wood, prosopis, spicigera in which a small hole is made emblematical of the female principle, Satyoni, and, second, an upright shaft which is made to revolve in the hole of the block by means of a rope. The point in the drill where the rope is applied to cause it to revolve is called deva, yoni. 2 priests take part in the operation. Before they begin they sing a hymn in honor of the fire god Ani. When the fire has been kindled they place it in a copper vessel and sprinkle it with powdered cow dung. When it is well alight, they cover it with another copper vessel, sprinkle it with drops of water, and sing another hymn in honor of Ani. Finally, the new fire is consigned to the fire pit. 806. According to another description of the modern Indian fire drill, the lower block is usually made of the hardwood of the kadera or care tree, acacia catechu, and it contains 2 shallow holes. In one of these holes the revolving drill works and produces sparks by friction. The other hole contains tinder which is ignited by means of the sparks. This latter hole is known as the yoni, the female organ of generation. The upper or revolving portion of the drill is called the pramanta. It consists of a round shaft of hardwood, with a spike of softer wood inserted in its lower end. One priest causes the shaft to revolve by pulling a cord, while another priest presses the spike down into the hole in the block by leaning hard upon the flat board placed on the top of the shaft. This spike is generally made of the peepal or sacred fig tree. When it has become charred by friction, it is replaced by another. 807. According to one account, the fire is made in this fashion, not by 2 priests, but by the Brahmin and his wife. She pulls the cord, while he holds the borer in the hole and recites the spells necessary for the production of the fire. 808. Cita note: the Indian fire sticks made from the sacred fig and sami wood. This practice of the modern Agnihotra or fire priest of India is in general accord with the precepts laid down in the ancient sacred books of his religion. For these direct that the upper or male stick of the fire drill should be made of the sacred fig tree, Aspatha, and the lower or female stick of sami wood, Prosopis spicigera. And they draw out the analogy between the process of fire making and the intercourse of the sexes in minute detail. 809. It deserves to be, cita note, the male fire stick made by preference from a sacred fig tree, growing as a parasite on the female sami tree. Noted that the male fire stick was cut by preference from a sacred fig tree which grew as a parasite on a sami or female tree. The reason for this preference is obvious to the primitive mind. A parasite clasping a tree with its tendrils is conceived as a man embracing a woman, hence a pair of fire sticks made from a pair of trees thus interlaced will naturally possess the power of procreating fire by friction in an unusually high degree. 810. So completely, in the Hindu mind, Does the process of making fire by friction blend with the union of the human sexes that it is actually employed as part of a charm to procure male offspring? 811. Such a confusion of thought helps us to understand the part played by the domestic fire in the ritual of marriage and birth, as well as in the legends of the miraculous origin of the Latin kings. 812. In ancient India, the male and the female fire stick were identified with King Puravas and the nymph Urvasi, whose loves and sorrows formed the theme of a beautiful tale. 813. Side note: the Greeks also preferred to make one of the fire sticks from a parasitic plant. Like the ancient Indians, the Greeks seem to have preferred that one of the two fire sticks should be made from a parasitic or creeping plant. They recommended that the borer of the fire drill should be made of laurel and the board of ivy or another creeper, apparently a kind of wildvine which grew like ivy upon trees. But in practice both the borer and the board were sometimes made of other woods, among which buckthorn, the evergreen oak, and the lime are particularly mentioned. 814. When we consider the analogy of the Indian preference for a borer made from a parasite, and remember how deeply rooted in the primitive mind is the comparison of the friction of the fire sticks to the union. Side note: the reason for such a preference is the analogy of the union of the sexes. Of the sexes, we shall hardly doubt that the Greeks originally chose the ivy or wildvine for a fire stick from motives of the sort which led the Hindus to select the wood of a parasitic fig tree for the same purpose. But while the Hindus regarded the parasite as male and the tree to which it clung as female, the Greeks of Theophrastus's time seem to have inverted this conception, since they recommended that the board, which plays the part of the female in the fire drill, should be made of ivy or another creeper, whereas the borer, which necessarily represents the male, was to be fashioned out of laurel. This would imply that the ivy was a female and the laurel a male. Yet in Greek, on the contrary, the word for ivy is masculine, and the plant was identified mythologically with the male god, Dionysus. 815, whereas the word for laurel is feminine and the tree was identified with a nymph. Hence we may conjecture that at first the Greeks, like the Hindus, regarded the clinging creeper as the male and the tree which it embraced as the female, and that of old, therefore, they made the borer of the fire drill out of ivy and the board out of laurel. If this was so, the reasons which led them to reverse the usage can only be guessed at. Perhaps practical convenience had a share in bringing about the change. For the laurel is, as the late Professor H. Marshall Ward kindly informed me, a harder wood than the ivy, and to judge by general, though not universal, practice, most people find it easier to make fire by the friction of a hard borer on a soft board than by rubbing a hard board with a soft point. This, therefore, would be a reason for making the borer of laurel and the board of ivy. If such a change took place in the history of the Greek fire drill, it would be an interesting example of superstition modified, if not vanquished, by utility in the struggle for existence. Footnote 737. Livy, XXVIII. 11. 6 SQ. Dionysius Halicarnassensis and Cis, Antiquit. Rom. E. 67. 5. Footnote 738. Ovid, Fasti, vi. 265 SQQ. Festus, pages 262, ed. C. O. Muller. Footnote 739. Dudley Kidd, The Essential Kaffir, pages 11 SQ. On the diffusion of the round hut in Africa, Sir H. H. Johnston says, the original form of house throughout all British Central Africa was what the majority of the houses still are, circular and somewhat like a beehive in shape, with round walls of wattle and daub and thatched roof. This style of house is characteristic of all Africa south of the Zambezi. All British Central Africa. As much of the Portuguese provinces of Zambia and Mozambique are not under direct Portuguese or Mohammedan influence, which may have introduced the rectangular dwelling. See all East Africa up to and including the Egyptian Sudan, where Arab influence has not introduced the oblong rectangular building. The central Nigerian Sudan, much of Senegambia, and perhaps the west coast of Africa as far east and south as the Gold Coast. Subject, of course, to the same limitations as to foreign influence. British Central Africa, London, 1897, pages 453. Footnote 740. J. Marquardt, Romish Staatsverwaltung, E. 2nd ed., pages 250, 341, SQ. Footnote 741. J. Marquardt, Obs. Cit. E. 2nd ed., pages 340 SQ. Journal of Philology, Ziv. 1885, pages 155 SQ. Footnote 742. Livy, I. 3 SQ. Dionysius Halicarnus and Cis, Antiquit. Rom. I. 76, SQ. Plutarch, Romulus, 3. Footnote 743. Plutarch, Numa, 10. Dionysius Halicarnus and Cis, and Rom. E. 67. 4, v. 89. 5. Footnote 744. The suggestion is due to Mr. M. A. Bayfield, Classical Review, XV. 1901, pages 448. He compares the similar execution of the Princess, Antigone, Sophocles, Antigone, 773 SQQ. However, we must remember that a custom of burying people alive has been practiced as a punishment or a sacrifice by Romans, Persians, and Germans, even when the victims were not of royal blood. See Livy, XXII. 57. 6. Pliny, Nat. Hist. XXVIII. 12. Plutarch, Marcellus, 3. Id. Quest. Rom. 83. Herodotus, vi. 114. J. Grimm, Deutsche Rechtsliteratur, 3rd ed., pages 694 SQ. As to the objection to spill royal blood, see The Golden Bough, 2nd edition, I. 354 SQ. Footnote 745. See above, pages 215. Footnote 746. Ovid, Fasti, Iv. 629-672. Compervero, de Lingua Latina, vi. 15. Joens Litus, de Mancibus, Iv. 49. Footnote 747. Ovid, Fasti, Iv. 731-782. See below, pages 326. Footnote 748. Pliny, Nat. Hist. XXVIII. 39. Quamquam religione tuderit, Facinus, imperatorumque, non solum infantium custas, quitius, intra sacra Romana vest libus colliter. Footnote 749. Virgil, Georg. I. 498. Ovid, Fasti, Iv. 828. Jensen, Acta, Fratrum Arvalium, pages 124, 147. H. Desi, Inscriptions Latinae, Salite, Nos 5047, 5048. Ennius represented Vesta as the mother of Saturn and Titan. See Lactantius, Divin. Inst. I. 14. Footnote 750. Augustine, De Civitate Dei, Iv. 10. Footnote 751. See above, pages 195 SQQ. Footnote 752. Grihya Sutras, translated by H. Oldenburg, Vol. I. pages 37, 168, 279, 283, 382, 384, Voli pages 46, 191, 260. Im Winternitz, Des, Altindische Hochzeitsritual, pages 4, 56-62, Denkschriften Kaiserl. Akademie der Wissenschaften in Wien, XL, Vienna, 1892. H. Zimmer, Altindisches Leben, pages 312. G. A. Grierson, Bitter Peasant, Life, Calcutta, 1885, pages 368. F.S. Krauss, Sedan Brochter, Sutzhaven, pages 386, 436, cp. 430. J. Lacicius, De Dice Magitorum, Keterarum Xarmatorum, in Magazine Herausgeber von der Literarischen Gesellschaft, Ziv. 99. J. Meletius, De Sacrifices et Idolatria Veterum Brusserum Levanum, Alirum Quisnarum Gentium, in Mitteilungen der Literarischen Gesellschaft Masovia, v. 1902, pages 191, 204. This work is also reprinted under the name of J. Manesius in Scriptures Rerum, Livonacarum, E. Riga and Leipzig, 1848, pages 389 to 392. F. Wost, in Zeitschrift für Deutsche Mythologie und Siebtenkund, E. 1855, p. 91. A. Kuhn und W. Schwartz, Norddeutsche Sagen, Marken und Gebräuche, pages 433, 522. A. Kuhn, Sagen, Gebräuche und Marken aus Westfalen, E. 38. J. H. Schmitz, Sitten und Sagen, etc., Decipher, Vaux, I. 67. Montanus, Die Deutsche Volksfest, Volksbrauch und Deutscher Volksglaube, pages 85. Reinsberg Duringsfeld, Hochzeitsbuch, Leipzig, 1871, pages 222. L.V. Schroeder, Die Hochzeitsbräuche, Esten, Berlin, 1888, pages 127 sqq. E. Semter, Familienfest der Griechen und Römer, Berlin, 1901, pages 59 to 62. O. Schrader, Ringslexikon der Indogermanischen Altertumskund, pages 356 sq. This evidence proves that the custom has been practiced by the Indian, Slavonian, Lithuanian, and Teutonic branches of the Aryan race, from which we may fairly infer that it was observed by the ancestors of the whole family before their dispersion. Footnote 753. Grihya Sutras, translated by H. Oldenburg, Vol. I. Pages 283, Sacred Books of the East, Vol. XXIX. Footnote 754. Professor V.L. Titelbach, Das Heilige für den Balkansaven, Internationales Archiv für Ethnographie, G. 1900, pages 1. Footnote 755. F.S. Krauss, Sedan Brochter Sutzhaven, Vienna, 1885, pages 430. Footnote 756. F.S. Krauss, Obst. Pages 531. Footnote 757. This thing was communicated to me by Miss Mabel Peacock in a letter, dated Curtin in Lindsay, Lincolnshire, October 30, 1905. Footnote 758. Mexbach, Die Jacken, Stuttgart, 1882, pages 52, 59. L.V. Schroeder, Obst. Pages 129, 132. Footnote 759. Above, pages 221 sq. Footnote 760. As it is believed that fire may impregnate human beings, so conversely, some people seem to imagine that it may be impregnated by them. Thus, Mr. T.R. Glover, Fellow of St. John's College, Cambridge, writes to me, June 18, 1906, a curious and not very quotable instance of, I suppose, sacred marriage was brought to my notice by Mr. Brown of the Canadian Baptist Mission to the Telugus. He said that in Hindu temples, in South India chiefly, sometimes a scaffolding is erected over a fire. A man and a woman are got to copulate on it and allow the human seed to fall into the fire. But perhaps this ceremony is only another way of conveying the fertilizing virtue of the fire to the woman, in other words, of getting her with child. Footnote 761. Above, pages 215, 221. Footnote 762. Sodus, Harpocration, and Etymologica Magnum, S.V. Micro F. D. Micro. A. Hesychius, S.V. D. Micro. F. Micro A. Skull. On Plato, Theaetetus, p. 160e. On this custom C.S. Reinach, Cults, Mus, It Religions, I. Paris, 1905, pages 137 to 145. He suggests that the running of the naked men who carried the babies was intended, by means of sympathetic magic, to impart to the little ones in afterlife the power of running fast. But this theory does not explain why the race took place round the hearth. Footnote 763. The custom has been practiced with this intention in Scotland, China, New Britain, the Tinamber and Timor Islands, and by the Ovambo of South Africa. See Pennant's second tour in Scotland, Pinkerton's Voyages and Travels, e. 383. Miss C. F. Gordon Cumming, in the Hebrides, ed. 1883, pages 101. China Review, X. 1880–1881, pages 303. R. Parkinson, in Bismarck Archipel, pages 94 sq. J. G. F. Riedel, Das Leuk en Cruciate Rassentussens Leaps in Papua, pages 303. H. Shins, Deutsch Südwestafrika, pages 307. A similar custom was observed, probably for the same reason, in ancient Mexico and in Madagascar. See Clavijero, History of Mexico, translated by Cullen, I. 31. W. Ellis, History of Madagascar, I. 152. Compare my note, The Youth of Achilles, Classical Review, Vi. 1893, pages 293 sq. Footnote 764. Compare Semter, Familienfesttage und Römer, Berlin, 1901, pages 59 to 62. Footnote 765. W. R. S. Ralston, The Songs of the Russian People, pages 120 sq. Ralston held that the Russian house spirit Domovoi, who is supposed to live behind the stove, is the modern representative of an ancestral spirit. Compare Bid. Pages 84, 86, 119. Footnote 766. Evidence of this view will be added later on. See the Golden Bough, 2nd edition, e. 456. Footnote 767. See above, pages 185 sq. Footnote 768. L.V. Schroeder, Die Hochzeitsbraut der Esten, Berlin, 1888, pp. 129 sq. Footnote 769. See above, pages 197. Footnote 770. Th. Mommsen, History of Rome, New Edition, London, 1894, I. 215, sq. J. Marquardt, Römische Staatsverwaltung, e. 2nd ed., p. 326. W. Ward Fowler, Roman Festivals of the Period of the Republic, pages 147. For another derivation of their name see below, pages 247. Footnote 771. See above, pages 207. Footnote 772. H. von Stevens, Mitteilungen aus dem Vorleben der Orang, Belendas, der Orangjacken und der Oranglot, bearbeitet von Dr. Max Bartels, Zeitschrift für Ethnologie, XXVIII. 1896, pages 168 sq. The writer adds that any person, boy, man, or woman, provided she was not menstruous, might light the fire, if it were more convenient that he or she should do so. Thus the cooperation of a married man and an unmarried girl, though apparently deemed the best, was not the only permissible way of igniting the wood. The good faith, or at all events, the accuracy of the late German traveler H. von Stevens is not, I understand, above suspicion. But Mr. Nelson Annandale, joint author of Fasciculi Malayensis, writes to me of him that he certainly had a knowledge and experience of the wild tribes of the Malay region which few or none have excelled, for he lived literally as one of themselves. Footnote 773. Professor V.L. Tittelbach, Das Heilige für den Balkanslaven, Internationales Archiv für Ethnography, G. 1900, pages 2-4. The ceremony witnessed by Professor Titelbach will be described later on in this work. King Lech rode through the great Serbian forest on his way from Belgrade to Constantinople, and from his description, Yathin, che. We gather that it is chiefly composed of oak. He says, endless and endless now on either side the tall oaks closed in their ranks, and stood gloomily lowering over us. Footnote 774. Ch. Gildodes, La Culture Material des Kachins, Brimini, Anthropos, v. 1910, pages 629. Footnote 775. M. Martin's description of the western islands of Scotland, in Pinkerton's Voyages and Travels, e. 611. The first edition of Martin's work was published in 1703, and the second in 1716. Footnote 776. J. Grimm, Deutsche Mythologie, 4th ed., I. 504. Footnote 777. E. Casales, The Basidos, pages 267 sq. Footnote 778. Dionysius Halicarnassensis, Antiquit. Rom. E. 68. Valerius Maximus, I. 1. 7. Footnote 779. Jane Lecoeur, Esquisses du Bocage Normand, E. Concernero, 1887, pages 27. Bisoche, Creances, Presages et Traditions Diverses, Nyard, 1880, pages 12. Footnote 780. Polybius, Z. 13. In Darfur curious power over fire is ascribed to women who have been faithful to their husbands. It is a belief among the Forians that if the city takes fire, the only means of arresting the progress of the flames is to bring near them a woman, no longer young, who has never been guilty of intrigue. If she be pure, by merely waving a mantle, she puts a stop to the destruction. Success has sometimes rewarded a virtuous woman. Travels of an Arab merchant Muhammad ibn Omar el-Tunsi Soudin, abridged from the French by Bale St. John, London, 1854, pages 112. Compare R.W. Felkin, Notes on the Four Tribe of Central Africa, Proceedings of the Royal Society of Edinburgh, G. 1884-1886, pages 230. Footnote 781. Solinus, XXII. 10. The Celtic Minerva, according to Caesar, de Bello, Gallico, vi. 17, was a goddess of the mechanical arts. Footnote 782. J. Rise, Celtic Euthendum, pages 73-77. P. W. Joyce, Social History of Ancient Ireland, I. 260 sq. Footnote 783. Geraldus Cambrensis, The Topography of Ireland, Chaps. XXXIV. XXXVI, translated by Thomas Wright. P. W. Joyce, Social History of Ancient Ireland, I. 334 sq. It is said that in the island of Senna, the modern sign, off the coast of Brittany, there was an oracle of a Gallic deity whose worship was cared for by 9 virgin priestesses. They could raise storms by their incantations, and turn themselves into any animals they pleased. Milla, E. 48. But it is not said that they maintained a perpetual holy fire, though Ch. Elton affirms that they did. Origins of English History, pages 27. M. Salomon Reinach dismisses these virgins as a fable based on Homer's description of the Isle of Circe, Odyssey, X. 135 sqq. And he denies that the Gauls employed virgin priestesses. See his article, Les Verges de Senna, Revue Celtique, XVIII. 1897, pages 1-8. Id. Cults, Mus, It Religions, I. Paris, 1905, pages 195 sqq. To me, The nuns of St. Bridget seem to be most probably the successors of a Celtic order of Vestals. That there were female druids is certain, but it does not appear whether they were virgins. See Lampridius, Alexander Severus, 60. Vapuscus, Aurelianus, 44. Id. Numerianus, 14 sq. Footnote 784. Professor V.L. Titelbach, Das Heilige für bei den Balkanslaven, Internationales Archiv für Ethnography, G. 1900, pages 1. Footnote 785. Laws of Manu, Iv. 53, translated by G. Buhler, Sacred Books of the East, Volex XV. Pages 137. Footnote 786. Martin Hogg, Essays on the Sacred Language, Writings, and Religion of the Parsees 3rd ed., London, 1884, pages 243, note 1. Strabo describes the mouth veil worn by the Magian priests in Cappadocia, Ziv. 3. 15, pages 733. At Argan, in the island of Rugen, there was a shrine so holy that none but the priest might enter it, and even he might not breathe in it. As often as he needed to draw in or give out breath, he used to run out of the door lest he should taint the divine presence with his breath. See Saxa Grammaticus, Historia Danica, B.K. Ziv. Pages 824, ed. P. E. Muller, p. 393 of Elton's English translation. Footnote 787. P. W. Joyce, Social History of Ancient Ireland, I. 335 sq. Standish H. O'Grady, Silva Cadelica, translation, London, 1892, pp. 15, 16, 41. Footnote 788. See above, pages 94 sq. Footnote 789. See above, pages 229. Footnote 790. Douglas Hyde, A Literary History of Ireland, London, 1899, pages 158. The tradition of the Oak of Kildare survives in the lines. That Oak of St. Bride, which nor devil nor Dane, nor Saxon nor Dutchman could rend from her fane. Which are quoted by Mr. D. Fitzgerald in Revue Celtique, Iv. 1879–1880, pages 193. Footnote 791. Douglas Hyde, Obs. Cit. Pages 169–171. At Kells, also, St. Columba, dwelt under a great oak tree. The writer of his Irish Life, quoted by Mr. Hyde, says that the oak tree remained till these latter times, when it fell through the crash of a mighty wind. And a certain man took somewhat of its bark to tan his shoes with. Now, when he did on the shoes, he was smitten with leprosy from his sole to his crown. Footnote 792. Garcilaso de la Vega, Royal Commentaries of the Incas, PTIBK. Iv. Chaps. 1–3, BK Vi. Chaps. 20–22, Vol. I. Pages 292–299, Voli. Pages 155–164, Markham's translation. P. Duchesa de Leon, Travels, pages 134, Markham's translation. Id. Second part of the Chronicle of Peru, pages 85 sq. Markham's translation. Acosta, Natural and Moral History of the Indies, B.K. V. Chap. 15, Voli, pages 331–333, Hakluyt Society. Professor E. B. Tyler discredits Garcilaso's description of these Peruvian priestesses on the ground that it resembles Plutarch's account of the Roman Vestals, Numa, 9 sq. Too closely to be independent. He thinks that the apparent traces of absorption from Plutarch invalidate whatever rests on Garcilaso de la Vega's unsupported testimony. See his researches into the early history of mankind, 3rd ed., pages 249–253. In particular, he stumbles at the statement that an unfaithful Peruvian priestess was buried alive. But that statement was made by Chesa de Leon, who traveled in Peru when Garcilaso was a child, and whose book or rather the first part of it, containing the statement, was published more than 50 years before that of Garcilaso. Moreover, when we understand that the punishment in question was based on a superstition which occurs independently in many parts of the world, the apparent improbability of the coincidence vanishes. As to the mode of kindling the sacred fire, Professor Tyler understands Plutarch to say that the sacred fire at Rome was kindled, as in Peru, by burning glass. To me it seems that Plutarch is here speaking of a Greek, not a Roman usage, and this is made still clearer when his text is read correctly. For the words P, D, P, D, T, D, at should be altered to P, A, D, P, T, D, at Ch. Pomto and Rheinisches Museum, N.F. Lee. 1896, pages 365, and my note on Pausanias, X. 19. 4, vol. V. Pages 331. Thus Plutarch gives two instances when a sacred fire was extinguished, and had to be relit with a burning glass. But both instances are Greek, neither is Roman. The Greek mode of lighting a sacred fire by means of a crystal is described also in the Orphic poem on precious stones, verses 177 SQQ. Orphica, ed. E. Abel, pages 115. Nor were the Greeks and Peruvians peculiar in this respect. The Siamese and Chinese have also been in the habit of kindling a sacred fire by means of a metal mirror or burning glass. See Palagoix, description du Royaume de Siam, E. 55. A Bastion, die Volker des Auslichen, Essene, E. 516. J.H. Plath, die Religion und der Kultus der Alten Königin, Abhandlungen der K. Bayer. Akademie der Wissenschaften, I. C.L. X. 1863, pages 876 SQ. Again, the full description of the Golden Garden of the Peruvian Vestals, which may sound to us fabulous, is given by Cheza de Leon in a work, the second part of the Chronicle of Peru, which it is unlikely that Garcilaso ever saw, since it was not printed till 1873, centuries after his death. Yet Garcilaso's brief description of the garden agrees closely with that of Cheza de Leon, differing from it just as that of an independent witness naturally would, namely, in the selection of some other details in addition to those which the two have in common. He says that the virgins had a garden of trees, plants, herbs, birds and beasts, made of gold and silver, like that in the temple, vol. I. Pages 298, Markham's translation. Thus the two accounts are probably independent and, therefore trustworthy, for fiction of this kind could hardly have occurred to two romancers separately. A strong confirmation of Garcilaso's fidelity is furnished by the close resemblance which the fire customs, both of Rome and Peru, present to the well-authenticated fire customs of the Herero at the present day. There seems to be every reason to think that all three sets of customs originated independently in the simple needs and superstitious fancies of the savage. On the whole, I see no reason to question the good faith and accuracy of Garcilaso. Footnote 793. Beta Sahican, Histoire des choses de la Nouvelle-Espagne, pages 196, SQ. 386. Acosta, Natural and Moral History of the Indies, B.K. V. Ch. 15, Voli pages 333 SQ. Hakluyt Society. A. de Herrera, General History of the Vast Continent and Islands of America, E. 209 SQ. Stevens's translation, London, 1725, 1726. Clavijero, History of Mexico, I. 264, 274 SQ. Brasser de Berberg, Histoire des Nations Civilisées du Mexique et de l'Amérique Centrale, I. 289, E. 661. H. H. Bancroft, Native Races of the Pacific States, E. 204 SQQ. 245, 583, E. 435 SQ. However, Sawakin, pp 186, 194, Acosta, Voli. Pages 336, and Herrera seem to imply that the duty of maintaining the sacred fire was discharged by men only. Footnote 794. Brasser de Burberg, Op. Cit. E. 6. H. H. Bancroft, Op. Cit. E. 473. Fire worship seems to have lingered among the Indians of Yucatan down to about the middle of the 19th century, and it may still survive among them. C.D.G. Brinton, The Folklore of Yucatan, Folklore Journal, I. 1883, pages 247 SQ. Footnote 795. Letter of the Reverend J. Roscoe, dated Kampala, Uganda, April 9, 1909. Footnote 796. Aulus Gellius, X. 15. 22. Attias Copito, cited by Plutarch, Quest. Rom. 50. On the other hand, Servius on Virgil, in Iv. 29, says that the Flamen might marry another wife after the death of the first. But the statement of Aulus Gellius and Attias Copito is confirmed by other evidence. C.J. Marquardt, Romish Staatsverwaltung, E. 2nd ed., 329, no date. As to the rule, see my note, The Widowed, Flamen, Adonis, Attis, Osiris, 2nd edition, pages 407 SQQ. Footnote 797. Aulus Gellius, X. 15. 7. Festus, pages 106, ed. C. O. Muller. Footnote 798. Livy, v. 52. 13 SQ. In later times the rule was so far relaxed that he was allowed to be absent from Rome for 2 nights or even longer, provided he got leave from the chief pontiff on the score of ill health. See Aulus Gellius, X. 15. 14. Tacitus, Annals, E. 71. Footnote 799. Tacitus, Annals, E. 58. Dio Cassius, Liv. 36. As to the honors attached to the office, see Livy, XXVII. 8. 8. Plutarch, Quest. Rom. 113. Footnote 800. See the Golden Bough, 2nd edition, I. 241 SQQ. Footnote 801. P. Kretschmer, Einleitung in die Geschichte der griechischen Sprache, Göttingen, 1896, pages 127 SQQ. O. Schrader, Rinlexikon der Indogermanischen Altertumskunde, pages 637 SQ. For a different derivation of the name Flamen see above, pages 235. Being no philologer, I do not pretend to decide between the rival etymologies. My friend, Professor J. H. Moulton prefers the equation Flamen equals Brahmin, which, he tells me, is philologically correct, because if Flemen came from flare we should expect a form like flater rather than Flemen. The form flater was used in Latin, though not in this sense. Footnote 802. W. Crook, The Tribes and Castes of the Northwestern Provinces and, Od. I. 30-32. Compare Monier Williams, Religious Thought and Life, in India, pages 364, 365, 392. Footnote 803. Aulus Gellius, X. 15. Footnote 804. Homer, Iliad, XVI. 233-235. Sophocles, Trachony, 1166 SQ. Callimachus, Hymn to Delos, 284-286. Footnote 805. Ch. Hartnock, Salacte Dissertations Historicae Divaris Rebus, Precisus, pages 163, bound up with his edition of Desberg's Chronicon, Prussia, Frankfurt and Leipzig, 1679. Simon Grunau, Preußischer Chronik, ed. M. Perlbach, I. Leipzig, 1876, pages 95. Footnote 806. W. Crook, Obs. Cit. I. 31-33. Footnote 807. W. Crook, Popular Religion and Folklore of Northern India, Westminster, 1896, E. 194 SQ. Footnote 808. J. C. Nesfield, in Punjab Notes and Queries, E. Pages 12, section 77. Footnote 809. Rig Veda, E. 29, translated by R. T. H. Griffith, Benners, 1889-1892, Voli pages 25-27. Satapatha Brahmana, translated by J. Egling, Part I. Pages 389, Note 3, Part E pages 90 SQ. Part V pp. 68-74. Hymns of the Atharva Veda, translated by M. Bloomfield, pp. 91, 97 SQ. 334, 460. W. Calland, Altine Dishes Zalbritual, pp. 115 SQ. A. Kuhn, Herabkunft des Viewers, 2nd ed., pages 40, 64-78, 183-185. H. Simmer, Altine Dishes Leben, pages 58, 59. The Sami wood is sometimes identified with the Acacia suma, Mimosa suma. But, the modern Bengali name of Prosopis bisigera is Shami or Somi, which seems to be conclusive evidence of the identity of Prosopis bisigera with Sami. The Prosopis bisigera is a deciduous thorny tree of moderate size, which grows in the arid zones of the Punjab, Rajputana, Gujarat, Bundelkhand, and the Deccan. The heart of the wood is of a purplish-brown color and extremely hard. It is especially valued for fuel, as it gives out much heat. C.G. Watt, Dictionary of the Economic Products of India, S.V. Prosopis bisigera. For a reference to this work I am indebted to the kindness of the late Professor H. Marshall Ward. Footnote 810. A. Kuhn, Obs. Cit. Pages 40, 66, 175. Footnote 811. Hymns of the Atharva Veda, translated by M. Bloomfield, pages 97, SQ. 460. W. Calland, Altine Dishes Zalbritual, pages 115 SQ. Footnote 812. See above, pages 195 SQQ. 230 SQQ. Footnote 813. Rig Veda, X. 95, translated by R. T. H. Griffith, Satapatha, Brahmana, translated by J. Egling, Part V pages 68-74. Compare H. Oldenburg, Die Literatur des Alten Indien, Stuttgart and Berlin, 1903, pages 53-55. On the Story C. A. Kuhn, Herabkunft des Viewers, 2nd ed., pages 71 SQQ. F. Max Muller Selected Essays on Language, Religion, and Mythology, London, 1881, I. 408 SQQ. Andrew Lang, Custom and Myth, London, 1884, pages 64 SQQ. K. F. Pischel and Geldner, Vedastudien, I. Stuttgart, 1889, pages 243-295. It belongs to the group of tales which describe the marriage of a human with an animal mate, of a mortal with a fairy, and often, though not always, their unhappy parting. This story seems to have its roots in totemism. See Mytotemism and Exogamy, E. 566 SQQ. It will be illustrated more at length in a later part of the Golden Bough. Footnote 814. Homer, Hymn to Mercury, 108-111, where a line has been lost. See the note of Messrs. Allen and Sykes. Theophrastus, Hister. Plant. V. 9. 6. Id. The Uni, X. 64. Hesychius, S.V. St. E. Skull. On, Apollonius Rhodius, Argon. I. 1184. Pliny, Nut. Hist. XVI. 208. Seneca, Nat. Quest. E. 22. Akun, Herabkunft des Viewers, 2nd, ed., pages 35 to 41. H. Blemner, Technologie und Terminologie der Gewerbe, Unkunst, E. 354 to 356. Theophrastus gives the name of a thygine to the plant which, next to or equally with ivy, makes the best board. He compares it to a vine. Pliny, L.C. seems to have identified it with a species of wild vine. According to Sprengel, the thygine is the Clematis cheirosa of Linnaeus, the French clematite of Rills. See Dioscorides, ed. C. Sprengel, Volley. Pages 641. As to the kinds of wood employed by the Romans in kindling fire, we have no certain evidence, as Pliny and Seneca may have merely copied from Theophrastus. Footnote 815. Pausanias, I. 31. 6. With my note. Chapter XVII, The Origin of Perpetual Fires. Cita note. The custom of maintaining a perpetual fire probably originated in the difficulty of making fire by friction. Whatever superstitions may have gathered about it in the course of ages, the custom of maintaining a perpetual fire probably sprang from a simple consideration of practical convenience. The primitive mode of making fire by the friction of wood is laborious at all times, and it is especially so in wet weather. Hence the savage finds it convenient to keep a fire constantly burning or smoldering in order to spare himself the troubling of kindling it. This convenience becomes a necessity with people who do not know how to make fire. That there have been such tribes down to our own time is affirmed by witnesses whose evidence we have no reason to doubt. Thus Mr. E. H. Mann, who resided 11 years in the Andaman Islands and was intimately acquainted with the natives, tells us that, being ignorant of Cita note, some race is said to be ignorant of the means of making fire. The art of making fire, they take the utmost pains to prevent its extinction. When they leave a camp, intending to return in a few days, they not only take with them one or more smoldering logs, wrapped in leaves if the weather be wet, but they also place a large burning log or faggot of suitable wood in some sheltered spot, where it smolders for several days and can be easily rekindled when it is needed. While it is the business of the women to gather the wood, the duty of keeping up the fires both at home and in traveling by land or sea is not confined to them, but is undertaken by persons of either sex who have most leisure or are least burdened. 816. The Russian traveler, Baron Miklucho Maclay, who lived among the natives of the Maclay coast of northern New Guinea at a time when they had hardly come into contact with Europeans, writes, "It is remarkable that here almost all the inhabitants of the coast possess no means whatever of making fire, hence they always and everywhere carry burning or glowing brands about with them. If they go in the morning to the plantation, they carry a half-burnt brand from their hearth in order to kindle a fire at the corner of the plantation. If they go on a longer journey into the mountains, they again take fire with them for the purpose of smoking, since their cigars, wrapped in green leaves, continually go out. On sea voyages they usually keep glowing coals in a half-broken pot partly filled with earth. The people who remain behind in the village never forget to keep up the fire. They repeatedly told him that they had often to go to other villages to fetch fire when the fires in all the huts of their own village had chanced to go out. Yet, the same traveler tells us that the mountain tribes of this part of New Guinea, such as the Inglamana and Tingamana, know how to make fire by friction. They partially cleave a log of dry wood with a stone axe, and then draw a stout cord, formed of a split creeper, rapidly to and fro in the cleft, till sparks fly out and set fire to a tinder of dry cocoa nut fibers. 817. It is odd that the people of the coast should not have learned this mode of producing fire from their neighbors in the mountains. The Russian explorers' observations, however, have been confirmed by German writers. One of them, Mr. Hoffman, says of these people, "In every house care is taken that fire burns day and night on the hearth. For this purpose they choose a kind of wood which burns slowly, but glimmers for a long time and retains its glow. When a man sets out on a journey or goes to the field, he has always a glimmering brand with him. If he wishes to make fire, he waves the smoldering wood to and fro till it bursts into a glow. On frequented paths, crossways, and so forth, you may often see trunks of trees lying which have been felled for the purpose of being ignited and furnishing fire to passers-by. Such trees continue to smolder for weeks. 818. Similarly, the dwarf tribes of Central Africa do not know how to kindle a fire quickly, and in order to get one readily at any moment they keep the burning trunks of fallen trees in suitable spots, and watch over their preservation like the Vestals of old. 819. It seems to be at least doubtful whether these dwarfs of the vast and gloomy equatorial forests are acquainted with the art of making fire at all. A German traveler observes that the care which they take to preserve fire is extremely remarkable. It appears, he says, that the pygmies, as other travelers have reported, do not know how to kindle fire by rubbing sticks against each other. Like the Wambuba of the forest, in leaving a camp, they take with them a thick glowing brand, and carry it, often for hours, in order to light a fire at their next halting place. 820. Cite a note. Fire kindled by natural causes was probably used by men long before they learned to make it for themselves. Whether or not tribes, ignorant of the means of making fire, have survived in modern times, it seems likely that mankind possessed and used fire long before they learned how to kindle it. In the violent thunderstorms which accompany the end of the dry season in Central and Eastern Africa, it is not uncommon for the lightning to strike and ignite a tree, from which the fire soon spreads to the withered herbage, till a great conflagration is started. From a source of this sort a savage tribe may have first obtained fire, and the same thing may have happened independently in many parts of the world. 821. Other people, perhaps, procured fire from volcanoes, the lava of which will, under favorable circumstances, remain hot enough to kindle shavings of wood years after an eruption has taken place. 822. Others again may have lit their first fire at the jets of inflammable gas which spring from the ground in various parts of the world, notably at Baku on the Caspian, where the flames burn day and night, summer and winter, to a height of 15 or 20 feet. 823. It is harder to conjecture how man first learned the great secret of making fire by friction. The discovery was perhaps made by jungle or forest races, who saw dry bamboos or branches thus ignited by rubbing against each other in a high wind. Fires are sometimes started in this way in the forests of New Zealand. 824. It has also been suggested that savages may have accidentally elicited a flame for the first time in the process of chipping flints over dry moss, or boring holes with hard sticks in soft wood. 825. Cite a note. Many savages carry fire constantly with them as a matter of convenience. But even when the art of fire-making has been acquired, the process itself is so laborious that many savages keep fire always burning rather than be at the trouble of extracting it by friction. This, for example, was true of the roving Australian Aborigines before they obtained matches from the whites. On their wanderings they carried about with them pieces of smoldering bark or cones of the baxia tree, wherewith to kindle their campfires. 826. The duty of thus transporting fire from one place to another seems commonly to have fallen to the women. A stick, a piece of decayed wood, or more often the beautiful seed stem of the baxia, is lighted at the fire the woman is leaving. And from her bag, which, in damp weather, she would keep filled with dry cones, or from materials collected in the forest, she would easily, during her journey, preserve the fire got at the last encampment. 827. Another writer tells us that the Australian native always had his fire stick with him, and if his wife let it go out, so much the worse for her. The dark brown velvety-looking core of the baxia is very retentive of fire and burns slowly, so that one of these little fire sticks would last a considerable time, and a bag of them would suffice for a whole day. 828. The Tasmanians knew how to make fire by twirling the point of a stick in a piece of soft bark. But as it was, difficult at times to obtain fire by this means, especially in wet weather. They generally, in their peregrinations, carried with them a fire stick lighted at their last encampment. 829. With them, as with the Australians, it was the special task of the women to keep the firebrand alight and to carry it from place to place. 830. When the natives of Maderbert, off New Britain, are on a voyage, they carry fire with them. For this purpose they press some of the soft fibrous husk of the ripe cocoa nut into a cocoa nut shell, and then place a red-hot ember in the middle of it. This will smolder for 3 or 4 days, and from it they obtain a light for their fires wherever they may land. 831. The Polynesians made fire by the friction of wood, rubbing a score in a board with a sharp-pointed stick till the dust so produced kindled into sparks, which were caught in a tinder of dry leaves or grass. While they rubbed, they chanted a prayer or hymn till the fire appeared. But in wet weather the task of fire-making was laborious, so at such times the natives usually carried fire about with them in order to avoid the trouble of kindling it. 832. The Fijians make fire by striking 2 lumps of iron pyrites together and letting the sparks fall on birds, down or on dry moss, which serves as tinder. But rather than be at the pains of doing this, they carry fire with them everywhere, both by sea and land, taking great care to prevent its extinction. 833. The Kainwa Indians of Paraguay make fire in the usual way by the fire drill, but to save themselves trouble they keep fire constantly burning in their huts, by means of great blocks of wood. 834. The Indians of Guyana also produce fire by twirling the point of one stick in the hole of another, but they seldom need to resort to this laborious process, for they keep fire burning in every house, and on long journeys they usually carry a large piece of smoldering timber in their canoes. Even in walking across the savannah, an Indian will sometimes take a firebrand with him. 835. The Jegas, a Bantu tribe in the Kilimanjaro district of East Africa, keep up fire day and night in their huts on account of their cattle. If it goes out, the women fetch glowing brands from a neighbor's house. These they carry wrapped up in banana leaves. Thus, they convey fire for great distances, sometimes the whole day long. Hence they seldom need to kindle fire, though the men can make it readily by means of the fire drill. 836. The tribes of British Central Africa also know how to produce fire in this fashion, but they do not often put their knowledge in practice. For there is sure to be a burning brand on one or other of the hearths of the village from which a fire can be lit. And when men go on a journey they take smoldering sticks with them and nurse the glowing wood rather than be at the trouble of making fire by friction. 837. In the huts of the Igbos on the lower Niger, burning embers are always kept and never allowed to go out. 838. And this is the regular practice among all the tribes of West Africa who have not yet obtained matches. If the fire in a house should go out, a woman will run to a neighbor's hut and fetch a burning stick from the hearth. Hence in most of their villages fire has probably not needed to be made for years and years. Among domesticated tribes, like the Efiks, or Gawa, when the men are going out to the plantation they will enclose a burning stick in a hollow piece of a certain kind of wood, which has a lining of its pith left in it, and they will carry this firebox with them. 839. Cita note, the theft of fire by Prometheus. Before the introduction of matches, Greek peasants used to convey fire from place to place in a stalk of giant fennel. The stalks of the plant are about 5 feet long, by 3 inches thick, and are encased in hard bark. The core of the stalk consists of a white pith which, when it is dry, burns slowly like a wick without injury to the bark. 840. Thus when Prometheus, according to the legend, stole the first fire from heaven and brought it down to earth hidden in a stalk of giant fennel. 841. He carried his fire just as every Greek peasant and mariner did on a journey. Cita note, when people settled in villages, it would be convenient to keep up a perpetual fire in the house of the headman. When a tribe ceased to be nomadic and had settled in more or less permanent villages, it would be a convenient custom to keep a fire perpetually burning in every house. Such a custom, as we have seen, has been observed by various peoples, and it appears to have prevailed universally among all branches of the Aryans. 842. Arnobius implies that it was formerly practiced by the Romans, though in his own time the usage had fallen into abeyance. 843. But it would be obviously desirable that there should be some one place in the village where every housewife could be sure of obtaining fire without having to kindle it by friction, if her own should chance to go out. The most natural spot to look for it would be the hearth of the head man of the village, who would come in time to be regarded as responsible for its maintenance. This is what seems to have happened not only among the Herero of South Africa and the Latin peoples of Italy, but also among the ancestors of the Greeks. For in ancient Greece the perpetual fire kept up in the Prytaneum, or town hall, was at first apparently the fire on the king's hearth. 844. From the simple origin may have sprung the custom which in various parts of the world associates the maintenance of a perpetual fire with chiefly or royal dignity. Thus it was a distinguishing mark of the citadel, hence the maintenance of a perpetual fire came to be associated with chiefly or royal dignity. Chieftainship of one of the Samoan nobility, that his fire never went out. His attendants had a particular name, from their special business of keeping his fire ablaze all night long while he slept. 845. Among the Gallas the maintenance of a perpetual fire, even when it serves no practical purpose, is a favorite mode of asserting high rank, and the chiefs often indulge in it. 846. The Chitome, a grand pontiff in the kingdom of Congo, of whom we shall hear more hereafter, kept up in his hut, day and night, a sacred fire, of which he dispensed brams to such as came to ask for them and could pay for them. He is said to have done a good business in fire, for the infatuated people believed that it preserved them from many accidents. 847. In Uganda a perpetual sacred fire, supposed to have come down to earth with the first man Kintu, is maintained by a chief, who is put to death if he suffers it to be extinguished. From this sacred fire the king's fire, Gombolola, is lighted and kept constantly burning at the gate of the royal enclosure during the whole of his reign. By day it burns in a small hut, but at night it is brought out and set in a little hole in the ground, where it blazes brightly till daybreak, whatever the weather may be. When the king journeys the fire goes with him, and when he dies it is extinguished. The death of a king is indeed announced to the people by the words, "The fire has gone out." A man who bears a special title is charged with the duty of maintaining the fire, and of looking after all the fuel and torches used in the royal enclosure. When the king dies the guardian of his fire is strangled near the hearth. 848. Similarly in Dazou, a country to the west of Darfur, it is said that a custom prevailed of kindling a fire on the inauguration of a king and keeping it alight till his death. 849. Among the Muculas of Angola, when the king of Amboine or Sangwa dies, all fires in the kingdom are extinguished. Afterwards the new king makes new fire by rubbing two sticks against each other. 850. Such a custom is probably nothing more than an extension of the practice of putting out a chief's own fire at his death. Similarly, when a new Mwada Jambo, a great potentate in the interior of Angola, comes to the throne, one of his first duties is to make a new fire by the friction of wood, for the old fire may not be used. 851. Before the palace gate of the king of Siam there burns, or used to burn, a perpetual fire, which was said to have been lit from heaven with a fiery ball. 852. Cita note, perpetual fire maintained by the chief called the Great Sun, among the Natchez Indians. Among the Natchez Indians of the lower Mississippi a perpetual fire, supposed to have been brought down from the sun, was maintained in a square temple which stood beside the hut of the supreme chief of the nation. He bore the title of the Great Sun, and believed himself to be a descendant or brother of the luminary his namesake. Every morning when the sun rose he blew 3 whiffs of his pipe towards it, and raising his hands above his head, and turning from east to west, he marked out the course which the bright orb was to pursue in the sky. The sacred fire in the temple was fed with logs of walnut or oak, and the greatest care was taken to prevent its extinction. For such an event would have been thought to put the whole nation in jeopardy. 8 men were appointed to guard the fire, 2 of whom were bound to be always on watch. And the great sun himself looked to the maintenance of the fire with anxious attention. If any of the guardians of the fire failed to do his duty, the rule was that he should be put to death. When the great chief died, his bones were deposited in the temple, along with the bones of many attendants who were strangled, in order that their souls might wait upon him in the spirit land. On such an occasion the chief's fire was extinguished, and this was the signal for putting out all the other fires in the country. Every village had also its own temple in which a perpetual fire was maintained under the guardianship of a subordinate chief. These lesser chiefs also bore the title of sons, but acknowledged the supremacy of the head chief, the great sun. All of these sons were supposed to be descended from a man and woman who had come down from the luminary from which they took their names. There were female sons as well as male sons, but they might not marry among themselves. They had always to mate with a woman or a man of lower rank. Their nobility was transmitted in the maternal line. That is, the children of a female son, both sons and daughters, were sons, but the children of a male son were not. Hence a chief was never succeeded by his own son, but always by the son either of his sister or of his nearest female relation. The Natchez knew how to produce fire by means of the fire drill. But if the sacred fire in the temple went out, they relit it, not by the friction of wood, but by a brand brought from another temple or from a tree which had been ignited by lightning. 853. In these customs of the Natchez we have clearly fire worship and sun worship of the same general type, which meets us again at a higher state of evolution among the Incas of Peru. Both sets of customs probably sprang originally from the perpetual fire on the chief's domestic hearth. Cita note: fire carried before chiefs and kings as a symbol of royalty. When a perpetual fire hath thus become a symbol of royalty, it is natural that it should be carried before the king or chief on the march. Among the Indians of the Mississippi, a lighted torch used to be borne in front of a chief, and no commoner would dare to walk between a chief and his torch-bearer. 854. A sacred fire, supposed to have descended from heaven, was carried in a brazier before the Persian kings. 855, and the custom was adopted as a badge of imperial dignity by later Roman emperors. 856. The practice appears to have been especially observed in time of war. Amongst the Ovambo of South Africa, the chief appoints a general to lead the army to battle, and next to the general the greatest officer is he who carries a firebrand at the head of the warriors. If the fire goes out on the march, it is an evil omen and the army beats a retreat. 857. When the king of Manamatapa, or Pinamatapa, was at war, a sacred fire was kept burning perpetually in a hut near his tent. 858. In old days it is said that the king of Mombasa in East Africa could put an army of 80,000 men in the field. On the march his guards were preceded by men carrying fire. 859. High above the tent of Alexander the Great hung a fiery cresset on a pole, and the flame of it was seen by night, and the smoke by day. 860. When a Spartan king was about to lead an army abroad, he first sacrificed at home to Zeus the leader. Then a man called the fire-bearer took fire from the altar and marched with it at the head of the troops to the frontier. There the king again sacrificed to Zeus and Athena, and if the omens were favorable, he crossed the border, preceded by the fire from the sacrifices, which thenceforth led the way and might not be quenched. To perform such sacrifices the king always rose very early in the morning, while it was still dark, in order to get the ear of the god before the enemy could forestall him. 861. Cita note: the custom of keeping up a perpetual fire during a king's reign and extinguishing it at his death might lead to a belief that his life was bound up with the fire. A custom of maintaining a fire during a king's reign and extinguishing it at his death, even if it did not originate in a superstition, would naturally lend itself to a superstitious interpretation. The distinction between the sign and the cause of an event is not readily grasped by a dull mind. Hence the extinction of the king's fire, from being merely a signal of his death, might come in time to be regarded as a cause of it. In other words, a vital connection might be supposed to exist between the king and the fire, so that if the fire were put out the king would die. That a sympathetic bond of some sort united the king's life with the fire on his hearth was apparently believed by the ancient Scythians. For their most solemn oath was by the king's hearth, and if any man who had taken this oath forswore himself, they believed that the king would fall ill. 862, the story of Meleager, 863, whose life was said to be bound up with a brand plucked from the fire on the hearth, belongs to the same class of ideas, which will be examined at large in a later part of this work. Wherever a superstition of this sort gathered round the king's hearth, it is obvious that he would be moved to watch over the fire with redoubled vigilance. On a certain day the Vestal virgins at Rome used to go to the king of the sacred rites, the successor of the old Roman kings, and say to him, "Watchest thou, O king?" Watch. 864. This ceremony may have been a reminiscence or survival of a time when the king's life, as well as the general safety, was supposed to hang on the maintenance of the fire, to the guardianship of which he would thus be impelled by the motive of self-preservation as well as of public duty. When natives of the Key Islands in the East Indies are away on a long voyage, a sacred fire is kept up the whole time of their absence by their friends at home. 3 or 4 young girls are appointed to feed it and watch over it day and night with a jealous care lest it should go out. Its extinction would be deemed a most evil omen, for the fire is a symbol of the life of the absent ones. 865. This belief and this practice may help us to understand the corresponding beliefs and practices concerned with the maintenance of a perpetual fire at Rome. Footnote 816. E. H. Mann, On the Aboriginal Inhabitants of the Andaman Islands, London, North Dakota, pages 82. Mr. Mann's evidence is confirmed by a German traveler, Mr. Jagger, who says of the Andaman Islanders, "The fire must never go out." Here also I am again assured that the Andamanese have no means of making fire. See Verhandlungen der Berliner Gesellschaft für Anthropologie, 1877, p. 54, bound with Zeitschrift für Ethnologie, X. I regret that on this subject I did not question Mr. A. Brown, Fellow of Trinity College, Cambridge, who resided for about 2 years among the Andaman Islanders, studying their customs and beliefs. Mr. Brown is now, December 1910, in West Australia. Footnote 817. En van Maclucho Maclay, Ethnologische Bemerkungen über die Papuas der Maclay-Kusten Neu-Guinea, Netwerkundig dit Schrift voor, Nederlandsch Indie, XXXV. 1875, pages 82, 83. Compare C. Hager, Kaiser Wilhelmsland under Bismarck Archipel, pages 69. M. Krieger, Neu Guinea, pages 153. The natives of the Maclay Coast are said to have traditions of a time when they were ignorant even of the use of fire. They ate fruits raw, which set up a disease of the gums, filling their mouths with blood. They had a special name for the disease. C. N. von Maclucho Maclay, in Verhandlungen der Berliner Gesellschaft für Anthropologie, 1882, p. 577, bound with Zeitschrift für Ethnologie, Ziv. The reports of people living in ignorance of the use of fire have hitherto proved, on closer examination, to be fables. C. E. B. Tyler, Researches into the Early History of Mankind, 3rd, ed., pages 229 SQQ. The latest repetition of the story that I know of is by an American naturalist, Mr. Titian R. Peel, who confirms the exploded statement that down to 1841 the natives of Bowditch Island had not seen fire. See the American Naturalist, XVIII. 1884, pp. 229-232. Footnote 818. Behagen, Unter den Papuas, Wiesbaden, 1899, pages 203 SQ. Mr. Hagen's account applies chiefly to the natives of Astrolabe Bay. He tells us that for the most part they now use Swedish matches. Footnote 819. G. Casati, 10 Years in Equatoria, London and New York, 1891, I. 157. Another writer says that these dwarfs keep fire alight perpetually, starting it in some large tree, which goes on smoldering for months at a time. Captain Guy Burroughs, The Land of the Pygmies, London, 1898, pages 199. Footnote 820. F. Stellman, Middemin Pasha ins Herz von Afrika, Berlin, 1894, pages 451 SQ. Footnote 821. Sir Harry H. Johnston, British Central Africa, London, 1897, p. 439. Id. The Uganda Protectorate, London, 1902, e. 540. If we may trust Diodorus Siculus, I. 13. 3. This was the origin of fire, alleged by the Egyptian priests. Among the Winnemwanga and Wiwa tribes of East Africa, to the south of Lake Tanganyika, when lightning sets fire to a tree, all the fires in a village are put out, and fireplaces, freshly plastered, while the headmen take the fire to the chief, who prays over it. It is then sent to all his villages, the people of the villages rewarding his messengers. See Dr. J. A. Chisholm, Notes on the Manners and Customs of the Winnemwanga and Wiwa, Journal of the African Society, No. 36, July 1910, pages 363. The Parsis ascribe peculiar sanctity to fire which has been obtained from a tree struck by lightning. C. D. J. Karaka, History of the Modern Parsis, London, 1884, e. 213. In Siam and Cambodia such fire is carefully preserved and used to light the funeral pyres of kings and others. C. Palagoix, Description du Royaume Thai Siam, I. 248. J. Mura, Le Royaume du Cambodge, I. 360. Footnote 822. Oscar Peschel, Völkerkunde 6th ed. Leipzig, 1885, pages 138. Mr. Mann thinks it likely that the Andaman Islanders got their fire from one of the two volcanoes which exist in their island, on the aboriginal inhabitants of the Andaman Islands, pages 82. The Creek Indians of North America have a tradition that some of their ancestors procured fire from a volcano. C.A.S. Gadsted, A Migration Legend of the Creek Indians, E. St. Louis, 1888, pages 11, 43. Footnote 823. Peschel, locks it. As to the fires of Baku, see further, Adonis, Attis, Osiris, 2nd edition, pages 159. Footnote 824. R. Taylor, Tiaka A. Maui, or New Zealand and its Inhabitants, 2nd, ed., pages 367. W. Crook, Popular Religion and Folklore of Northern India, Westminster, 1896, e. 194. A. Kuhn, Herabkunft des Viewers, 2nd ed., pages 92, 102. Lucretius thought that the first fire was procured either from lightning or from the mutual friction of trees in a high wind, De Rerum Natura, v. 1091 to 1101. The latter source was preferred by Vitruvius, the Architectura, e. 1. 1. Footnote 825. Sir Harry H. Johnston, LLCC. Professor K. von den Steinen conjectures that savages, who already possessed fire, and were wont to use tinder to nurse a smoldering brand into a blaze, may have accidentally discovered the mode of kindling fire in an attempt to make tinder by rubbing two dry sticks or reeds against each other. C. K. von den Steinen, Unter den Naturvölkern Central Brasiliens, pp. 219-228. Footnote 826. J. Dumont d'Urville, Voyage Auteur du Monde et à la Recherche de la Prose, I. Paris, 1832, pages 95, 194. Scott Ninde, Description of the Natives of King George's Sound, Journal of the Royal Geographical Society, I. 1832, pages 26. E. J. Eyre, Journals of Expeditions of Discovery into Central Australia, E. 357. A. Oldfield, The Aborigines of Australia, Transactions of the Ethnological Society of London, N.S.E. 1865, pages 283 SQ. J. Dawson, Australian Aborigines, pages 15. Annales de la Propagation de la Foi, XVII. 1845, pages 76 SQ. Footnote 827. R. Brown Smythe, The Aborigines of Victoria, I. 396. Footnote 828. R. Taylor, Tiaka A. Maui, or New Zealand and its Inhabitants, 2nd, ed., pages 567. Other writers confirm the statement that the carrying of the fire sticks is the special duty of the women. C. W. Stanbridge, on the Aborigines of Victoria, Transactions of the Ethnological Society of London, N.S.I. 1861, pages 291. J. F. Mann, Notes on the Aborigines of Australia, Proceedings of the Geographical Society of Australasia, I. 1885, pages 29. Footnote 829. Melville, quoted by H. Lingroth, The Aborigines of Tasmania, London, 1890, pages 97. It has sometimes been affirmed that the Tasmanians did not know how to kindle fire. But the evidence collected by Mr. Lingroth, opposite PPZ SQ 96 SQ proves that they were accustomed to light it both by the friction of wood and by striking flints together. Footnote 830. Mr. Dove, quoted by James Bonwick, Daily Life and Origin of the Tasmanians, pages 20. Footnote 831. Wilfred Powell, Wanderings in a Wild Country, London, 1883, pages 196. Footnote 832. Captain J. Wilson, Missionary Voyage to the Southern Pacific Ocean, London, 1799, pages 357. Footnote 833. J. G. Wood, Natural History of Man, E. 522. J. G. Gardson, on the Inhabitants of Tierra del Fuego, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XV. 1886. Pages 145. Mission Scientifique du Cap Horn, 1882–1883, vi. Paris, 1891, pages 345. Footnote 834. J. B. Ambersetti, Los Indios Cangua del Alto Parana, Missions, Boletino del Instituto Geográfico Argentino, XV. 1895, pages 703, SQ. Footnote 835. E. F. M. Thurn, Among the Indians of Guyana, pages 257 SQ. Footnote 836. A. Weidemann, Die Kilimanjaro Bevölkerung, Gotha, 1899, pages 68, SQ. Petermann's Mitteilungen, Ergänzungsschrift, number 129. Footnote 837. Sir Harry H. Johnston, British Central Africa, London, 1897, p. 438. Footnote 838. A. F. Mockler Ferryman, Up the Niger, London, 1892, pages 37. Footnote 839. Miss Mary H. Kingsley, Travels in West Africa, pages 599 SQ. Footnote 840. P. de Turneffert, Relation d'un Voyage du Levant, Amsterdam, 1718, I. 93, Letter vi. Sibthorpe, in R. Walpole's Memoirs relating to European and Asiatic Turkey, London, 1817, pages 284 SQ. W. G. Clark, Peloponnesus, London, 1858, pages 111. J. T. Bend, The Cyclades, London, 1885, pages 365. The giant fennel, Ferula communis, L. is still known in Greece by its ancient name, hardly modified, Nartheca instead of Narthex, though W. G. Clark says the modern name is Kalami. Bent speaks of the plant as a reed, which is a mistake. The plant is described by Theophrastus, Hister. Plant. Vi. 2. 7 SQ. Footnote 841. Hesiod, Works and Days, 50-52. Id. Theogony, 565-567. Aeschylus, Prometheus bound, 107-111. Apollodorus, Bibliotheca, I. 7. 1. Hyginus, Fabulae, 144. Id. Astronomica, E. 15. Footnote 842. See my article, The Prytaneum, The Temple of Vesta, The Vestals, Perpetual Fires, Journal of Philology, Ziv. 1885, pages 169-171. Footnote 843. Arnobius, It versus Nations, E. 67. Footnote 844. See my article, The Prytaneum, The Temple of Vesta, The Vestals, Perpetual Fires, Journal of Philology, Ziv. 1885, pages 145 SQQ. Footnote 845. G. Turner, 19 Years in Polynesia, London, 1861, pages 326. Footnote 846. P. H. Pollock, Ethnography Nordost Afrikas, Die Materialkultur, der Donaukiel, Gala und Sommel, Berlin, 1893, pages 145. Footnote 847. J. B. Labat, Relation historique de l'Ethiopie occidentale, I. 256, SQ. Footnote 848. J. Roscoe, Further Notes on the Manners and Customs of the Baganda, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXXII. 1902, pages 43, 51, SQ. Id. In a letter to me dated Mengo, Uganda, August 3, 1904. Footnote 849. W. G. Brown, Travels in Africa, Egypt, and Syria, London, 1799, p. 306. Footnote 850. J. J. Montero, Angola and the River Congo, London, 1875, e. 167. Footnote 851. P. Pog, Imrak des Moida Jambo, Berlin, 1880, pages 234. Footnote 852. A. Bastian, Die Völker des Ausgleichen, e. 515 SQ. Footnote 853. Dupratz, History of Louisiana, London, 1774, pages 330-334, 346, SQ. 351-358. Charlevoix, Histoire de la Nouvelle-France, vi. 172, SQQ. Lafayette, Morris des Sauvages Américains, I. 167 SQ. Letters édifiants et curieuses, Nouvelle Edition, vi. Paris, 1781, pages 7-16, reprinted in Recueil de Voyages au Nord, X. Amsterdam, 1737, pages 3-13. Relation de la Louisiane, Recueil de Voyages au Nord, v. Amsterdam, 1734, pages 23 SQ. Bough, Nouveau, Voyages aux Occidentales, Paris, 1768, I. 42-44. Chateaubriand, Voyage en Amérique, Paris, 1870, pages 227 SQQ. H. R. Schoolcraft, Indian Tribes, v. 68. The accounts differ from each other in some details. Thus Duprat speaks as if there were only 2 fire temples in the country, whereas the writer in the letters, Edified, says that there were 11 villages each with its fire temple, and that formerly there had been 60 villages and temples. The account in the text is based mainly on the authority of Duprat, who lived among the Natchez on terms of intimacy for 8 years, from the end of 1718 to 1726. Footnote 854. Hennepin, Nouvelle Découverte d'Inter's Grand Pays Citoudans, L'Amérique, Utrecht, 1697, pages 306. Footnote 855. Zedefin, Cyropedia, v. 3. 12. Ammianus Marcellinus, XXIII. 6. 34. Quintus Curtius, E. 3. 7. Footnote 856. Dio Cassius, LXXI. 35. 5. Herodian, I. 8. 4. I. 16. 4. E. 3. 2. E. 8. 6. Vi. 1. 9. Vi. 6. 2. Footnote 857. H. Shins, Deutsch Südwestafrika, pages 320. Footnote 858. O. Dapper, Description de l'Afrique, Amsterdam, 1686, pages 392. Footnote 859. O. Dapper, Op. Cit. Pages 400. Footnote 860. Quintus Curtius, v. 2. 7. Curtius represents this as a signal adopted by Alexander because the sound of the bugle was lost in the trampling and hum of the great multitude. But this may be merely the historian's interpretation of an old custom. Footnote 861. Xenophon, Res Publica Lacedaemoniarum, G. 2 SQ. Nicolaus, Damascenus, quoted by Stobulus, Florilegium, XLIV. 41, Voli. P. 188 ed. Meineke. Hesychius, SV. P. S. F. Footnote 862. Herodotus, Iv. 68. Footnote 863. Aeschylus, Chilf. 604 SQQ. Apollodorus, Bibliotheca, I. 8. 2. SQ. Diodorus Siculus, Iv. 34. 6 SQ. Ovid, Metamorph. V. 445, SQQ. Hyginus, Fab. 171 and 174. Footnote 864. Servius, on Virgil, in X. 228. Footnote 865. Le Ph. Zurchins, Les Ceremoniales des Voyages aux Îles Anthropos, v. 1910, pages 337 SQ. Chapter XVII, The Succession to the Kingdom in Ancient Latium. Cita note, the Vestal Fire and the Great Priesthoods appear to have been institutions common to the whole Latin race. Thus it appears that a variety of considerations combine to uphold, if not to originate, the custom of maintaining a perpetual fire. The sanctity of the wood which fed it, the belief in the generative virtue of the process by which it was kindled, the supposed efficacy of fire in repelling the powers of evil, the association of the hearth with the spirits of the dead and with the majesty or even the life of the king all work together to invest the simple old custom with a halo of mystery and romance. If this was so at Rome, we may assume that matters were not very different in the other Latin towns which kept up a Vestal fire. These too had their kings of the sacred rites, their flemens, and their pontiffs, as well as their Vestal virgins. 866. All the great priesthoods of Rome appear, in fact, to have had their devils in the other ancient cities of Latium. All were probably primitive institutions common to the whole Latin race. 867. Cita note, priestly or divine functions of the Roman kings, including the maintenance of the Vestal fire. Accordingly, whatever is true or probable of the Roman priesthoods, about which we know most, may reasonably be regarded as true or probable of the corresponding priesthoods elsewhere in Latium, about which for the most part we know nothing more than the names. Now in regard to the Roman king, whose priestly functions were inherited by a successor, the king of the sacred rites, the foregoing discussion has led us to the following conclusions. He represented and indeed personated Jupiter, the great god of the oak, the sky, and the thunder, and in that character made rain, thunder, and lightning for the good of his subjects, like many more kings of the weather in other parts of the world. Further, he not only mimicked the oak god by wearing an oak wreath and other insignia of divinity, but he was married to an oak nymph Egeria, who appears to have been merely a local form of Diana in her character of a goddess of woods, of waters, and of childbirth. Moreover, he was descended from the oak, since he was born of a virgin who conceived by contact with the fire of sacred oak wood. Hence he had to guard the ancestral fire and keep it constantly burning, inasmuch as on its maintenance depended the continuance of the royal family. Only on certain stated occasions was it lawful and even necessary to extinguish the old fire in order to revive it in a purer and more vigorous form by the friction of the sacred wood. This was done once a year on the 1st of March, 868, and we may conjecture that it was also done by the new king on his accession to power. 4. As we have seen, it has been customary in Sidanote, but the fire was formally extinguished and rekindled on certain occasions, perhaps on the death of the king. Various places to extinguish the king's fire at his death. 869. Among the ancient Persians the perpetual, sacred fire was put out on the death of a king and remained unlit until after his funeral. 870. It is a common practice to extinguish the fire in any house where a death has taken place. 871. Apparently from a fear that the ghost may scorch or singe himself at it, like a moth at the flame of a candle. And the custom of putting out the king's fire at his decease may in its origin have been nothing more than this. But when the fire on the king's hearth came to be viewed as bound up in a mysterious fashion with his life, it would naturally be extinguished at his death, not to spare his fluttering ghost the risk and pain of falling into it, but because, as a sort of life token or external soul, it too must die at his death and be born again from the holy tree. At all events, it seems probable that whenever and from whatever cause it became necessary to rekindle the royal and sacred fire by the friction of wood, the operation was performed jointly by the king and the Vestals, one or more of whom may have been his daughters or the daughters of his predecessor. Regarded as impersonations of Mother Vesta herself, these priestesses would be the chosen vessels, not only to bring to birth the seed of fire, in working the fire drill, but also to receive the seed of the fire god, in their chaste wombs, and so to become the mothers of fire-begotten kings. Sidanote: what is true of the Roman kings is probably true of the Latin kings in general. All these conclusions, which we have reached mainly by consideration of the Roman evidence, may with great probability be applied to the other Latin communities. They too probably had of old their divine or priestly kings, who transmitted their religious functions, without their civil powers, to their successors the kings of the sacred rites. Sidanote: what was the rule of succession to the Latin kingship? But we have still to ask, what was the rule of succession to the kingdom among the old Latin tribes? We possess two lists of Latin kings, both professedly complete. One is the list of the kings of Alba, the other is the list of the Sidanote. The list of the Alban king seems to imply that the kingship was hereditary in the male line. Kings of Rome. If we accept as authentic the list of the Alban kings, we can only conclude that the kingdom was hereditary in the male line, the son regularly succeeding his father on the throne. 872. But this list, if it is not, as Niebuhr held, a late and clumsy fabrication, has somewhat the appearance of an elastic cord which ancient historians stretched in order to link Ennius to Romulus. 873. Yet it would be rash to set these names wholly aside as a chronological stopgap deliberately foisted in by later annalists. In early monarchies, before the invention of writing, tradition is remarkably retentive of the names of kings. The Baganda of Central Africa, for example, remember the names of more than 30 of their kings in an unbroken chain of 22 generations. 874. Even the occurrence of foreign names among the Alban kings is not of itself sufficient to condemn the list as a forgery. 4. As I shall show presently, this feature is explicable by a rule of descent which appears to have prevailed in many ancient monarchies, including that of Rome. Perhaps the most we can say for the history of the Alban kings is that their names may well be genuine, and that some general features of the monarchy, together with a few events which happened to strike the popular imagination, may have survived in the memory of the people till they found their way into written history. But no dependence can be placed either on the alleged years of their reigns, or on the hereditary principle which is assumed to have connected each king with his predecessor. When we come to the list of the Roman kings, we are on much firmer, though still slippery ground. According to tradition, there were in all 8 kings of Rome, 875, and with regard to the 5 last of them, at all events, we can hardly doubt that they actually sat on the throne, and that the traditional history of their reigns is, in its main outlines, correct. 876. Now it is very remarkable that though the first king of Rome, Romulus, is said to have been descended from the royal house of Alba, in which the kingship is represented as hereditary in the male line, not one of the Citanote, on the other hand, none of the Roman kings was immediately succeeded by his son, but 3 were succeeded by their sons-in-law, who were foreigners. Roman kings was immediately succeeded by his son on the throne. Yet several left sons or grandsons behind them. 877, on the other hand, one of them was descended from a former king through his mother, not through his father. 878, and 3 of the kings, namely Tatius, the elder Tarquin, and Servius Tullius, were succeeded by their sons-in-law. 879, who were all either foreigners or of foreign descent. 880, this Citanote. This suggests that the kingship was transmitted in the female line and was held by foreigners, who married the royal princesses. Suggests that the right to the kingship was transmitted in the female line, and was actually exercised by foreigners who married the royal princesses. To put it in technical language, the succession to the kingship at Rome and probably in Latium, generally would seem to have been determined by certain rules which have molded early society in many parts of the world, namely exogamy, being a marriage, and female kinship or motherkin. Exogamy is the rule which obliges a man to marry a woman of a different clan from his own. Being a marriage is the rule that he must leave the home of his birth, and live with his wife's people. 881, and female kinship or motherkin, is the system of tracing relationship and transmitting the family name through women instead of through men. 882, if these principles regulated descent of the kingship among the ancient Latins, the state of things in this respect would be somewhat as follows. The political and religious center of each community would be the perpetual fire on the king's hearts tended by Vestal virgins of the royal clan. The king would be a man of another clan, perhaps of another town or even of another race, who had married a daughter of his predecessor and received the kingdom with her. The children whom he had by her would inherit their mother's name, not his. The daughters would remain at home. The sons, when they grew up, would go away into the world, marry, and settle in their wives' country, whether as kings or commoners. Of the daughters who stayed at home, some or all would be dedicated as Vestal virgins for a longer or shorter time to the service of the fire on the hearth, and one of them would in time become the consort of her father's successor. Citanote. This hypothesis explains some obscure features in the traditional history of the Latin kings, such as the stories of their miraculous birth. This hypothesis has the advantage of explaining in a simple and natural way some obscure features in the traditional history of the Latin kingship. Thus the legends which tell how Latin kings were born of virgin mothers and divine fathers become at least more intelligible. 4. Stripped of their fabulous element, tales of this sort mean no more than that a woman has been gotten with child by a man unknown. And this uncertainty as to fatherhood is more easily compatible with a system of kinship which ignores paternity than with one which makes it all important. If at the birth of the Latin kings their fathers were really unknown, 883, the fact points either to a general looseness of life in the royal family or to a special relaxation. Citanote. The Latin kings perhaps begotten at a Saturnalia of moral rules on certain occasions, when men and women reverted for a season to the license of an earlier age. Such Saturnalias are not uncommon at some stages of social evolution. In our own country traces of them long survived in the practices of May Day and Whitsuntide, if not of Christmas. Children born of the more or less promiscuous intercourse which characterizes festivals of this kind would naturally be fathered on the god to whom the particular festival was dedicated. Cita note, the Roman festival of midsummer was a kind of Saturnalia, and was specially associated with the fire-born king Servius Tullius. In this connection, it may not be without significance that a festival of jollity and drunkenness was celebrated by the plebeians and slaves at Rome on Midsummer Day, and that the festival was specially associated with the fire-born king Servius Tullius, being held in honor of Fortuna, the goddess who loved Servius as Egeria loved Numa. The popular merrymakings at this season included foot races and boat races. The Tiber was gay with flower-wreathed boats, in which young folk sat, quaffing wine. 884, the festival appears to have been a sort of midsummer Saturnalia answering to the real Saturnalia which fell at midwinter. In modern Europe, as we shall learn later on, the great midsummer festival has been above all a festival of lovers and of fire. One of its principal features is the pairing of sweethearts, who leap over the bonfires hand in hand or throw flowers across the flames to each other. And many omens of love and marriage are drawn from the flowers which bloom at this mystic season. 885, it is the time of the roses and of love. Yet the innocence and beauty of such festivals in modern times ought not to blind us to the likelihood that in earlier days they were marked by coarser features, which were probably of the essence of the rites. Indeed, among the rude Estonian peasantry these features seem to have lingered down to our own generation, if not to the present day. One other feature in the Roman celebration of midsummer deserves to be specially noticed. The custom of rowing in flower-decked boats on the river on this day proves that it was to some extent a water festival. And, as we shall learn later on, water has always, down to modern times, played a conspicuous part in the rites of Midsummer Day, which explains why the Church, in throwing its cloak over the old, heathen festival, chose to dedicate it to Saint John the Baptist. 886. Cita note, but the uncertainty as to the paternity of the Roman kings may only mean that in later times the names of their fathers were forgotten. The hypothesis that the Latin kings may have been begotten at an annual festival of love is necessarily a mere conjecture, though the traditional birth of Numa on the festival of the Parulia, when shepherds leaped across the spring bonfires, 887, as lovers leap across the midsummer fires, may perhaps be thought to lend it a faint color of probability. But it is quite possible that the uncertainty as to their fathers may not have arisen till long after the death of the kings, when their figures began to melt away into the cloudland of fable, assuming fantastic shapes and gorgeous coloring as they passed from earth to heaven. If they were alien immigrants, strangers and pilgrims in the land they ruled over, it would be natural enough that the people should forget their lineage, and forgetting it should provide them with another, which made up in luster what it lacked in truth. The final apotheosis, which represented the kings as not merely sprung from gods, but as themselves deities incarnate, would be much facilitated if in their lifetime, as we have seen reason to think, they had actually laid claim to divinity. Cita note, where descent is traced through women only, girls of the highest rank may be married to men of humble birth, even to aliens and slaves. If among the Latins the women of royal blood always stayed at home and received as their consorts men of another stock, and often of another country, who reigned as kings in virtue of their marriage with a native princess, we can understand not only why foreigners wore the crown at Rome, but also why foreign names occur in the list of the Alban kings. In a state of society where nobility is reckoned only through women, in other words, where descent through the mother is everything, and descent through the father is nothing, no objection will be felt to uniting girls of the highest rank to men of humble birth, even to aliens, or slaves, provided that in themselves the men appear to be suitable mates. What really matters is that the royal stock, on which the prosperity and even the existence of the people is supposed to depend, should be perpetuated in a vigorous and efficient form, and for this purpose it is necessary that the women of the royal family should bear children to men who are physically and mentally fit, according to the standard of early society, to discharge the important duty of procreation. Thus the personal qualities of the kings at this stage of social evolution are deemed of vital importance. If they, like their consorts, are of royal and divine descent, so much the better. But it is not essential that they should be so. Cite a note, in Ashanti, where the kingdom descends through women, the rank of the king's father is not regarded. The hypothesis which we have been led to frame of the rule of succession to the Latin kingship will be confirmed by analogy if we can show that elsewhere, under a system of female kinship, the paternity of the kings is a matter of indifference, nay, that men who are born slaves may, like Servius, Tullius, marry royal princesses and be raised to the throne. Now this is true of the TSHI-speaking peoples of the Gold Coast in West Africa. Thus, in Ashanti, where the kingdom descends in the female line to the king's brothers and afterwards to the sons of a sister in preference to his own sons, the sisters of the reigning monarch are free to marry or intrigue with whom they please, provided only that their husband or lover be a very strong and handsome man, in order that the kings whom he begets may be men of finer presence than their subjects. It matters not how low may be the rank and position of the king's father. If the king's sisters, however, have no sons, the throne will pass to the king's own son, and failing a son, to the chief vassal or the chief slave. But in the Fanti country the principal slave succeeds to the exclusion of the son. So little regard is paid by these people to the lineage, especially the paternal lineage, of their kings. 888. Yet Ashanti has attained a barbaric civilization as high perhaps as that of any Negro state, and probably not at all inferior to that of the petty Latin kingdoms at the dawn of history. Cite a note, traces of a similar state of things in Uganda. A trace of a similar state of things appears to survive in Uganda, another great African monarchy. For there the Queen Dowager and the Queen's sister are, or were, allowed to have as many husbands as they choose, without going through any marriage ceremony. Of these two women it is commonly said, all Uganda is their husband. They appear to be fond of change, only living with a man for a few days and then inviting someone else to take his place. We are reminded of the legends of the lustful queen, Semiramis, and the likeness may be more than superficial. Yet these women are not allowed, under pain of death, to bear children. Hence they practice abortion. 889. Both the license and the prohibition may be explained if we suppose that formerly the kingdom descended, as it still does in Ashanti, first to the king's brothers and next to the sons of his sisters. For in that case the next heirs to the throne would be the sons of the king's mother and of his sisters, and these women might accordingly be allowed, as the king's sisters still are allowed in Ashanti, to mate with any handsome men who took their fancy, in order that their offspring might be of regal part. But when the line of descent was changed from the female to the male line, in other words, when the kings were succeeded by their sons instead of by their brothers, or their sisters' sons, then the king's mother and his sisters would be forbidden to bear children lest the descent of the crown to the king's own children should be endangered by the existence of rivals who, according to the old law of the kingdom, had a better right to the throne. We may surmise that the practice of putting the king's brothers to death at the beginning of his reign, which survived till Uganda passed under English protection, 890, was instituted at the same time as the prohibition of childbearing laid on the king's mother and sisters. The one custom got rid of existing rivals. The other prevented them from being born. That the kingship in Uganda was formally transmitted in the female line is strongly indicated by the rule that the kings and the rest of the royal family take their totems from their mothers, whereas all the other people of the country get their totems from their fathers. 891. Cite a note, in Longo also, where the blood royal is traced in the female line, the princesses are free to cohabit with whom they please, and their consorts are practically their slaves. In Longo the blood royal is traced in the female line, and here also the princesses are free to choose and divorce their husbands at pleasure, and to cohabit at the same time with other men. These husbands are nearly always plebeians, for princes and princesses, who are very numerous and form a ruling caste in the country, may not marry each other. The lot of the prince consort is not a happy one, for he is rather the slave and prisoner than the mate of his imperious princess. In marrying her he engages never more to look at a woman during the whole time he cohabits with his royal spouse. When he goes out he is preceded by guards who drive away all females from the road where he is to pass. If in spite of these precautions he should by luck cast his eyes on a woman, the princess may have his head chopped off, and commonly exercises, or used to, exercise, the right. This sort of libertinism, sustained by power, often carries the princesses to the greatest excesses, and nothing is so much dreaded as their anger. No wonder that commoners in general avoid the honor of a royal alliance. Only poor and embarrassed men seek it as a protection against their creditors and enemies. All the children of such a man by such a wife are princes and princesses, and any one of the princes may in time be chosen king. For in Loango the crown is not hereditary but elective. 892. Thus it would seem that the father of the king of Loango is nearly always a plebeian, and often little better than a slave. Cita note: similar rights enjoyed by queens in Central Africa. Near the Chambezi River, which falls into Lake Benguelo in Central Africa, there is a small state governed by a queen who belongs to the reigning family of Ubimba. She bears the title of Manfumer or Mother of Kings. The privileges attached to this dignity are numerous. The most singular is that the queens may choose for themselves their husband among the common people. The chosen man becomes prince consort without sharing in the administration of affairs. He is bound to leave everything to follow his role and often but little accommodating spouse. To show that in these households the rights are inverted and that a man may be changed into a woman, the queen takes the title of Monsieur and her husband that of Madam. 893. Cita note: traces of female descent of the kingship in ancient Greece. At Athens, as at Rome, we find traces of succession to the throne by marriage with a royal princess. For two of the most ancient kings of Athens, namely Cecrops and Amphictyon, are said to have married the daughters of their predecessors. 894. This tradition is confirmed by the evidence, which I shall adduce presently, that at Athens male kinship was preceded by female kinship. Cita note: with this rule of descent of the kingship males rule over different kingdoms and successive generations. Further, if I am right in supposing that in ancient Latium the royal families kept their daughters at home and sent forth their sons to marry princesses and reign among their wives' people, it will follow that the male descendants would reign in successive generations over different kingdoms. Now this seems to have happened both in ancient Greece and in ancient Sweden, from which we may legitimately infer that it was a custom practiced by more than one branch of the Aryan stock in Europe. Take, for instance, the great house of Agus, the grandfather of Achilles and Ajax. Agus himself reigned in Aegina, but his descendants, as has been justly observed, from the beginning went forth to other lands. 895. His son, Telamon migrated to the Cita note: migrations of the male descendants of Agus. Island of Salamis, married the king's daughter, and reigned over the country. 896. Telamon's son Teucer, in his turn, migrated to Cyprus, wedded the king's daughter, and succeeded his father-in-law on the throne. 897. Again, Peleus, another son of Agus, quitted his native land and went away to Phthia in Thessaly, where he received the hand of the king's daughter, and with her a third of the kingdom. 898. Of Achilles, the son of Peleus, we are told that in his youth he was sent to the court of Lycomedes, king of Syros, where he got one of the princesses with child. 899. The tradition seems to show that Achilles followed the custom of his family in seeking his fortune in a foreign land. His son Neoptolemus, after him, went away to Epirus, where he settled and became the ancestor of the kings of the country. 900. Cita note: migrations of the male descendants of Tydeus and Pelops. Again, Tydeus was a son of Onius, the king of Calydon in Aetolia, but he went to Argos and married the king's daughter. 901. His son Diomed migrated to Dacia in Italy, where he helped the king in a war with his enemies, receiving as his reward the king's daughter in marriage and part of the kingdom. 902. As another example we may take the family of the Pelopido, whose tragic fortunes the Greek poets never wearied of celebrating. Their ancestor was Tantalus, king of Cypylus in Asia Minor. But his son Pelops passed into Greece, won Hippodamia, the daughter of the king of Pisa, in the famous chariot race, and succeeded his father-in-law on the throne. 903. His son Otreus did not remain in Pisa, but migrated to Mycenae, of which he became king. 904. And in the next generation Menelaus, son of Atreus, went to Sparta, where he married Helen, the king's daughter, and himself reigned over the country. 905. Further, it is very notable that, according to the old lyric poets, Agamemnon himself, the elder brother of Menelaus, reigned not at Mycenae, but in Lacedaemon, the native land of his wife Clytemnestra, and that he was buried at Amyclae, the ancient capital of the country. 906. Cita note, these migrations not understood in later times. Various reasons are assigned by ancient Greek writers for these migrations of the princes. A common one is that the king's son had been banished for murder. This would explain very well why he fled his own land, but it is no reason at all why he should become king of another. We may suspect that such reasons are afterthoughts devised by writers who, accustomed to the rule that a son should succeed to his father's property and kingdom, were hard put to it to account for so many traditions of kings, sons who quitted the land at their birth to reign over a foreign kingdom. Cita note, traces of similar migrations in Scandinavian tradition. In Scandinavian tradition we meet with traces of similar customs. For we read of daughters' husbands who received a share of the kingdoms of their royal fathers-in-law, even when these fathers-in-law had sons of their own. In particular, during the 5 generations which preceded Harold the Fair-haired, male members of the Inglinger family, which is said to have come from Sweden, are reported in the Heimskringla or sagas of the Norwegian kings to have obtained at least 6 provinces in Norway by marriage with the daughters of the local kings. 907. Cita note, a reminiscence of the transmission of the kingship through women is preserved in popular tales. Thus it would seem that among some Aryan peoples, at a certain stage of their social evolution, it has been customary to regard women and not men as the channels in which royal blood flows, and to bestow the kingdom in each successive generation on a man of another family, and often of another country, who marries one of the princesses and reigns over his wife's people. A common type of popular tale, which relates how an adventurer, coming to a strange land, wins the hand of the king's daughter and with her the half or the whole of the kingdom, may well be a reminiscence of a real custom. 908. Cita note, where such customs prevail, the kingship is an appanage of marriage with a princess. Where usages and ideas of this sort prevail, it is obvious that the kingship is merely an appanage of marriage with a woman of the blood royal. The old Danish historian Saxo Grammaticus puts this view of the kingship very clearly in the mouth of Ermintrude, a legendary queen of Scotland, and her statement is all the more significant because, as we shall see presently, it reflects the actual practice of the Pictish kings. Indeed she was a queen, says Ermintrude, and but that her sex gainsaid it, might be deemed a king. Nay, and this is yet truer, whomsoever she thought worthy of her bed, was at once a king, and she yielded her kingdom with herself. Thus her scepter and her hand went together. 909. Wherever a custom of this sort is observed, a man may clearly acquire the kingdom just as well by marrying the widow as the daughter of his predecessor. This is what Aegisthus did at Mycenae, and what Hamlet's uncle Feng and Hamlet's successor Wiglaf did in Denmark. All 3 slew their predecessors, married their widows, and then sat peacefully on the throne. 910. The tame submission of the people to the rule would be intelligible, if they regarded the assassins, in spite of their crime, as the lawful occupants of the throne by reason of their marriage with the widowed queens. Similarly, Gyges murdered Candaules, king of Lydia. Cita note, the Lydian kingship apparently transmitted through women. Married his queen, and reigned over the country. 911. Nor was this the only instance of such a succession in the history of Lydia. The wife of King Cades conspired against his life with her paramour Spermus, and though her husband recovered from the dose of poison which she administered to him, he died soon afterwards, and the adulterer married his leman and succeeded to the throne. 912. These cases excite a suspicion that in the royal house of Lydia descent was traced in the female line, and the suspicion is strengthened by the legendary character of Omphale, the ancestress of the dynasty. For she is represented as a masculine but dissolute queen of the Semiramis type, who wore male attire and put all her favored lovers to death, while on the other hand her consort, Hercules was her purchased slave, was treated with indignity, and went about dressed as a woman. 913. This plainly implies that the queen was a far more powerful and important personage than the king, as would naturally happen wherever it is the queen who confers royalty on her consort at marriage instead of receiving it from him. The story that she prostituted the daughters of the Lydians to their male slaves 914 is of a piece with the tradition that she herself married her slave Hercules. It may mean little more than that the Lydians were indifferent to paternity, and that the children of free women by slaves ranked as free. Such an indifference to fatherhood, coupled with the ancient accounts of the loose morals of the Lydian girls, who were accustomed to earn a dowry by prostitution, 915, is a mark of the system of female kinship. Hence we may conjecture that Herodotus was wrong in saying that from Hercules to Candace the crown of Lydia had descended for 22 generations from father to son. 916. The old mode of transmitting the crown of Lydia through women probably did not end with Candace. At least we are told that his murderer and successor Gyges, like Hercules, the mythical founder of the dynasty, gave himself and his kingdom into the hands of the woman he loved, and that when she died he collected all the slaves from the country round about and raised in her memory a mound, so lofty that it could be seen from every part of the Lydian plain, and, for centuries after was known as the harlot's tomb. 917. Cite a note, marriage of Canute with the widow of his predecessor. When Canute the Dane had been acknowledged king of England, he married Emma, the widow of his predecessor Ethelred, whose throne he had overturned, and whose children he had driven into exile. The marriage has not unnaturally puzzled the historians, for Emma was much older than her second husband. She was then living in Normandy, and it is very doubtful whether Canute had ever seen her before she became his bride. All, however, becomes plain if, as the cases of Feng and Wiglet seem to show, it was an old Danish custom that marriage with a king's widow carried the kingdom with it as a matter of right. In that case the young but prudent Canute married the mature widow merely out of policy in order to clinch, according to Danish notions, by a legal measure his claim to that crown which he had already won for himself by the sword. 918. Among the Saxons and their near kinsmen the Varini it appears to have been a regular custom for the new king to marry his stepmother. Thus, Hermgisclus, king of the Varini, on his deathbed enjoined his son, Radages to wed his stepmother in accordance with their ancestral practice, and his injunction was obeyed. 919. Edwald, king of Kent, married his stepmother after the death of his father Ethelbert. 920. And, as late as the 9th century Ethelbald, king of the West Saxons, wedded Judith, the widow of his father Ethelwulf. 921. Such marriages are intelligible if we suppose that Old Saxon as well as Old Danish law gave the kingdom to him who married the late king's widow. Cite a note, traces of the system of female kinship among the Aryans. 2. The view that the right to the Latin kingship was derived from women and not from men. It may be objected that the system of female kinship or motherkin is unknown among the Aryans, 922, and that even if faint traces of it may be met with elsewhere, the last place in the world where we should look for it would be Rome, the stronghold of the patriarchal family. To meet this objection it is necessary to point to some facts which appear to be undoubted survivals among Aryan peoples of a custom of tracing descent through the mother only. Cite a note, female kinship among the Athenians, the Epizypherian, Locrians, the Cantabrians, and the Germans. In Attica tradition ran that if all the women were the common property of the men, who coupled with them like beasts, so that while everyone knew his mother, nobody knew who his father was. The system of sexual communism was abolished by Cecrops, the first king of Athens, who introduced individual marriage in its place. 923. little weight could be attached to this tradition, if it were not supported to a certain extent by the Attic usage which always allowed a man to marry his half-sister by the same father but not his half-sister by the same mother. 924. Such a rule seems clearly to be a relic of a time when kinship was counted only through women. Again, the Epizophyrian Logrians in Italy traced all ancestral distinction in the female, not the male line. Among them the nobles were the members of the 100 houses from whom were chosen by lot the maidens to be sent to Troy. 925. For in order, it is said, to expiate the sacrilege committed by the Logrian Ajax when he violated Cassandra in the sanctuary of Athena at Troy, the cities of Lycris used annually to send to the Trojan goddess 2 maidens, whom the Trojans slew, and, burning their bodies on the wood of certain trees which bore no fruit, threw the ashes into the sea. If the maidens contrived to escape they took refuge in the sanctuary of Athena, which they thenceforth swept and washed, never quitting it except at night, and always going barefoot, shorn, and clad in a single garment. The custom is said to have been observed for 1,000 years down to the 4th century before our era. 926. Among the Logrians, as elsewhere, the system of female kinship would seem to have gone hand in hand with dissolute morals. For there is reason to think that if all the Logrians, like the Lydians and Armenians, had been wont to prostitute their daughters before marriage, though in later times the custom fell into abeyance. 927. The Cantabrians of Spain seem also to have had motherkin. For among them it was the daughters who inherited property and who portioned out their brothers in marriage. 928. Again, the ancient Germans deemed the tie between a man and his sisters, children as close as that between a father and his children. Indeed some regarded the bond as even closer and more sacred, and therefore in exacting hostages they chose the children of a man's sister rather than his own children, believing that this gave them a firmer hold on the family. 929. The superiority thus assigned to the maternal uncle over the father is an infallible mark of motherkin either present or past, as may be observed, for instance, in very many African tribes to this day, among whom both property and political power pass, not from father to son, but from the maternal uncle to his nephews. 930. Similarly, in Melanesia the close relation of the mother's brother to his nephew is maintained even where the system of relationship has become patriarchal. 931. Amongst the Germans in the time of Tacitus, it is true, a man's heirs were his own children. 932. But the mother's brother could never have attained the position he held except under a system of maternal descent. Another vestige of motherkin among the Teutonic people appears to be found in the Salic law. For it was a custom with the Saline Franks that when a widow married again, a price had to be paid to her family, and in laying down the order in which her kinsmen were entitled to receive this payment the law gave a decided preference to the female over the male line. Thus the first person entitled to claim the money was the eldest son of the widow's sister. 933. Cita note, among the Picts the kingship was transmitted through women. It is a moot point whether the Picts of Scotland belonged to the Aryan family or not. 934. But among them the kingdom was certainly transmitted through women. Bede tells us that down to his own time, in the early part of the 8th century, whenever a doubt arose as to the succession, the Picts chose their king from the female rather than the male line. 935. This statement is amply confirmed by historical evidence. 4. We possess a list of the Pictish kings and their fathers which was drawn up in the reign of Sinead, king of the Scots, towards the end of the 10th century. And for the period from the year 583 to the year 840 the register is authenticated by the Irish Annals of Tigernach and Ulster. Now, it is significant that in this list the fathers of the kings are never themselves kings. In other words, no king was succeeded on the throne by his son. Further, if we may judge by their names, the fathers of the Pictish kings were not Picts but foreigners, men of Irish, Cymric, or English race. The inference from these facts seems to be that among the Picts the royal family was exogamous, and that the crown descended in the female line. In other words, that the princesses married men of another clan or even of another race, and that their issue by these strangers sat on the throne, whether they succeeded in a prescribed order according to birth, or whether they were elected from among the sons of princesses, as the words of Bede might be taken to imply. 936. Cita note, female kinship among the Etruscans. Another European, though apparently not Aryan, people among whom the system of female kinship appears to have prevailed were the Etruscans. For in Etruscan sepulchral inscriptions the name of the mother of the deceased is regularly recorded along with or even without the name of the father. And where the names of both father and mother are mentioned, greater prominence is given to the mother's name by writing it in full, whereas the father's name is, in accordance with Roman usage, merely indicated by an initial. 937. The statement of Theopompus that among the Etruscans, sexual communism was a recognized practice, and that paternity was unknown. 938. May be only an exaggerated way of saying that they traced their descent through their mothers and not through their fathers. Yet, apparently in Etruria, as elsewhere, the system of relationship was combined with a real indifference to fatherhood and with the dissolute morals which that indifference implies. For Etruscan girls were wont to earn a dowry by prostitution. 939. In these customs the Etruscans resemble the Lydians, and the similarity confirms the common opinion of antiquity, which modern historians have too lightly set aside, that the Etruscans were of Lydian origin. 940. However that may be, in considering the vestiges of motherkin among the Latins, we shall do well to bear in mind that the same archaic mode of tracing descent appears to have prevailed among the neighboring Etruscans, who not only exercised a powerful influence on Rome, but gave her two, if not three, of her kings. 941. Cita note, motherkin may survive in the royal family after it has been exchanged for fatherkin in all others. It would be neither unnatural nor surprising if among the ancient Latins motherkin survived in the royal family after it had been exchanged for fatherkin in all others. For royalty, like religion, is essentially conservative. It clings to old forms and old customs which have long vanished from ordinary life. Thus in Uganda persons of royal blood still inherit their totems from their mothers, while other people inherit them from their fathers. So in Denmark and Scandinavia, as we have seen, the kingdom would appear to have been transmitted through women long after the family name and property had become hereditary in the male line among the people. Sometimes the difference in custom between kings and commoners is probably based rather on a distinction of race than on varying degrees of social progress. For a dynasty is often a family of alien origin who have imposed their rule on their subjects by force of arms, as the Normans did on the Saxons, and the Manchus on the Chinese. More rarely, perhaps, it may have happened that from motives of policy or superstition, as Cita note, sometimes a conquering race may have left a nominal kingship to members of the old royal house. Conquering tribe has left a nominal kingship to the members of the old royal house. Such a concession would be most likely to be made where the functions of the king were rather religious than civil, and where the prosperity of the country was supposed to depend on the maintenance of the established relations between the people and the gods of the land. In that case the newcomers, knowing not how to appease and conciliate these strange deities, might be glad to let the priestly kings of the conquered race perform the quaint rites and mumble the venerable spells, which had been found to answer their purpose time out of mind. 942. In a commonwealth, like the Roman, formed by the union of different stocks, the royal family might thus belong either to the conquerors or to the conquered. In other words, either to the Cita note. This perhaps happened at Rome, where many of the kings seem to have been plebeians, patricians, or to the plebeians. But if we leave out of account Romulus and Tatius, who are more or less legendary figures, and the two Tarquins, who came of a noble Etruscan house, all the other Roman kings appear from their names to have been men of plebeian, not patrician, families. 943. Hence it seems probable that they belong to the indigenous race, who may have retained motherkin, at least in the royal succession, after they had submitted to invaders who knew fatherkin only. Cita note, the abolition of the monarchy at Rome may have been a revolution whereby the patricians wrested the shadow of sovereignty from the plebeians and transferred it to themselves, who already wielded the substance. If that was so, it confirms the view that the old Roman kingship was essentially a religious office. For the conquerors would be much more ready to leave an office of this sort in the hands of the conquered than a kingship of the type with which we are familiar. Let these puppets, they might think, render to the gods their dues, while we rule the people in peace and lead them in war. Of such priestly kings Numa was the type. But not all of his successors were willing to model themselves on a saintly figure and, rejecting the pomps and vanities of earth, to devote themselves to communion with heaven. Some were men of strong will and warlike temper, who could not brook the dull routine of the cloister. They longed to exchange the stillness and gloom of the temple or the sacred grove for the sunshine, the dust, and the tumult of the battlefield. Such men broke bounds, and when they threatened to get completely out of hand and turn the tables on the patricians, it was time that they should go. This, we may conjecture, was the real meaning of the abolition of the kingship at Rome. It put an end to the solemn pretense that the state was still ruled by the ancient owners of the soil. It took the shadow of power from them and gave it to those who had long possessed the substance. The ghost of the monarchy had begun to walk and grow troublesome. The revolution laid it for centuries. Cite a note. At first the intention seems to have been to leave the annual kingship or consulship to the old royal family. But though the effect of the revolution was to substitute the real rule of the patricians for the nominal rule of the plebeians, the break with the past was at the outset less complete than it seems. For the first two consuls were both men of the royal blood. One of them, L. Junius Brutus, was sister son of the expelled King Tarquin the Proud. 944, as such he would have been the heir to the throne under a strict system of mother-kin. The other, consul, L. Tarquinius Collatinus, was a son of the late king's cousin, Egerius. 945. These facts suggest that the first intention of the revolutionaries was neither to abolish the kingship nor to wrest it from the royal family, but, merely retaining the hereditary monarchy, to restrict its powers. To achieve this object they limited the tenure of office to a year and doubled the number of the kings, who might thus be expected to check and balance each other. But it is not impossible that both restrictions were merely the revival of old rules which the growing power of the kings had contrived for a time to set aside in practice. The legends of Romulus and Remus, and afterwards of Romulus and Tatius, may be real reminiscences of a double kingship like that of Sparta. 946, and in the yearly ceremony of the regifugium or flight of the king we seem to detect a trace of an annual, not a lifelong, tenure of office. 947, the same thing may perhaps be true of the parallel change which took place at Athens when the people deprived the Medontids of their regal powers and reduced them from kings to responsible magistrates, who held office at first for life, but afterwards only for periods of 10 years. 948, here too, the limitation of the tenure of the kingship may have been merely the reinforcement of an old custom, which had fallen into abeyance. At Rome, however, the attempt to maintain the hereditary principle, if it was made at all, was almost immediately abandoned, and the patricians openly transferred to themselves the double kingship, which thenceforth was purely elective, and was afterwards known as the consulship. 949. Cite a note. The abolition of the monarchy at Rome seems to have been hastened by an attempt of the last king to shift the succession from the female to the male line. The history of the last king of Rome, Tarquin the Proud, leads us to suspect that the offense which he gave by his ambitious and domineering character was heightened by an attempt to shift the succession of the kingship from the female to the male line. He himself united both rights in his own person. For he had married the daughter of his predecessor, Servius Tullius, and he was the son or grandson of Tarquin the Elder, 950, who preceded Servius Tullius on the throne. But in asserting his right to the crown, if we can trust Roman history on this point, Tarquin the Proud entirely ignored his claim to it through women as the son-in-law of his predecessor, and insisted only on his claim in the male line as a son or grandson of a former king. 951, and he evidently intended to bequeath the kingdom to one of his sons. For he put out of the way two of the men who, if the succession had been through women in the way I have indicated, would have been entitled to sit on the throne before his own sons, and even before himself. One of these was his sister's husband, the other was her elder son. Her younger son, the famous Lucius Junius Brutus, only escaped the fate of his father and elder brother by feigning, like Hamlet, imbecility, and thus deluding his wicked uncle into the belief that he had nothing to fear from such a simpleton. 952. This design of Tarquin to alter the line of succession from the female to the male side of the house may have been the last drop which filled his cup of high-handed tyranny to overflowing. At least it is a strange coincidence, if it is nothing more, that he was deposed by the man who, under a system of female kinship, was the rightful heir, and who in a sense actually sat on the throne from which he pushed his uncle. For the curule chair of the consul was little less than the king's throne under a limited tenure. Cita note: the hereditary principle does not necessarily exclude the elective in the succession to a monarchy. Many African chieftainships or kingships are both hereditary and elective. It has often been asked whether the Roman monarchy was hereditary or elective. The question implies an opposition between the two modes of succession which by no means necessarily exists. As a matter of fact, in many African tribes at the present day the succession to the kingdom or the chieftainship is determined by a combination of the hereditary and the elective principle, that is, the kings or chiefs are chosen by the people or by a body of electors from among the members of the royal family. And as the chiefs have commonly several wives and many children by them, the number of possible candidates may be not inconsiderable. For example, we are told that the government of the Bania is rather peculiar, being a sort of feudal republicanism. The chief is elected, and they choose the son of the deceased chief's sister in preference to his own offspring. When dissatisfied with one candidate, they even go to a distant tribe for a successor, who is usually of the family of the late chief, a brother, or a sister's son, but never his own son or daughter. When first spoken to on this subject, he answers as if he thought himself unequal to the task, and unworthy of the honor, but, having accepted it, all the wives, goods, and children of his predecessor belong to him, and he takes care to keep them in a dependent position. Among these people the children of the chief have fewer privileges than common free men. They may not be sold, but, rather than choose any one of them for a chief at any future time, the free men would prefer to elect one of themselves who bore only a very distant relationship to the family. 953. Cita note: chiefs and kings in Africa elected from several families in rotation. Sometimes the field of choice is extended still further by a rule that the chief may or must be chosen from one of several families, in a certain order. Thus among the Bengalis of the Kasanj Valley in Angola the chief is elected from 3 families in rotation. 954, and Daigora, a country bordering on Senegambia, is ruled by an absolute monarch who is chosen alternately from 2 families, one of which lives in Dipena and the other in Badumar. 955, in the Winamwangwa tribe, to the south of Lake Tanganyika, the first male child born to a chief, after he succeeds to the chieftainship is the natural heir, but many years ago there were 2 claimants to the throne, whose supporters were about equal, and to avoid a civil war the following arrangement was made. One of them was allowed to reign, but the other claimant or his son was to succeed him. This was carried out, so that now there are continually alternate dynasties. 956. So in the Mets tribe of Togoland, in West Africa, there are 2 royal families descended from 2 women, which supply a king alternately. Hence the palm forest which belongs to the crown is divided into 2 parts. The reigning king has the right to one part, and the representative of the other royal house has a right to the other part. 957. Among the Yorubas in Western Africa the sovereign chief is always taken from one or more families which have the hereditary right of furnishing the community with rulers. In many cases, the succession passes regularly from one to a second family alternately. But in one instance, apparently unique. The right of succession to the sovereignty seems to be possessed by 4 princely families, from each of which the head chief is elected in rotation. The principle of primogeniture is not necessarily followed in the election, but the choice of the electors must always fall on one who is related to a former chief in the male line. For paternal descent alone is recognized in Yorubaland, where even the greatest chief may take to wife a woman of the lowest rank. Sometimes the choice of the ruling chief is made by divine authority, intimated to the people through the high priest of the principal god of the district. 958. Among the Agaras, on the lower Niger, the royal family is divided into 4 branches, each of which provides a king in turn. The capital and its district, both of which bear the name of Ada, are always occupied by the reigning branch of the royal family, while the 3 other branches, not being allowed to live there, retreat into the interior. Hence at the death of a king a double change takes place. On the one hand, the late reigning family, with all their dependents, have to leave the homes in which many of them have been born and brought up, and to migrate to towns in the forest, which they know only by name. On the other hand, the new reigning family come into the capital, and their people settle in the houses occupied by their forefathers 4 reigns ago. The king is generally elected by the leading men of his branch of the royal family. They choose the richest and most powerful of their number. 959. Cita note, among the Cases of Assam, also, the succession to the kingdom is partly hereditary and partly elective. Again, among the Cases of Assam we meet with the same combination of the hereditary with the elective principle in the succession to the kingdom. Indeed, in this people the kingship presents several features of resemblance to the old Latin kingship as it appears to have existed at the dawn of history. 4. A Kasi king is the religious as well as the secular head of the state. Along with the soothsayers he consults the auspices for the public good, and sometimes he has priestly duties to perform. Succession to the kingship always runs in the female line, for the Cases have a regular system of motherkin as opposed to fatherkin. Hence it is not the king's sons, but his uterine brothers and the sons of his uterine sisters who succeed him on the throne in order of birth. But this hereditary principle is controlled by a body of electors, who have the right of rejecting unsuitable claimants to the throne. Generally the electors are a small body composed of the heads of certain priestly clans. But in some Kasi states the number of the electors has been greatly increased by the inclusion of representative headmen of certain important lay clans, or even by the inclusion of village headmen or of the chief superintendents of the village markets. Nay, in the Langrim state all the adult males regularly vote at the election of a monarch. And here the royal family is divided into 2 branches, a black and a white, from either of which, apparently, the electors are free to choose a king. Similarly, in the Nova Sahibos state there are 2 royal houses, a black and a white, and the people may select the heir to the throne from either of them. 960. Cita note, thus the Roman monarchy may have combined the hereditary with the elective principle. Thus the mere circumstance that all the Roman kings, with the exception of the 2 Tarquins, appear to have belonged to different families, is not of itself conclusive against the view that heredity was one of the elements which determined the succession. The number of families from whom the king might be elected may have been large. And even if, as is possible, the electors were free to choose a king without any regard to his birth, the hereditary principle would still be maintained if, as we have seen reason to conjecture, it was essential that the chosen candidate should marry a woman of the royal house, who would generally be either the daughter or the widow of his predecessor. In this way the apparently disparate principles of unfettered election and strict heredity would be combined. The marriage of the elected king with the hereditary princess would furnish the link between the 2. Under such a system, to put it otherwise, the kings are elective and the queens hereditary. This is just the converse of what happens under a system of male kinship, where the kings are hereditary and the queens elective. In the later times of Rome it was held that the custom had been for the people to elect the kings and for the Senate to ratify the election. 961. But we may suspect, with Mommsen, that this was no more than an inference from the mode of electing the consuls. The magistrates, who, under the Republic, represented the kings most closely were the dictator and the king of the sacred rites, and neither of these was elected by the people. Both were nominated, the dictator by the consul, and the king of the sacred rites by the chief pontiff. 962, accordingly, it seems probable that under Sidenote, the king was probably nominated, either by his predecessor or by an interim king. The monarchy the king was nominated either by his predecessor or, failing that, by an interim king, interrex chosen from the Senate. 963, now if, as we have been led to think, an essential claim to the throne was constituted by marriage with a princess of the royal house, nothing could be more natural than that the king should choose his successor, who would commonly be also his son-in-law. If he had several sons-in-law and had omitted to designate the one who was to reign after him, the election would be made by his substitute, the interim king. Sidenote: personal qualities which commended a man for marriage with a princess and succession to the throne. The personal qualities which recommended a man for a royal alliance and succession to the throne would naturally vary according to the popular ideas of the time and the character of the king or his substitute, but it is reasonable to suppose that among them in early society physical strength and beauty would hold a prominent place. 964. We have seen that in Ashanti the husbands or paramours of the princesses must always be men of fine presence, because they are to be the fathers of future kings. Among the Ethiopians in antiquity, as among the Ashantis and many other African tribes to this day, the crown passed in the female line to the son of the king's sister, but if there was no such heir they chose the handsomest and most valiant man to reign over them. 965. We are told that the Gordia, Sidenote, fat kings, elected the fattest man to the kingship. 966. Nor is this incredible when we remember that in Africa corpulence is still regarded as a great distinction and beauty, and that both the chiefs and their wives are sometimes so fat that they can hardly walk. Thus among the Kafirs chiefs and rich men attain to an enormous bulk, and the queens fatten themselves on beef and porridge, of which they partake freely in the intervals of slumber. To be fat is with them a mark of riches, and therefore of high rank. Common folk cannot afford to eat and drink and lounge as much as they would like to do. 967. The Serko in antiquity are reported to have bestowed the crown on the tallest man or on the man with Sidenote, long-headed kings and chiefs. The longest head in the literal, not the figurative, sense of the word. 968. They seem to have been a Sarmatian people to the north of the Caucasus. 969. And are probably the same with the long-headed people described by Hippocrates, who says that among them the men with the longest hands were esteemed the noblest, and that they applied bandages and other instruments to the heads of their children in infancy for the sake of molding them into the shape which they admired. 970. Such reports are probably by no means fabulous, for among the Mobutu or Mangbetu of Central Africa down to this day, when the children of chiefs are young, string is wound round their hands, which are gradually compressed into a shape that will allow of the longest headdress. The skull thus treated, in childhood takes the appearance of an elongated egg. 971. Similarly, Sidenote, heads artificially molded as a mark of high rank. Some of the Indian tribes on the northwest coast of America artificially mold the heads of their children into the shape of a wedge or a sugar loaf by compressing them between boards. Some of them regard such heads as a personal beauty, others as a mark of high birth. 972. For instance, the practice among some of the Salish seems to have had a definite social, as well as aesthetic, significance. There appear to have been recognized degrees of contortion marking the social status of the individual. 4. Example slaves, of which the Salish kept considerable numbers, were prohibited from deforming the heads of their children at all. Consequently a normal, undeformed head was the sign and badge of servitude. And in the case of the base-born of the tribes the heads of their children were customarily but slightly deformed, while the heads of the children born of wealthy or noble persons, and particularly those of chiefs, were severely and excessively deformed. 973. Cite a note: among the Boros the best singers are the chiefs. Among the Boros of Brazil at the present day the title to chieftaincy is neither corpulence nor an egg-shaped head, but the possession of a fine musical ear and a rich baritone, bass, or tenor voice. The best singer, in fact, becomes the chief. There is no other way to supreme power but this. Hence in the education of the Boro youth the main thing is to train, not their minds, but their voices, for the best of the tuneful choir will certainly be chief. In this tribe, accordingly, there is no such thing as hereditary chieftainship. For if the son of a chief has an indifferent ear or a poor voice, he will be a commoner to the end of his days. When two rival songsters are found in the same village, they sing against each other, and he who is judged to have acquitted himself best in the musical contest mounts the throne. His defeated rival sometimes retires in a huff with his admirers and found a new village. Once seated in the place of power, the melodious singer is not only highly honored and respected, but can exact unconditional obedience from all, and he gives his orders, like an operatic king or hero, in a musical recitative. It is especially at eventide, when the sun has set and the labors of the day are over, that he pours out his soul in harmony. At that witching hour he takes up his post in front of the men's clubhouse, and while his subjects are hushed in attention he bursts into sacred song, passing from that to lighter themes, and concluding the oratorio by chanting his commands to each individual for the next day. 974. When Addison ridiculed the new fashion of the Italian opera, in which generals sang the word of command, ladies delivered their messages in music, and lovers chanted their billet doux, he little suspected that among the backwoods of Brazil a tribe of savages in all seriousness observed a custom which he thought absurd even on the stage. 975. Cite a note: succession to the throne determined by race. Sometimes, apparently the right to the hand of the princess and to the throne has been determined by race. The Alatemnian Libyans awarded the kingdom to the fleetest runner. 976. Amongst the old Prussians, candidates for nobility raced on horseback to the king, and the one who reached him first was ennobled. 977. According to tradition the earliest games at Olympia were held by Endymion, who set his sons to run a race for the kingdom. His tomb was said to be at the point of the race course from which the runners started. 978. The famous story of Pelops and Hippodamia. Cite a note: Greek traditions of princesses whose hands were won in a race. Is perhaps only another version of the legend that the first races at Olympia were run for no less a prize than a kingdom. 4. Endymion was king of Pisa, a town close to Olympia. And having been warned by an oracle that he would die by the hand of the man who married his daughter Hippodamia, he resolved to keep her a maid. So when anyone came a-wooing her, the king made the suitor drive away in a chariot with Hippodamia, while he himself pursued the pair in another car drawn by fleet horses, and, overtaking the unlucky wight, slew him. In this way, he killed 12 suitors and nailed their heads to his house, the ruins of which were shewn at Olympia down to the 2nd century of our era. The bodies of the suitors were buried under a lofty mound, and it is said that in former days sacrifices were offered to them yearly. When Pelops came to win the hand of Hippodamia, he bribed the charioteer of Endymion not to put the pins into the wheels of the king's chariot. So, Endymion was thrown from the car and dragged by his horses to death. But some say he was dispatched by Pelops according to the oracle. Anyhow, he died, and Pelops married Hippodamia and succeeded to the kingdom. 979. The grave of Endymion was shown at Olympia. It was a mound of earth, enclosed with stones. 980. Here too, precincts were dedicated to Pelops and Hippodamia, in which sacrifices were offered to them annually. The victim presented to Pelops was a black ram, whose blood was poured into a pit. 981. Other traditions were current in antiquity of princesses who were offered in marriage to the fleetest runner and won by the victor in the race. Thus Icarus at Sparta set the wooers of his daughter Penelope to run a race. Ulysses won and wedded her. His father-in-law is said to have tried to induce him to take up his abode in Sparta, which seems to show that if Ulysses had accepted the invitation he would have inherited the kingdom through his wife. 982. So too, the Libyan king Antimus placed his beautiful daughter Bars or Alchis at the end of the racecourse. Her many noble suitors, both Libyans and foreigners, ran to her as the goal, and Alcidamas, who touched her first, gained her in marriage. 983. Danaus, also, at Argos is said to have stationed as many daughters at the goal, and the runner who reached them first had first choice of the maidens. 984. Somewhat different from these traditions is the story of Atalante, for in it the wooers are said to have contended, not with each other, but with the coy maiden herself in a foot race. She slew her vanquished suitors and hung up their heads in the racecourse, till Hippomenes gained the race into her hand by throwing down the golden apples which she stooped to pick up. 985. Cita note, custom of racing for a bride among the Kyrgyz and Kalmucks. These traditions may very well reflect a real custom of racing for a bride, for such a custom appears to have prevailed among various peoples, though in practice it has degenerated into a mere form or pretense. Thus there is one race, called the love chase, which may be considered a part of the form of marriage among the Kyrgyz. In this the bride, armed with a formidable whip, mounts a fleet horse, and is pursued by all the young men who make any pretensions to her hand. She will be given as a prize to the one who catches her, but she has a right, besides urging on her horse to the utmost, to use her whip, often with no mean force, to keep off those lovers who are unwelcome to her, and she will probably favor the one whom she has already chosen in her heart. As, however, by Kyrgyz custom, a suitor to the hand of a maiden is obliged to give a certain kalim, or purchase money, and an agreement must be made with the father for the amount of dowry which he gives his daughter. The love chase is a mere matter of form. 986. Similarly, the ceremony of marriage among the Kalmucks is performed on horseback. A girl is first mounted, who rides off in full speed. Her lover pursues, and if he overtakes her, she becomes his wife, and the marriage is consummated on the spot, after which she returns with him to his tent. But it sometimes happens that the woman does not wish to marry the person by whom she is pursued, in which case she will not suffer him to overtake her. And we were assured that no instance occurs of a Kalmuk girl being thus caught unless she has a partiality for her pursuer. If she dislikes him, she rides, to use the language of English sportsmen, neck or nothing, until she has completely escaped, or until the pursuer's horse is tired out, leaving her at liberty to return, to be afterwards chased by some more favored admirer. 987. The race for the bride is found also among the Koryaks of northeastern Asia. It takes place in a large tent, round which many separate compartments, called pologs, are arranged in a continuous circle. The girl gets a start and is clear of the marriage if she can run through all the compartments without being caught by the bridegroom. The women of the encampment place every obstacle in the man's way, tripping him up, belaboring him with switches, and so forth, so that he has little chance of succeeding unless the girl wishes it and waits for him. 988. Among some of the rude indigenous tribes of the Malay Peninsula, marriage is preceded by a singular ceremony. An old man presents the future couple to the assembled guests, and, followed by their families, he leads them to a great circle, round which the girl sets off to run as fast as she can. If the young man succeeds in overtaking her, she becomes his mate. Otherwise he loses all rights, which happens, especially when he is not so fortunate as to please his bride. 989. Another writer tells us that among these savages, when there is a river at hand, the race takes place on the water, the bride paddling away in one canoe and pursued by the bridegroom in another. 990. Before the wedding procession starts for the Sitta note, Kafir race for bride. Bridegroom's hut, a Kafir bride is allowed to make one last bid for freedom, and the young man is told off to catch her. Should he fail to do so, she is theoretically allowed to return to her father, and the whole performance has to be repeated. but the flight of the bride is usually a pretense. 991. Cita note, the bride race among Teutonic peoples, and its traces in modern Europe. Similar customs appear to have been practiced by all the Teutonic peoples. For the German, Anglo-Saxon, and Norse languages possess in common a word for marriage which means simply bride race. 992. Moreover, traces of the custom survived into modern times. Thus in the Mark of Brandenburg, down to the first half of the 19th century at least, it was the practice for bride and bridegroom to run a race on their wedding day in presence of all the guests. 2 sturdy men took the bride between them and set off. The bridegroom gave them a start and then followed hot-foot. At the end of the course stood 2 or 3 young married women, who took from the bride or maiden's crown and replaced it by the matron's cap. If the bridegroom failed to overtake his bride, he was much ridiculed. 993. In other parts of Germany, races are still held at marriage, but the competitors are no longer the bride and bridegroom. Thus in Hesse at the wedding of a well-to-do farmer, his friends race on horseback to the house of the bride, and her friends similarly race on horseback to the house of the bridegroom. The prize hangs over the gate of the farmyard, or the door of the house. It consists of a silken or woolen handkerchief, which the winner winds round his head or fastens to his breast. The victors have also the right to escort the marriage procession. 994. In Upper Bavaria, down at least to some 50 years ago, a regular feature of a rustic wedding used to be what was called the bride race or the key race. It generally took place when the bridal party was proceeding from the church to the alehouse. A course was marked out and 2 goals, consisting of heaps of straw, were set up, at distances of 300 and 400 yards respectively. The strongest and fleetest of the young fellows raced barefoot, clad only in shirt and trousers. He who first reached the further goal received the first prize. This was regularly a key of gilt wood, which the winner fastened to his hat. Often, as in some of the Greek legends, the bride herself was the goal of the race. The writers who record the custom suggest that the race was originally for the key of the Bridecamber, and that the bridegroom ran with the rest. 995. In Scotland also the guests at a rustic wedding used to ride on horseback for a prize, which sometimes consisted of the bride's cake set up on a pole in front of the bridegroom's house. The race was known as the Bruce. 996. At Wadensfeld, in Carinthia, a festival called the bride race is still held every year. It is popularly supposed to commemorate a time when a plague had swept away the whole people except a girl and 3 young men. These 3, it is said, raced with each other in order that the winner might get the maiden to wife, and so repeople the land. The race is now held on horseback. The winner receives as the prize a garland of flowers called the bride wreath, and the man who comes in last gets a wreath of ribbons and pig's bristles. 997. It seems not impossible that this custom is a relic of a fair at which the marriageable maidens of the year were assigned in order of merit to the young men who distinguished themselves by their feats of strength and agility. A practice of this sort appears to have prevailed. Cita note, assignment of brides to picked young men among the Samnites. Among the ancient Samnites, every year the youth and maidens were tested publicly, and the young man who was adjudged best had first choice of the girls. The second best had the next choice, and so on with the rest. 998. They say, writes Strabo, that the Samnites have a beautiful custom which incites to virtue. For they may not give their daughters in marriage to whom they please, but every year the 10 best maidens and the 10 best youths are picked out, and the best of the 10 maidens is given to the best of the 10 youths, and the second to the second, and so on. But if the man who wins one of these prizes should afterwards turn out an 8th, they disgrace him and take the girl from him. 999. The nature of the test to which the young men and women were subjected is not mentioned, but we may conjecture that it was mainly athletic. Cita note, contests for a bride other than races. The contests for a bride may be designed to try the skill, strength, and courage of the suitors as well as their horsemanship and speed of foot. Speaking of King's County, Ireland. In the latter part of the 18th century, Arthur Young says, there is a very ancient custom here, for a number of country neighbors among the poor people, to fix upon some young woman, that ought, as they think, to be married. They also agree upon a young fellow as a proper husband for her. This determined, they send to the fair one's cabin to inform her that on the Sunday following she is to be horsed, that is, carried on men's backs. She must then provide whiskey and cider for a treat, as all will pay her a visit after mass for a hurling match. As soon as she is horsed, the hurling begins, in which the young fellow appointed for her husband has the eyes of all the company fixed on him. If he comes off conqueror, he is certainly married to the girl. But if another is victorious, he certainly loses her, for she is the prize of the victor. These trials are not always finished in one Sunday, they take sometimes 2 or 3, and the common expression when they are over is, that such a girl was goaled. Sometimes one barony hurls against another, but a marriageable girl is always the prize. Hurling is a sort of cricket, but instead of throwing the ball in order to knock down a wicket, the aim is to pass it through a bent stick, the end stuck in the ground. 1000. In the great Indian epic the Mahabharata it is said a note, the Indian Svayamvara related that the hand of the lovely princess Draupadi or Krishna, daughter of the king of the Panchalas, was only to be won by him who could bend a certain mighty bow and shoot 5 arrows through a revolving wheel so as to hit the target beyond. After many noble wooers had essayed the task in vain, the disguised Arjun was successful, and carried off the princess to be the wife of himself and his 4 brothers. 1001. This was an instance of the ancient Indian practice of Svayamvara, in accordance with which a maiden of high rank either chose her husband from among her assembled suitors or was offered as the prize to the conqueror in a trial of skill. The custom was occasionally observed among the Rajuts down to a late time. 1002. The Tartar king, Kaidu, the cousin and opponent of Kublai Khan, is said to have had a beautiful daughter named Ajarik, or the bright moon, who was so tall and brawny that she outdid all men in her father's realm in feats of strength. She vowed she would never marry till she found a man who could vanquish her in wrestling. Many noble suitors came and tried to fall with her, but she threw them all. And from everyone whom she had overcome, she exacted 100 horses. In this way she collected an immense stud. 1003. In the Nibelungenlied the fair Brunhild, Queen of Iceland, was only to be won in marriage by him who could beat her in 3 trials of strength, and the unsuccessful wooers forfeited their heads. Many had thus perished, but at last Gunther, king of the Burgundians, vanquished, and married her. 1004. It is said that Scythian, king of the Otomanti in Thrace, had a lovely daughter, Pauline, and that many cite a note, Hippoclides at Sicyon, and how he danced away his marriage. Men came, wooing her not only from Thrace but from Illyria and the country of the Don. But her father said that he who would wed his daughter must first fight himself and pay with his life the penalty of defeat. Thus he slew many young men. But when he was grown old and his strength had failed, he set 2 of the wooers, by name Dryas and Clitus, to fight each other for the kingdom and the hand of the princess. The combat was to take place in chariots, but the princess, being in love with Clitus, bribed his rival's charioteer to put no pins in the wheels of his chariot. So Dryas came to the ground, and Clitus slew him and married the king's daughter. 1005. The tale agrees closely with that of Pelops and Hippodamia. Both stories probably contain, in a legendary form, reminiscences of a real custom. Within historical times Cleisthenes, tyrant of Sicyon, made public proclamation at the Olympian Games that he would give his daughter Agarist in marriage to that suitor who, during a year's trial, should prove himself the best. So many young men who prided themselves on their persons and on their lineage assembled at Sicyon from all parts of the Greek world. The tyrant had a racecourse and a wrestling school made on purpose for them, and there he put them through their paces. Of all the suitors none pleased him so much as Hippoclides, the handsomest and richest man of Athens, a scion of the old princely house of Cypselus. And when the year was up and the day had come on which the award was to be made, The tyrant sacrificed 100 oxen and entertained the suitors and all the people of Sicyon at a splendid banquet. Dinner being over, the wine went round and the suitors fell to wrangling as to their accomplishments and their wit. In this feast of reason the gay Hippoclides outshone himself in them all until, flushed with triumph and liquor, he jumped on a table, danced to music, and then, as a finishing touch, stood on his head and sawed the air with his legs. This was too much. The tyrant in disgust told him he had danced away his marriage. 1006. Cita note: the annual flight of the king, Regifugium at Rome, may have been a relic of his contest for the kingdom and for the hand of the princess. Thus it appears that the right to marry a girl, and especially a princess, has often been conferred as a prize in an athletic contest. There would be no reason, therefore, for surprise if the Roman kings, before bestowing their daughters in marriage, should have resorted to this ancient mode of testing the personal qualities of their future sons-in-law and successors. If my theory is correct, the Roman king and queen personated Jupiter and his divine consort, and in the character of these divinities went through the annual ceremony of a sacred marriage for the purpose of causing the crops to grow and men and cattle to be fruitful and multiply. Thus they did what in more northern lands we may suppose the king and queen of May were believed to do in days of old. Now we have seen that the right to play the part of the king of May and to wed the queen of May has sometimes been determined by an athletic contest, particularly by race. 1007. This may have been a relic of an old marriage custom of the sort we have examined, a custom designed to test the fitness of a candidate for matrimony. Such a test might reasonably be applied with peculiar rigor to the king in order to ensure that no personal defect should incapacitate him for the performance of those sacred rites and ceremonies on which, even more than on the dispatch of his civil and military duties, the safety and prosperity of the community were believed to depend. And it would be natural to require of him that from time to time he should submit himself afresh to the same ordeal for the sake of publicly demonstrating that he was still equal to the discharge of his high calling. A relic of that test perhaps survived in the ceremony known as the Flight of the King, Regifugium, continued to be annually observed at Rome down to imperial times. On the 24th day of February a sacrifice used to be offered in the Comitium, and when it was over the king of the sacred rites fled from the forum. 1008. We may conjecture that the flight of the king was originally raised for an annual kingship, which may have been awarded as a prize to the fleetest runner. At the end of the year, the king might run again for a second term of office. And so on, until he was defeated and deposed or perhaps slain. In this way what had once been a race would tend to assume the character of a flight and a pursuit. The king would be given a start. He ran and his competitors ran after him, and if he were overtaken he had to yield the crown and perhaps his life to the lightest of foot among them. In time a man of masterful character might succeed in seating himself permanently on the throne and reducing the annual race or flight to the empty form which it seems always to have been within historical times. 1009. The rite was sometimes interpreted as a commemoration of the expulsion of the kings from Rome. But this appears to have been a mere afterthought devised to explain a ceremony of which the old meaning was forgotten. It is far more likely that enacting thus the king of the sacred rites was merely keeping up an ancient custom which in the regal period had been annually observed by his predecessors the kings. What the original intention of the rite may have been must probably always remain more or less a matter of conjecture. The present explanation is suggested with a full sense of the difficulty and obscurity in which the subject is involved. Cita note: the theory is confirmed by the evidence that at the Saturnalia a man used to personate the god Saturn and to be put to death in that character. Thus, if my theory is correct, the yearly flight of the Roman king was a relic of a time when the kingship was an annual office awarded, along with the hand of a princess, to the victorious athlete or gladiator, who thereafter figured along with his bride as a god and goddess at a sacred marriage designed to ensure the fertility of the earth by homeopathic magic. Now this theory is to a certain extent remarkably confirmed by an ancient account of the Saturnalia which was discovered and published some years ago by a learned Belgian scholar, Professor Frans Cumont of Ghent. From that account we learn that down to the beginning of the 4th century of our era, that is, down nearly to the establishment of Christianity by Constantine, the Roman soldiers stationed on the Danube were wont to celebrate the Saturnalia in a barbarous fashion which must certainly have dated from a very remote antiquity. 30 days before the festival they chose by lot from among themselves a young and handsome man, who was dressed in royal robes to resemble the god Saturn. In that character he was allowed to indulge all his passions to the fullest extent. But when his brief reign of 30 days was over, and the festival of Saturn was come, he had to cut his own throat on the altar of the god he personated. 1010. We can hardly doubt that this tragic figure, whom a fatal lot doomed to masquerade for a short time as a deity and to die of such a violent death, was the true original of the merry monarch or king of the Saturnalia, as he was called, whom a happier lot invested with the playful dignity of master of the winter revels. 1011. In all probability the grim predecessor of the frolicsome king of the Saturnalia belonged to that class of puppets, who in some countries have been suffered to reign nominally for a few days each year merely for the sake of discharging a burdensome or fatal obligation which otherwise must have fallen on the real king. 1012. If that is so, we may infer that the part of the god Saturn, who was commonly spoken of as a king, 1013, was formerly played at the Saturnalia by the Roman king himself. And a trace of the sacred marriage may perhaps be detected in the license accorded to the human representatives of Saturn, a license which, if I am right, is strictly analogous to the old orgies of May Day and other similar festivals. It is to be observed that Saturn was Sidenote, Saturn the god of seed, and the Saturnalia a festival of sowing. The god of the seed, and the Saturnalia the festival of sowing held in December, 1014, when the autumn sowing was over and the husbandman gave himself up to a season of jollity after the long labors of summer and autumn. 1015. On the principles of homeopathic magic nothing could be more natural than that, when the last seeds had been committed to the earth, the marriage of the powers of vegetation should be simulated by their human representatives for the purpose of sympathetically quickening the seed. In short, no time could be more suitable for the celebration of the sacred marriage. We have seen as a matter of fact that the sowing of the seed has often been accompanied by sexual orgies with the express intention of thereby promoting the growth of the crops. At all events, the view that the king's flight at Rome was a mitigation of an old custom of putting him to death at the end of a year's tenure of office is confirmed by the practice of annually slaying a human representative of the divine King Saturn, which survived in some parts of the Roman Empire, though not at Rome itself, down to Christian times. Sidenote: if the Latin kings were begotten at the licentious festival of the Saturnalia, we could understand why their paternity was sometimes uncertain, and why they might be of servile parentage. This theory would throw light on some dark passages in the legends of the Roman kingship, such as the obscure and humble births of certain kings and their mysterious ends. For if the sacred marriage took place at a licentious festival like the Saturnalia, when slaves were temporarily granted the privileges of freemen, 1016, it might well be that the paternity of the children begotten at this time, including those of the royal family, was a matter of uncertainty. Nay, it might be known that the king or queen had offspring by a slave. Such offspring of a royal father and a slave mother, or of a royal mother and a slave father, would rank as princes and princesses according as male or female kinship prevailed. Under a system of male kinship, the union of the king with a slave woman would give birth to a Servius Tullius, and, according to one tradition, to a Romulus. If female kinship prevailed in the royal family, as we have seen reason to suppose, it is possible that the stories of the birth of Romulus and Servius from slave mothers is a later inversion of the facts, and that what really happened was that some of the old Latin kings were begotten by slave fathers on royal princesses at the festival of the Saturnalia. The disappearance of female kinship would suffice to account for the warping of the tradition. All that was distinctly remembered would be that some of the kings had had a slave for one of their parents. And people living under a system of paternal descent would naturally conclude that the slave parent of a king could only be the mother, since according to their ideas no son of a slave father could be of royal blood and sit on the throne. 1017. Sit a note, the violent ends of the Roman kings. Again, if I am right in supposing that in very early times the old Latin kings personated a god, and were regularly put to death in that character, we can better understand the mysterious or violent ends to which so many of them are said to have come. Too much stress should not, however, be laid on such legends, for in a turbulent state of society kings, like commoners, are apt to be knocked on the head for much sounder reasons than a claim to divinity. Still, it is worthwhile to note that Romulus is said to have vanished mysteriously like Ennius, or to have been cut to pieces by the patricians whom he had offended. 1018. Sit a note, death of Romulus on the 7th of July, the Nani Capitanae, at a festival resembling the Saturnalia. And that the 7th of July, the day on which he perished, was a festival which bore some resemblance to the Saturnalia. For on that day the female slaves were allowed to take certain remarkable liberties. They dressed up as free women in the attire of matrons and maids, and in this guise they went forth from the city, scoffed and jeered at all whom they met, and engaged among themselves in a fight, striking and throwing stones at each other. Moreover, they feasted under a wild fig tree, made use of a rod cut from the tree for a certain purpose, perhaps to beat each other with, and offered the milky juice of the tree in sacrifice to Juno Caprotina, whose name appears to mean either the goddess of the goat caper or the goddess of the wild fig tree. For sit a note, the Nani Capitanae seems to have been the festival of the fertilization of the fig. The Romans called a wild fig tree a goat fig, caprificus. Hence the day was called the Nani Capitanae after the animal or the tree. The festival was not peculiar to Rome, but was held by women throughout Latium. 1019. It can hardly be dissociated from a custom which was observed by ancient husbandmen at this season. They sought to fertilize the fig trees or ripen the figs by hanging strings of fruit from a wild fig tree among the boughs. The practice appears to be very old. It has been employed in Greece both in ancient and modern times, and Roman writers often refer to it. Palladius recommends the solstice in June, that is Midsummer Day, as the best time for the operation. Columella prefers July. 1020. In Sicily at the present day the operation is performed either on Midsummer Day, the festival of St. John the Baptist, or in the early days of July. 1021. In Morocco and North Africa generally it takes place on Midsummer Day. 1022. The wild fig tree is a male and the cultivated fig tree is a female, and the fertilization is effected by insects, which are engendered in the fruit of the male tree and convey the pollen to the blossom of the female. 1023. Thus the placing of wild figs, laden with pollen and insects, among the boughs of the cultivated fig tree is like the artificial fertilization of the date palm. 1024. A real marriage of the trees, and it may well have been regarded as such by the peasants of antiquity long before the true theory of the process was discovered. Now, the fig is in sit a note, importance of the fig as an article of diet. Important article of diet in countries bordering on the Mediterranean. In Palestine, for example, the fruit is not, as with us, merely an agreeable luxury, but is eaten daily and forms indeed one of the staple productions of the country. To sit every man under his vine, and under his fig tree was a regular Jewish expression for the peaceable possession of the Holy Land. And in the fable of Jotham the fig tree is invited by the other trees, next after the olive, to come and reign over them. 1025. When Sandinus the Lydian attempted to dissuade Croesus from marching against the Persians, he represented to him that there was nothing to be gained by conquering the inhabitants of a barren country, who neither drank wine nor ate figs. 1026. An Arab commentator on the Quran observes that God swears by these two trees, the fig and the olive, because among fruit trees they surpass all the rest. They relate that a basket of figs was offered to the Prophet Muhammad, and when he had eaten one he bade his comrades do the same, saying, "Truly, if I were to say that any fruit had come down from paradise, I would say it of the fig." 1027. Hence it would be natural that a process supposed to be essential to the ripening of so favored a fruit should be the occasion of a popular festival. We may suspect that the license allowed to slave women on this day formed part of an ancient Saturnalia, at which the loose behavior of men and women was supposed to secure the fertilization of the fig trees by homeopathic magic. Cita note, at the festival of the 7th of July women were probably thought to be fertilized by the fig as well as to fertilize it. But it is possible and indeed probable that the fertilization was believed to be mutual. In other words, it may have been imagined that while the women caused the fig tree to bear fruit, the tree in its turn caused them to bear children. This conjecture is confirmed by a remarkable African parallel. The Akakuayu of British East Africa attribute to the wild fig tree Cita note, supposed fertilization of barren women by the wild fig tree among the Akakuayu of British East Africa. The power of fertilizing barren women. For this purpose they apply the white sap or milk to various parts of the body of the would-be mother. Then, having sacrificed a goat, they tie the woman to a wild fig tree with long strips cut from the intestines of the sacrificial animal. This seems, writes Mr. C. W. Hobley, who reports the custom to be a case of the tree marriage of India. I fancy there is an idea of ceremonial marriage with the ancestral spirits which are said to inhabit certain of these fig trees. In fact, it supports the Kambo idea of the spiritual husbands. 1028. The belief in spiritual husbands. Cita note, belief of the Akamba that the spirits of the dead live in wild fig trees. 2. Which Mr. Hobley here briefly refers, is as follows. The Akamba of British East Africa imagine that every married woman is at the same time the wife of a living man and also the wife of the spirit of some departed ancestor, Amu. They are firmly convinced that the fertility of a wife depends to a great extent on the attentions of her spiritual husband, and if she does not conceive within 6 months after marriage, they take it as a sign that her spiritual husband is neglecting her. So, they offer bear and kill a goat as a propitiatory sacrifice. If after that the woman still remains barren, they make a bigger feast and kill a bullock. On the other hand, if a wife is found to be with child soon after marriage, they are glad and consider it a proof that she has found favor in the eyes of her ghostly husband. Further, they believe that at death the human spirit quits the bodily frame and takes up its abode in a wild fig tree, mumbo. Hence they build miniature huts at the foot of those fig trees which are thought to be haunted by the souls of the dead, and they periodically sacrifice to these spirits. 1029. Accordingly, we may conjecture, though we are not told, that amongst the Akamba, as among the Akakuayu, a barren woman sometimes resorts to a wild fig tree in order to obtain a child, since she believes that her spiritual spouse has his abode in the tree. The Akakuayu clearly attribute a special power of fertilization to the milky sap of the tree, since they apply it to various parts of the woman who desires to become a mother. Perhaps they regard it as the seed of the fig. This may explain why the Roman slave women offered the milky juice of the tree to Juno Caprotina. They may have intended thereby to add to the fecundity of the mother goddess. And we can scarcely doubt that the rods which they cut from the wild fig tree, for the purpose apparently of beating each other, were supposed to communicate the generative virtue of the tree to the women who sit and note supposed fertilization of women by the wild banana tree among the Baganda. Were struck by them. The Baganda of Central Africa appear to ascribe to the wild banana tree the same power of removing barrenness which the Akakuayu attribute to the wild fig tree. For when a wife has no child, she and her husband will sometimes repair to a wild banana tree and there, standing one on each side of the tree, partake of the male organs of the goat, the man eating the flesh and drinking the soup and the woman drinking the soup only. This is believed to ensure conception after the husband has gone into his wife. 1030. Here again, as among the Akakuayu, we see that the fertilizing virtue of the tree is reinforced by the fertilizing virtue of the goat. And we can, therefore, better understand why the Romans called the male wild fig tree goat fig, and why the Messenians dubbed it simply he-goat. Cita note, the Roman king may have celebrated a sacred marriage on the Nana Capitanae as a charm to make the fig trees bear fruit. The Association of the death of Romulus with the festival of the wild fig tree can hardly be accidental, especially as he and his twin brother, Remus, were said to have been suckled by the she-wolf under a fig tree, the famous Ficus ruminalis, which was shewn in the Forum as one of the sacred objects of Rome and received offerings of milk down to late times. 1031. Indeed, some have gone so far both in ancient and modern times as to derive the names of Romulus and Rome itself from this fig tree, Ficus ruminalis. If they are right, Romulus was the fig man and Rome the fig town. 1032. Be that as it may, the clue to the association of Romulus with the fig is probably furnished by the old belief that the king is responsible for the fruits of the earth and the rain from heaven. We may conjecture that on this principle the Roman king was expected to make the fig trees blossom and bear figs, and that, in order to do so, he masqueraded as the god of the fig tree and went through a form of sacred marriage either with his queen or with a slave woman, on the July day when the husbandman resorted to a more efficacious means of producing the same result. This ceremony of the sacred marriage need not have been restricted to a single day in the year. It may well have been repeated for many different crops and fruits. If the Queen of Athens was annually married to the god of the vine, why should not the King of Rome have annually wedded the goddess of the fig? Cite a note: the marriage of the divine king or human god often followed by his death. But, as we have seen, Romulus, the first king of Rome, is said to have perished on the day of this festival of the fig, which, if our hypothesis is correct, was also the day of his ceremonial marriage to the tree. That the real date of his death should have been preserved by tradition is very improbable. Rather, we may suppose that the reason for dating his death and his marriage on the same day was drawn from some ancient ritual in which the two events were actually associated. But we have still to ask, why should the king's wedding day be also the day of his death? The answer must be deferred for the present. All we need say now is that elsewhere the marriage of the divine king or human god has been regularly followed at a brief interval by his violent end. For him, as for others, death often treads on the heels of love. 1033. Cite a note: violent ends of Tatius, Tullus Hostilius, and other Roman kings. Another Roman king who perished by violence was Tatius, the Sabine colleague of Romulus. It is said that he was at Lavinium offering a public sacrifice to the ancestral gods, when some men to whom he had given umbrage dispatched him with the sacrificial knives and spits which they had snatched from the altar. 1034. The occasion and the manner of his death suggest that the slaughter may have been a sacrifice rather than an assassination. Again, Tullus Hostilius, the successor of Numa, was commonly said to have been killed by lightning, but many held that he was murdered at the instigation of Ancus Marcius, who reigned after him. 1035. Speaking of the more or less mythical Numa, the type of the priestly king, Plutarch observes that his fame was enhanced by the fortunes of the later kings. 4 of the 5 who reigned after him, the last was deposed and ended his life in exile, and of the remaining 4, not one died a natural death. For 3 of them were assassinated and Tullus Hostilius was consumed by thunderbolts. 1036. This implies that King Ancus Marcius, as well as Tarquin the Elder and Servius Tullius, perished by the hand of an assassin. No other ancient historian, so far as I know, records this of Ancus Marcius, though one of them says that the king was carried off by an untimely death. 1037. Tarquin the Elder was slain by 2 murderers whom the sons of his predecessor, Ancus Marcius, had hired to do the deed. 1038. Lastly, Servius Tullius came by his end in circumstances which recall the combat for the priesthood of Diana at Nemi. He was attacked by his successor and killed by his orders, though not by his hand. Moreover, he lived among the oak groves of the Esquiline Hill at the head of the slope of Virbius, and it was here, beside a sanctuary of Diana, that he was slain. 1039. Cite a note: the succession to the Latin kingship may sometimes have been decided by single combat. These legends of the violent ends of the Roman kings suggest that the contest by which they gained the throne may sometimes have been a mortal combat rather than a race. If that were so, the analogy which we have traced between Rome and Nemi would be still closer. At both places the sacred kings, the living representatives of the Godhead, would thus be liable to suffer deposition and death at the hand of any resolute man who could prove his divine right to the holy office by the strong arm and the sharp sword. It would not be surprising if among the early Latins the claim to the kingdom should often have been settled by single combat. For down to historical times the Umbrians regularly submitted their private disputes to the ordeal of battle, and he who cut his adversary's throat was thought thereby to have proved the justice of his cause beyond the reach of cavil. 1040. Anyone who remembers how in the forests of Westphalia the Femdrix set the modern civil law at defiance down into the 18th century, and how, in the mountains of Corsica and Sardinia blood revenge has persisted and persists to our own days, will not wonder that hardly a century after the union of Italy the Roman legislation had not yet succeeded in putting down the last relics of this ancient Italian or rather, Indo-European mode of doing justice in the mists of the Apennines. 1041. Cite a note, Combat for the Kingdom in Africa. A parallel to what I conceived to have been the rule of the old Latin kingship is furnished by a West African custom of today. When the Malwanga or King of Longo, who is deemed the representative of God on earth, has been elected, he has to take his stand at Nkumbi, a large tree near the entrance to his sacred ground. Here, encouraged by one of his ministers, he must fight all rivals who present themselves to dispute his right to the throne. 1042. This is one of the many instances in which the rites and legends of ancient Italy are illustrated by the practice of modern Africa. Similarly among the Banyuro of Central Africa, whose king had to take his life with his own hand whenever his health and strength began to fail, the succession to the throne was determined by a mortal combat among the claimants, who fought till only one of them was left alive. 1043. Even in England a relic of a similar custom survived till lately in the coronation ceremony, at which a champion used to throw down his glove and challenge to mortal combat all who disputed the king's right to the crown. The ceremony was witnessed by Pepys at the coronation of Charles II. 1044. Cite a note, in Greece and Italy kings probably personated Cronus and Saturn, the god of the seed, before they personated Zeus and Jupiter, the god of the oak. In the foregoing enquiry we have found reason to suppose that the Roman kings personated not only Jupiter the god of the oak, but Saturn the god of the seed and perhaps also the god of the fig tree. The question naturally arises, did they do so simultaneously, or successively? In other words, did the same king regularly represent the oak god at one season of the year, the seed god at another, and the fig god at a third? Or were there separate dynasties of oak kings, seed kings, and fig kings, who belonged perhaps to different stocks and reigned at different times? The evidence does not allow us to answer these questions definitely. But tradition certainly points to the conclusion that in Latium and perhaps in Italy generally the seed god, Saturn, was an older deity than the oak god Jupiter, just as in Greece, Cronus appears to have preceded Zeus. Perhaps Saturn and Cronus were the gods of an old indigenous and agricultural people, while Jupiter and Zeus were the divinities of a ruder invading race, which swarmed down into Italy and Greece from the forests of Central Europe, bringing their wild woodland deities to dwell in more fertile lands, under softer skies, side by side with the gods of the corn and the vine, the olive, and the fig. If that was so, we may suppose that before the eruption of these northern barbarians the old kings of Greece and Italy personated the gods of the fat field and fruitful orchard, and that it was not till after the conquest that their successors learned to pose as the god of the verdant oak and the thundering sky. However, on questions so obscure, we must be content to suspend our judgment. It is unlikely that the student's searchlight will ever pierce the mists that hang over these remote ages. All that we can do is to follow the lines of evidence, backward as far as they can be traced, till, after growing fainter and fainter, they are lost altogether in the darkness. Footnote 866. J. Marquardt, Romish Staatsverwaltung, E. 2nd ed., 237, 321. C. Julian, in Nuremberg et Zaglio. Dictionnaire des Antiquités Grecs, it remains, e. 1173. As to Vesta and the Vestals, see above, vol. I pages 13 SQ. Footnote 867. See Julian, L.C. Footnote 868. See above, pages 186 Note 1. Footnote 869. Above, pages 261 to 263. Footnote 870. Diodorus Siculus, XVII. 114. Footnote 871. Thus in some African tribes the household fire is put out after a death, and afterwards relit by the friction of sticks. Sir H.H. Johnston, British Central Africa, pages 439. L. Concrat, Dying in Bough, in St. Cameron, Globus, LXXXI, 1902, pages 352. In Laos the fire on the hearth is extinguished after a death and the ashes are scattered. Afterwards a new fire is obtained from a neighbor. Tournier, notice, Sur le Laos Français, pages 68. A custom of the same sort is observed in Burma, but there the new fire must be bought. See JFS Forms, British Burma, pages 94. Among the Maris of Assam the new fire is made by the widow or widower. W.H. Furness, in Journal of the Anjup Institute, XXXII. 1902, pages 462. In Armenia it is made by flint and steel. Emma Begian, Der Armenische Volksglaube, pages 71. In Argos, fire was extinguished after a death, and fresh fire obtained from a neighbor. Plutarch, Quest. Greek. 24. In the Highlands of Scotland all fires were put out in a house where there was a corpse. Penance Tour in Scotland, in Pinkerton's Voyages and Travels, e. 49. Amongst the Bogos of East Africa no fire may be lit in a house after a death until the body has been carried out. W. Munzinger, Sitten on Rector Bogos, pages 67. In the Palau Islands, when a death has taken place, fire is transferred from the house to a shed, erected beside it. J.S. Kuberry, Die Totenbestattung auf den Palau Inseln, Original Mitteilungen aus der Ethnologischen Abteilung der Königlichen Museen zu Berlin, I. 7. In the Marquesas Islands fires were extinguished after a death. Vincent and Dublin et Disgrace, als Marquesas, pages 251. Among the Indians of Peru and the Moors of Algiers no fire might be lighted for several days in a house where a death had occurred. Chesa de Leon, Travels, Markham's, translation, pages 366. Dapper, Description de l'Afrique, pages 176. The same custom is reported of the Mohammedans of India. Mandelslow, in J. Harris's Voyages and Travels, I. London, 1744, pages 770. In the East Indian island of Wetter no fire may burn in a house for 3 days, after a death, and according to Bastian the reason is the one given in the text, to wit, a fear that the ghost might fall into it and hurt himself. A Bastian, in Don't Scene, e. 60. For more evidence, see my article on certain burial customs, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XV. 1886, pages 90. Footnote 872. For the list of the Alban kings see Livy, I. 3. 5-11. Ovid, Fasti, Iv. 39-56. Id. Medum. Ziv. 609 SQQ. Dionysius Halicarnus and Cis, Antiquit. Rom. I. 70 SQ. Eusebius, Chronic. BK. Ivo. I. Com. 273, 275, 285, 287, 289, 291, ed. A. Shrine. Diodorus Siculus, vi. 3rd ed. Eldendorf. Sextus Aurelius Victor, Arrigo Gentis, Romane, 17-19. Zonaras, Annales, vi. 1. Footnote 873. CBG Niebuhr, History of Rome, I. 205-207. A. Schweikler, Römische Geschichte, I. 339, 342-345. However, Niebuhr admits that some of the names may have been taken from older legends. Footnote 874. H. M. Stanley, Through the Dark Continent, London, 1878, I. 380. C. T. Wilson and R. W. Felkin, Uganda and the Egyptian Soudan, London, 1882, I. 197. F. R. Stallman, Metamin Pasha ins Hers von Afrika, Berlin, 1894, pages 192 SQ. J. Roscoe, Farther Notes on the Manners and Customs of the Baganda, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXXII. 1902, pages 25, with plates I and E. Sir Harry Johnston, The Uganda Protectorate, E. 681 SQ. Footnote 875. Romulus and Tatius reigned for a time together. After Romulus the kings were, in order of succession, Numa Pompilius, Tullus Hostilius, Uncus Marcius, the elder Tarquin, Servius Tullius, and Tarquin the Proud. Footnote 876. C. A. Schweikler, Römische Geschichte, I. 579 SQ. Footnote 877. According to one account, Romulus had a son and a daughter, Plutarch, Romulus, 14. Somehow that Numa had 4 sons, Plutarch, Numa, 21. Uncus Marcius left 2 sons, Livy, I. 35. 1, I. 40. Dionysius, Halicarnus and Cis, and Rom. E. 72 SQ. Iv. 34. 3. Tarquin the elder left 2 sons or grandsons, Livy, I. 46. Dionysius Halic, and Rom. Iv. 6 SQ. Iv. 28. Footnote 878. Pompilia, the mother of Ancus Marcius, was a daughter of Numa. C. Cicero, De Republica, E. 18. 33. Livy, I. 32. 1. Dionysius, Halicarnus and Cis, and Rom. E. 76. 5. E. 35. 3. E. 36. 2. Plutarch, Numa, 21. Footnote 879. Numa married Tatia, the daughter of Tatius, Plutarch, Numa, 3 and 21. Servius Tullius married the daughter of the elder Tarquin, Livy, I. 39. 4. And Tarquin the Proud married Tullia the daughter of Servius Tullius, Livy, I. 42. 1, I. 46. 5. Footnote 880. Numa was a Sabine from Cures, Livy, I. 18. Plutarch, Numa, 3. Dionysius Halicarnus and Cis, and Rom. E. 58. Servius Tullius, according to the common account, was the son of Ocritia, a slave woman, of Carniculum, Livy, I. 39. 5. Dionysius Halicarnus and Cis, and Rom. Iv. 1. But according to another account he was an Etruscan, see above, pages 196 note. And Tarquin the Proud was a son of the elder, Tarquin, who was an Etruscan from Tarquini, Livy, I. 34. Cicero, De Republica, E. 19 SQ. Cubic millimeter 34 SQ. The foreign birth of their kings naturally struck the Romans themselves. See the speech put by Livy, I. 35. 3. In the mouth of the elder Tarquin, se non rem novem, Peter, quibque non promis, quod quisquam indignari maior possit, Saturdius Romi peregrinus regnum adftet. Itatium non ex, peregrino solum sed etiam ex hostrigem factum, it numam interim, urbis non potentum in regnum alteragitum, se, ex quo sui potens, furit, Romum cum conjugac fortunas omnibus comigras. And sia, passage in a speech actually spoken by the Emperor Claudius, quondam, regis hanctanua urbum, nectam in domesticis successorabassim, tradir contigit. Supervenor alini et quadam externi, ut numa Romulo, successurat ex sabinis Fenians, vicinus quadam setunec externus, etc. This speech is engraved on bronze tablets found at Lyons. C. Tacitus, ed. Bader and Orelli, I. 2nd ed., pages 342. Footnote 881. In Ceylon, where the higher and lower polyandry coexist, marriage is, of two sorts, dika or bina, according as the wife goes to live in the house and village of her husbands, or as the husband or husbands come to live with her in or near the house of her birth. J. F. McLennan, Studies in Ancient History, London, 1886, pages 101. Footnote 882. The system of motherkin, that is, of tracing descent through females, instead of through males, is often called the matriarchate. But this term is inappropriate and misleading, as it implies that under the system in question the women govern the men. Even when the so-called matriarchate regulates the descent of the kingdom, this does not mean that the women of the royal family reign. It only means that they are the channel through which the kingship is transmitted to their husbands or sons. Footnote 883. Ancient writers repeatedly speak of the uncertainty as to the fathers of the Roman kings. See Livy, I. 4. 2. Dionysius Halicarnus and Sis, and Rom. E. 2. 3. Cicero, De Republica, E. 18. 33. Seneca, Epist. Cvii. 30. Alien, Var. Hist. Ziv. 36. Footnote 884. Ovid, Fasti, Vi. 773-784. Vero, De Lingua Latina, Vi. 17. Compare L. Preller, Romish Mythology, 3rd ed., E. 180 SQ. Footnote 885. See the Golden Bough, 2nd edition, E. 266 SQQ. 328 SQQ. Footnote 886. See Adonis, Attis, Osiris, 2nd edition, pages 203 SQQ. The Golden Bough, 2nd edition, E. 318 SQ. Footnote 887. Plutarch, Numa, 3. Footnote 888. T. Bodict, Mission from Cape Coast Castle to Ashanti, New Edition, London, 1873, pages 185, 204 SQ. A. B. Ellis, The TSHI-Speaking Peoples of the Gold Coast, pages 287, 297 SQ. Id. The Yoruba-Speaking Peoples of the Slave Coast, pages 187. Footnote 889. J. Roscoe, Further Notes on the Manners and Customs of the Baganda, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXXII. 1902, pages 36, 67. In Benin the legitimate daughters of a king did not marry anyone, but bestow their favors as they pleased. Mr. C. Punge, in H. Ling, Roth's Great Benin, Halifax, England, 1903, pages 37. Footnote 890. C. T. Wilson and R. W. Felkin, Uganda and the Egyptian Soudan, London, 1882, I. 200. J. Roscoe, Further Notes on the Manners and Customs of the Baganda, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXXII. 1902, pages 67. Footnote 891. J. Roscoe, Op. Cit. Pages 27, 62. Mr. Roscoe says, the royal family traces its pedigree through the maternal clan, but the nation through the paternal clan. But he here refers to the descent of the totem only. That the throne descends from father to son is proved by the Genealogical tables which he gives, plates I and II. Footnote 892. Pruard's History of Longo, in Pinkerton's Voyages and Travels, XVI. 570, 579 SQ. L. Deguenther, Voyage à la Côte Occidentale, d'Afrique, Paris, 1801, pages 110 to 114. A. Bastian, Die Deutsche Expedition and der Longo Kust, I. 197 SQQ. Time seems not to have mitigated the lot of these unhappy prince consorts. C.R.E. Dennett, At the Back of the Black Man's Mind, London, 1906, pages 36 SQ. 134. Mr. Dennett says that the husband of a princess is virtually her slave and may be put to death by her. All the sisters of the king of Longo enjoy these arbitrary rights over their husbands, and the offspring of any of them may become king. Footnote 893. Father Guillaume, Obangulo, Missions Catholiques, XXXIV. 1902, pages 16. The writer visited the state and had an interview with the queen, a woman of gigantic stature, wearing many amulets. Footnote 894. Pausanias, I. 2. 6. Footnote 895. Pausanias, E. 29. 4. I have to thank Mr. H. M. Chadwick for pointing out the following Greek and Swedish parallels to what I convey to have been the Latin practice. Footnote 896. Diodorus Siculus, Iv. 72. 7. According to Apollodorus, E. 12. 7. Syagrius, king of Salamis, died childless, and bequeathed his kingdom to Telamon. Footnote 897. Jade Sats, Skull. On the coffin, 450. Compare Pausanias, E. 29. 4. Footnote 898. Apollodorus, E. 13. 1. According to Diodorus Siculus, Iv. 72. 6. The king of Thea was childless, and bequeathed his kingdom to Peleus. Footnote 899. Apollodorus, E. 13. 8. Hyginus, Fabulae, 96. Footnote 900. Pausanias, I. 11. 1 SQ. Justin, XVII. 3. Footnote 901. Apollodorus, I. 8. 5. Footnote 902. Antoninus Liberalis, Transform. 37. Ovid, Medum. Ziv. 459 SQ. 510 SQ. Compare Virgil, in. Xi. 243 SQQ. Footnote 903. Diodorus, Iv. 73. Hyginus, Fabulae, 82 to 84. Servius, on Virgil, Georg. E. 7. Footnote 904. Thucydides, I. 9. Strabo, v. 6. 19, pages 377. Footnote 905. Apollodorus, E. 10. 8. Footnote 906. Skull. On Euripides, Orestes, 46. Pindar, Pith. Xi. 31 SQ. Pausanias, E. 19. 6. Footnote 907. H. M. Chadwick, The Origin of the English Nation, Cambridge, 1907, pages 332 SQ. In treating of the succession to the kingdom in Scandinavia, the late K. Moore, one of the highest authorities on Old Norse law, also remarked that some ancient authorities, Quellenberg, professed to know of a certain right of succession, accorded to women, in virtue of which under certain circumstances, though they could not themselves succeed through the kingdom, they, nevertheless could convey it to their husbands. And he cites a number of instances, how one king, Eystein Halfdan succeeded his father-in-law, Eira Kr on the throne. How another, Gudrādr, Halfdan received with his wife Alfhildr a portion of her father's kingdom. And so on. C.K. Moore, Vorlesungen über Altnordisch Rechtsgeschichte, I. Leipzig, 1907, pages 233 SQ. Footnote 908. G.W. Descent, Popular Tales from the Norse, pages 131 SQQ. S. Grundtvig, Danish Volksmarken, First Series, Leipzig, 1878, pp. 285 SQQ. Leo's German translation. Cavallius und Stevens, Schwedish Volkssagen und Marken, No. 4, pages 62 SQQ. Oberleitner's German translation. Grimm, Household Tales, No. 60. Kuhn und Schwarz, Norddeutsche Sagen, Marken und Gebräuche, pp. 340 SQQ. J.W. Wolf, Deutsche Hausmarken, pages 372 SQQ. Philo, von Wald, Skilsien in Sage und Brach, pages 81 SQQ. IV. Zinschel, Kinder und Hausmarken aus Tirol, No. 8, pages 35 SQQ. No. 35, pages 178 SQQ. J. Haltrick, Deutsche Volksmarken aus dem Sicilland und Siebenbürgen, 4th ed., No. 15, pages 103 SQQ. J.F. Campbell, Popular Tales of the West Highlands, No. 4, vol. I, pages 77 SQQ. A. Schleicher, Liebtauschmarken, Sprichwort, Fretzel und Lieder, pages 57 SQQ. A. Leskin und K. Brugman, Liebtausch, Volkslieder und Marken, No. 14, pages 404 SQQ. Basel, Tentemrone, First Day, Seventh Tale, vol. I, pages 97 SQQ. Liebrecht's German translation. E. Legrand, Contes Populaires, Grex, pages 169 SQQ. J. G. von Hahn, Griechisch und Albanische Marken, No. 98, vol. pages 114 SQ. A. und A. Schott, Walische Märchen, No. 10, pages 140 SQQ. W. Webster, Basque Legends, pages 36 to 38. A. Schiefner, Irish Text, St. Petersburg, 1873, No. 2, pages 21 SQQ. J. Riviere, Contes Populaires de l'Ockabilly, pages 195 to 197. Footnote 909. Saxa Grammaticus, Historia Danica, B. Cave. Pages 126, Elton's translation. The passage occurs on pages 158 of P. E. Muller's edition of Saxo. Footnote 910. The story of Hamlet, is told, in a striking form, by Saxo Grammaticus in the 3rd and 4th books of his history. Mr. H. M. Chadwick tells me that Hamlet stands on the borderline between legend and history. Hence the main outlines of his story may be correct. Footnote 911. Herodotus, I. 7-13. Footnote 912. Nicolaus Damascenus, Vi Frag. 49, in Fragmenta Historicorum, Graecorum, ed. C. Muller, E. 380. Footnote 913. Athenaeus, Z. 11, pages 515 f 516b. Apollodorus, E. 6. 3. Diodorus, Siculus, Iv. 31. Joannes Litus, De Magistratibus, E. 64. Lucian, Dialogi Diorum, G. 2. Ovid, Heroides, X. 55 SQQ. Statius, Theb. X. 646 to 649. Footnote 914. Athenaeus, L.C. Footnote 915. Herodotus, I. 93. Clerchus, quoted by Athenaeus, Z. 11, pages 516 ab. The Armenians also prostituted their daughters before marriage, dedicating them for a long time to the profligate worship of the goddess Anatis, Strabo, Xi. 14. 16. pages 532 SQ. The custom was probably practiced as a charm to secure the fertility of the earth as well as of man and beast. See Adonis, Attis, Osiris, 2nd edition, pages 32 SQQ. Footnote 916. Herodotus, I. 7. Footnote 917. Clerchus, quoted by Athenaeus, G. 31, pages 573 AB. Footnote 918. C. E. A. Freeman, History of the Norman Conquest of England, I. 3rd, ed. 410-412, 733-737. I am indebted to my friend Mr. H. M. Chadwick, both for the fact and its explanation. Footnote 919. Procopius, De Bello Gothico, Iv. 20, Voli. Pages 593, ed. J. Horry. This and the following cases of marriage with a stepmother are cited by K. Weinhold, Deutsche Frauen 2nd ed., Vienna, 1882, e. 359, SQ. Footnote 920. Bede, Historia Ecclesiastica Gentis Anglorum, e. 5. 102. Compare I. 27. 63. Footnote 921. Prudentius Trechensis, Annales, Anno 858, in Pertz's Monumenta, Germani Historica, I. 451. Ingulphus, Historia, quoted Ibid. Footnote 922. This is in substance the view of Dr. W. E. Hearn, The Aryan Household, pages 150-155, and of Professor B. Delbruck, Das Matericht, bei den Indo-Germanen, Preußische Schaubücher, LXXIX. 1895, pp. 14-27. Footnote 923. Clerchus of Sully, quoted by Athenaeus, G. 2. Pages 555d. John of Antioch, in Fragmenta Historicorum Graecorum, ed. C. Muller, Iv. 547. Charax of Pergamus ib. E. 638. Jade Sets, Skull. On, Lycophron, 111. Id. Chiliades, v. 650-665. Sodas, S.V. Justin, E. 6. 7. Footnote 924. Macro. A. S. Macro. Pat. Fe. S. A. T. Macro. Macro. T. Say. D. A. Eta. Macro. Macro. T. Micropa. T. P. Ta. Macro. Ast. Macro. P. T. A. T. P. T. Macro. Pat. P. P. Philo, Judaeus, de Specialibus Legibus, Voli. Pages 303, ed. Th. Menji. See also Plutarch, Themistocles, 32. Cornelius Nepos, Simon, 1. Skull. On Aristophanes, Clouds, 1371. El Boget, Histoire du Droit Preuve de la République Athénéenne, I. Paris, 1897, pages 165, SQQ. Compare Minucius Felix, Octavius, 31. Footnote 925. Polybius, Z. 5. Footnote 926. Strabo, G. 1. 40, pages 600 SQ. Plutarch, De Sera Numinis, Vindicta, 12. And especially Lycophron, Cassandra, 1141 SQQ. With the Scholia of Jade Sets, who refers to Timaeus and Callimachus as his authorities. Footnote 927. Justin, XXI. 3. 1-6. Footnote 928. Strabo, E. 4. 18. Footnote 929. Tacitus, Germania, 20. Compare L. Dargan, Materik dan Ruby, und ihr Rest im Germanischen Recht und Leben, Berlau, 1883, pp. 21 sq. Footnote 930. A. Giraud Toulon, Les Origines du Marriage de la Famille, pages 206, sqq. A. H. Post, Afrikanische Jurisprudence, I. 13 sqq. Sir Harry H. Johnston, British Central Africa, pages 471. A. B. Ellis, The TSHI-Speaking Peoples of the Gold Coast, pages 297 sq. Id. The U-Speaking Peoples of the Slave Coast, pages 207 sqq. Much more evidence will be found in my totemism and exogamy. Footnote 931. R. H. Codrington, The Melanesians, pages 50, note 2. Footnote 932. Tacitus, Germania, 20. Footnote 933. A. W. Howitt, Native Tribes of Southeast Australia, pages 286 sqq. The ripus or payment made on the remarriage of a widow is discussed, by L. Dargan, Obs. Cit. Pages 141 to 152. Footnote 934. W. F. Skene held that the Picts were Celts. See his Celtic Scotland, I. 194 to 227. On the other hand, H. Simmer supposes them to have been the pre-Celtic inhabitants of the British Islands. See his paper Das Materik der Picten, Zeitschrift der Savini Stiftung für Rechtsgeschichte, XV. 1894, Romanistische Abteilung, pages 209 sqq. Footnote 935. Cum Caesars Picti non habitus Peterant Escotis, e solum, conditioni der consensurant, adubiris pervenerat indubium, magis, de feminia regum pro sapia quam de masculina regem sibi eligerant. Quod, uscodi apud pictos constita servitum, Bede, Historia, Ecclesiastica Gentis Anglorum, e. 1. 7. Footnote 936. W. F. Skene, Celtic Scotland, I. 232 to 235. J. F. McLennan, Studies in Ancient History, London, 1886, pages 68 to 70. H. Simmer, Lock Cit. Footnote 937. K. O. Muller, Die Etrusker, Stuttgart, 1877, e. 376 sq. J. J. Bachhofen, Die Sage von Tenaquil, Heidelberg, 1870, pages 282 to 290. Footnote 938. T. P. Micro P. D. T. Tessa. A. S. T. 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 S. T. A. Micro. E. A. F. S. P. T. P. E. T. A. A. T. F. D. T. P. Ta T. Micro E. Uppa. D. A. E. D. Ta. T. P. T. S. T. Ast. Athenaeus, Z. 14, pages 517 DE. Footnote 939. Non enim hic, ubi ex tusco modo tu tibi indini doten quaneras, corpor, plautus, systellaria, e. 3. 20 sq. Footnote 940. Herodotus, I. 94. Strabo, v. 2. 2, pages 219. Tacitus, Annals, Iv. 55. De Mace, cited by Tertullian, De Spectaculis, 5. Festus, S.V. Tyrannos, pages 355, ed. C. O. Muller. Plutarch, Romulus, 2. Valius, Paterculus, I. 1. 4. Justin, XX. 1. 7. Valerius Maximus, e. 4. 4. Servius, on Virgil, in I. 67. On the other hand, Dionysius of Halicarnassus held that the Etruscans were an indigenous Italian race, differing from all other known peoples in language and customs, and Rom. I. 26-30. On this much vexed question, C. K. O. Müller, Die Etrusker, Stuttgart, 1877, I. 65 SQQ. G. Dennis, Cities and Cemeteries of Etruria, 3rd ed., IPPXXXIII. SQQ. F. Hummel, Grundriss der Geographie und Geschichte des Alten Orients, 2nd ed., pages 63 SQQ. In Iwan von Müller's Handbuch der Klassischen Altertumswissenschaft, Volle. Footnote 941. It is doubtful whether Servius Tullius was a Latin or an Etruscan. See above, pages 195, note 1. Footnote 942. All over India the hedge priest is very often an autochthon, his long residence in the land being supposed to confer upon him the knowledge of the character and peculiarities of the local gods, and to teach him the proper mode in which they may be conciliated. Thus the Doms preserve to the present day the animistic and demonistic beliefs of the aboriginal races, which the Kasias, who have succeeded them, temper with the worship of the village deities, the named and localized divine entities, with the occasional languid cult of the greater Hindu gods. The propitiation of the vague spirits of wood, or cliff, river or lake, they are satisfied to leave in charge of their serfs. W. Crook, Natives of Northern India, London, 1907, pages 104, SQ. When the Israelites had been carried away captives into Assyria, the new settlers in the desolate land of Israel were attacked by lions, which they supposed to be sent against them by the god of the country because, as strangers, they did not know how to propitiate him. So they petitioned the king of Assyria, and he sent them a native Israelitish priest, who taught them how to worship the God of Israel. See 2 Kings XVI. 24-28. Footnote 943. H. Jordan, Die Könige im Alten Italien, Berlin, 1884, pages 15-25. Footnote 944. Livy, I. 56. 7. Dionysius Halicarnassensis, and Rom. Iv. 68. 1. Footnote 945. Livy, I. 34. 2 SQ. I. 38. 1. I. 57. 6. Dionysius Halicarnassensis, and Rom. Iv. 64. Footnote 946. I owe to Mr. A. B. Cook the interesting suggestion that the double consulship was a revival of a double kingship. Footnote 947. As to the Regifugium, see below, pages 308-310. Footnote 948. Pausanias, Iv. 5. 10. G. Gilbert, Handbuch der Grieche. Staatsaltertümer, I. 2nd ed., 122 SQ. Footnote 949. The 2 supreme magistrates who replaced the kings were at first called praetors. See Livy, E. 55. 12. B. G. Niebuhr, History of Rome, 3rd ed., I. 520 SQ. Th. Mommsen, Römisches Staatsrecht, E. 3rd ed., 74 SQQ. That the power of the first consuls was, with the limitations indicated in the text, that of the old kings is fully recognized by Livy, E. 1. 7 SQ. Footnote 950. It was a disputed point whether Tarquin the Proud was the son or grandson of Tarquin the Elder. Most writers, and Livy, I. 46. 4. Among them, held that he was a son. Dionysius of Halicarnassus, on the other hand, argued that he must have been a grandson. He insists strongly on The chronological difficulties to which the ordinary hypothesis is exposed if Servius Tullius reigned, as he is said to have reigned, 44 years. See Dionysius Halleck. And Rom. Iv. 6 Sq. Footnote 951. Livy, I. 48. 2. Dionysius Halleck. And Rom. Iv. 31 Sq. and 46. Footnote 952. Livy, I. 56. Dionysius Halleck. And Rom. Iv. 67 to 69, 77. Valerius, Maximus, vi. 3. 2. Aurelius Victor, De Viris Illustribus, X. The murder of Brutus's father and brother is recorded by Dionysius. The other writers mention the assassination of his brother only. The resemblance between Brutus and Hamlet has been pointed out before. C.F. York Powell, in Alton's translation of Saxa Grammaticus's Danish History, London, 1894, pages 405 to 410. Footnote 953. D. Livingstone, Missionary Travels and Researches in South Africa, pages 617 sq. Many more examples are given by A. H. Post, Afrikanische Jurisprudence, Oldenburg and Leipzig, I. 134 sqq. Footnote 954. D. Livingstone, Obs. Cit. Pages 434. Footnote 955. H. Hackward, Ries and die Kustand in das Inner von Westafrika, Leipzig, 1854, pages 104. This and the preceding example are cited by A. H. Post, L.C. Footnote 956. J. A. Chisholm, Notes on the Manners and Customs of the Winamwanga, Anuwa, Journal of the African Society, No. 36, July 1910, p. 384. Footnote 957. J. Spithe, Die Ustam, Berlin, 1906, pages 784 sq. Footnote 958. Sir William MacGregor, Logos, Abeokuta, and the Alake, Journal of the African Society, No. 12, July 1904, pages 470 sq. Footnote 959. C. Partridge, The Burial of the Ada of Iger Island, and the Coronation of his Successor, Blackwood's Magazine, September 1904, pages 329 sq. Mr. Partridge kindly gave me some details as to the election of the king in a letter dated October 24, 1904. He is Assistant District Commissioner in Southern Nigeria. Footnote 960. Major P.R.T. Gurdon, The Cusses, London, 1907, pages 66 to 75. Footnote 961. Livy, I. 17. Cicero, De Republica, E. 17. 31. Footnote 962. As to the nomination of the King of the Sacred Rites, see Livy, XL. 42. Dionysius Halleck. And Rom. V. 1. 4. The latter writer says that the augurs cooperated with the pontiff in the nomination. Footnote 963. Th. Mommsen, Römisches Staatsrecht, E. 3rd ed., 6-8. A.H.J. Greenidge, Roman Public Life, pages 45 sqq. Mr. Greenidge thinks that the king was regularly nominated by his predecessor and only occasionally by an interim king. Mommsen holds that he was always nominated by the latter. Footnote 964. Compare Lucretius, v. 1108 sqq. Conder coprint urbis archem glaucere, presidium regis abscisibi perfugium, it picus 8 gagros difficere 8 didir, pro facie cuiuscat faribus ingenioque. Nam facies multum valued viresque vigentes. Footnote 965. Nicolaus Damascenus, in Stobus, Florilegium, XLIV. 41, Frag. Hister. Greek. Ed. C. Muller, E. 463. Other writers say simply that the tallest, strongest, or handsomest man was chosen king. C. Herodotus, E. 20. Aristotle, Politics, Iv. 4. Athenaeus, G. 20, pages 566c. Footnote 966. Zenobius, Send. V. 25. Footnote 967. J. Shooter, The Kaffirs of Natal, pages 4sq. Compare D. Livingstone, Missionary Travels and Researches in South Africa, pages 186. W. Max Muller, A Scene in Europa, Leipzig, 1893, pages 110. Footnote 968. Zenobius, Send. V. 25. Footnote 969. Strabo, Zi. 21, pages 492. Footnote 970. Hippocrates, The Air Locus et Aquae, vol. I, pages 550 sq. Ed. Kuhn. Footnote 971. Captain Guy Burroughs, The Land of the Pygmies, London, 1898, pages 95. Speaking of this tribe, Emin Pasha observes, the most curious custom, however, and one which is particularly observed in the ruling families, is bandaging the heads of infants. By means of these bandages, a lengthening of the head along its horizontal axis is produced. And whereas the ordinary Mobutu people have rather round heads, the form of the head in the better classes shows an extraordinary increase in length, which certainly very well suits their style of hair and of hats. See Min Pasha in Central Africa, being a collection of letters and journals, London, 1888, pages 212. Footnote 972. Lewis and Clark, Expedition to the Sources of the Missouri, ch. 23, Vol. 327 sq. Reprinted at London, 1905. D. W. Harmon, quoted, by Reverend J. Morse, Report to the Secretary of War of the United States, on Indian Affairs, Newhaven, 1822, Appendix, pages 346. H.R. Schoolcraft, Indian Tribes, E. 325 sq. R.C. Maine, 4 years, in British Columbia, pages 277. G. M. Sproat, Scenes and Studies of Savage Life, pages 28 to 30. H. H. Bancroft, Native Races of the Pacific States, I. 180. Footnote 973. C. Hill Tout, The Far West, The Home of the Salish Andine, London, 1907, pages 40. As to the custom in general among these tribes, see Ebed. Pages 38 to 41. In Melanesia, the practice of artificially lengthening the head into a cone by means of bandages applied in infancy is observed by the natives of Malekula, in the New Hebrides, and also by the natives of the south coast of New Britain, from Cape Roebuck to Cape Vedder. See Beatrice Grimshaw, From Fiji to the Cannibal Islands, London, 1907, pages 258 to 260. R. Parkinson, Dreisigjar and Dursatz, Stuttgart, 1907, pages 204 to 206. Footnote 974. V. Frick and P. Radin, Contributions to the Study of the Bororo Indians, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, XXXVI. 1906, pages 388 sq. Footnote 975. See The Spectator, Nos 18 and 20. Footnote 976. Nicolaus Damascenus, in Stobus, Florilegium, XLIV. 41, Fragmenta, Historic. Greekorum, ed. C. Muller, E. 463. Footnote 977. Simon Grunau, Preußische Chronik, Tracti Capi. Section 2, pages 66, ed. M. Pearlbach. This passage was pointed out to me by Mr. H. M. Chadwick. Footnote 978. Pausanias, v. 1. 4, vi. 20. 9. Footnote 979. Apollodorus, Epitoma, E. 4-9, ed. R. Wagner, Apollodorus, Bibliotheca, ed. R. Wagner, pages 183 sq. Diodorus Siculus, Iv. 73. Pausanias, v. 1. 6 sq. v. 10. 6 sq. v. 14. 7, v. 17. 7 sq. v. 20. 6 sq. vi. 21. 7-11. Footnote 980. Pausanias, vi. 21. 3. Footnote 981. Pausanias, v. 13. 1-6, vi. 20. 7. Footnote 982. Pausanias, e. 12. 1, 20. 10 sq. Footnote 983. Pinder, Pith. X. 181-220, with the Scholia. Footnote 984. Pinder, Pith. X. 195 sqq. Pausanias, e. 12. 2. Footnote 985. Apollodorus, e. 9. 2. Hyginus, Fab. 185. Ovid, Medum. X. 560, sqq. Footnote 986. E. Schuyler, Turkeston, London, 1876, I. 42 sq. This and the four following examples of the bride race have been already cited by J.F. McLennan, Studies in Ancient History, London, 1886, pages 15 sq. 181-184. He supposes them to be relics of a custom of capturing women from another community. Footnote 987. E. D. Clark, Travels in Various Countries, I. London, 1810, p. 333. In the 4th octavo edition of Clark's Travels, Vol. I. London, 1816, from which McLennan seems to have quoted, there are a few verbal changes. Footnote 988. J. McLennan, Obs. Cit. Pages 183 sq. Referring to Kennan's tent, Life in Siberia, 1870, which I have not seen. Compare W. Jockelson, The Korak, Leiden and New York, 1908, pages 742, Memoir of the American Museum of Natural History, The Jesup North Pacific Expedition, Vol. Vi. Footnote 989. Letter of the Missionary by Gandit, dated March 1847, in Annales de la Propagation de la Foi, XX. 1848, pages 431. A similar account of the ceremonies given by Emberian, wild tribes of the Malay Peninsula, Transactions of the Ethnological Society of London, NSE. 1865, pages 81. See further W. W. Skeet and C. O. Blagden, Pagan Races of the Malay Peninsula, London, 1906, E. 68, 77 sq. 79 sq. 82 sq. Footnote 990. J. Cameron, Our Tropical Possessions in Malayan India, London, 1865, pages 116 sq. Footnote 991. Dudley Kidd, The Essential Kaffir, London, 1904, pages 219. Footnote 992. Middle High German Brutlauf, Modern German Bretlauf, Anglo-Saxon, Bradlieb, Old Norse Bredlup, Modern Norse Brillup. C. Grimm, Deutsches Wörterbuch, S.V. Bretlauf. K. Weinhold, Deutsch, Frauen, 2nd ed., I. 407. The latter writer supposes the word to refer merely to the procession from the house of the bride to the house of the bridegroom. But Grimm is most probably right in holding that, originally it applied to a real race for the bride. This is the view, also of K. Simrock, Deutsche Mythologie, 5th at pages 598 SQ. Another writer sees in it a trace of marriage by captor, L. Dargan, Meterik Dunrelby, Berlau, 1883, pages 130. Compare K. Schmidt, Jus Primae Noctis, Freiburg I. B. 1881, pages 129. Footnote 993. A. Kuhn, Marcus Sagen und Marken, Berlin, 1843, pages 358. Footnote 994. W. Kolb, Hessisch Volkssitten und Gebräuche, Marburg, 1888, pp. 150 SQ. Footnote 995. Lentner and Dan, in Bavaria, Lenz and Volkskunde des Königreichs, Bayern, I. Munich, 1860, pages 398 SQ. Footnote 996. J. Brand, Popular Antiquities, E. 153-155, Bones edition. J. Jameson, Dictionary of the Scottish Language, S.V. Bruce. Footnote 997. E. Ehrman, Überlieder an Brauchbei Hochzeiten in Karnten, Archiv für Anthropologie, 6. 1891, pages 169. Footnote 998. Nicolaus Damascenus, quoted by Stoblis, Florilegium, XLIV. 41. Fragmenta Historicorum Graecorum, ed. C. Muller, E. 457. Footnote 999. Strabo, v. 4. 12, pages 250. Footnote 1000. Arthur Young, Tour in Ireland, in Pinkerton's Voyages and Travels, E. 860. Footnote 1001. Mahabharata, condensed into English by Romesh Dutt, London, 1898, pages 15 SQQ. J. C. Oman, The Great Indian Epics, pages 109 SQQ. Footnote 1002. J. D. Main, A Treatise on Hindu Law and Usage 3rd ed., Madras and London, 1883, pages 56. The Vikramankata Vakarita, edited by G. Buller, Bombay, 1875, pages 38-40. A. Holtzman, Das Mahabharata Unsani, Thal, I. Kiel, 1895, pages 21 SQ. J. Jolly, Recht und Sitte, pages 50 SQ. In G. Buller's Grundriss der Indo-Arischen, Philology. Footnote 1003. The Book of Sir Marco Polo. Yule's translation, 2nd ed., B. Cave. Ch. 4, Voli pages 461-463. Footnote 1004. The Lay of the Niblings, translated by Alice Horton, London, 1898, Adventures Vi and Vi. Footnote 1005. Parthenius, Narat. Amat. Vi. This passage was pointed out to me by Mr. A. B. Cook, who has himself discussed the contest for the kingship. See his article, The European Sky God, Folklore, XV. 1904, pages 376 SQQ. Footnote 1006. Herodotus, Vi. 126-130. It is to be observed that in this and other of the examples cited above, the succession to the kingdom did not pass with the hand of the princess. Footnote 1007. See above, pages 69, 84, 90 SQ. These customs were observed at Whitsuntide, not on May Day. But the Whitsuntide king and queen are obviously equivalent to the king and queen of May. Hence I allow myself to use the latter and more familiar titles so as to include the former. Footnote 1008. Ovid, Fasti, E. 685 SQQ. Plutarch, Quest. Rom. 63. J. Marquardt, Römisch Staatsverwaltung, E. 2nd ed., 323 SQ. W. Ward Fowler, Roman Festivals of the Period of the Republic, pages 327, SQQ. Footnote 1009. Another proposed explanation of the Regifugium is that the king fled because at the sacrifice he had incurred the guilt of slaying a sacred animal. C.W. Ward Fowler, Roman Festivals of the Period of the Republic, pages 328 SQQ. The best-known example of such a ritual flight is that of the men who slew the ox at the Athenian festival of the Bouphonia. See the Golden Bough, 2nd edition, E. 294. Amongst the Pawnees, the 4 men who assisted at the sacrifice of a girl to Tirawa used to run away very fast after the deed was done, and wash themselves in the river. C.G.B. Grinnell, Pawnee Hero, Stories and Folk Tales, New York, 1889, pages 365 SQ. Among the ancient Egyptians, the man whose duty it was to slit open a corpse for the purpose of embalming it fled as soon as he had done his part, pursued by all the persons present, who pelted him with stones and cursed him, turning as it were the pollution on them. For they suppose that anyone who violates or wounds or does any harm to the person of a fellow tribesman is hateful. Diodorus Siculus, I. 91. 4. Similarly, in the western islands of Torres Straits, the man whose duty it was to decapitate a corpse for the purpose of preserving the skull was shot at with arrows by the relatives of the deceased as an expiation for the injury he had done to the corpse of their kinsman. See reports of the Cambridge Anthropological Expedition to Torres Straits, v. Cambridge, 1904, pages 249, 251. This explanation of the regifugium certainly deserves to be considered. But on this as on so many other points of ancient ritual we can hardly hope ever to attain to certainty. Footnote 1010. F. Cumont, Les Aix the Estasius, and Electa Bolondiana, XVI. 1897, pages 5 to 16. See further Messrs. Parmentier and Cumont, Leroy, Des Saturnales, Revue de Philologie, XXI. 1897, pages 143 to 153. The Golden Bough, 2nd edition, E. 138 SQQ. The tomb of Saint Dasius, a Christian soldier who was put to death at Durostorum in 303 AD. After refusing to play the part of Saturn at the festival, has since been discovered at Ancona. A Greek inscription on the tomb records that the martyr's remains were brought thither from Durostorum. C.F. Cumont, La Tombe de Estasis de Durostorum, and Electa Bolondiana, XXVII. 1908, pages 369 to 372. Professor A. Erhard of Strasbourg, who has been engaged for years in preparing an edition of the Actum Martyrum for the Berlin Corpus of Greek Fathers, informed me in conversation at Cambridge in the summer of 1910 that he ranks the Acts of St. Dasius among the authentic documents of their class. The plain unvarnished narrative bears indeed the stamp of truth on its face. Footnote 1011. Tacitus, Annals, G. 15. Arrian, Epicteti Dissert. I. 25. 8. Lucian, Saturnalia, 4. Footnote 1012. As to these temporary kings, see the Golden Bough, 2nd edition, E. 24 SQQ. Footnote 1013. Vero, Rerum Rusticarum, E. 1. 5. Virgil, in. V. 324. Tibullus, I. 3. 35. Augustine, De Civitate Dei, vi. 19. Compare, Bough, in W. H. Roscher's Lexicon der Grieche and Rom. Mythologie, Inv. 433 SQ. Footnote 1014. On Saturn as a god of sowing in the derivation of his name from a root meaning to sow, from which comes Satus sowing, see Vero, De Lingua Latina, v. 64. Festus, S.V. Opima Spolia, pages 186, ed. C. O. Muller. Augustine, De Civitate Dei, vi. 2, 3. 13, 15. Bough, in W. H. Roscher's Lexicon der Grieche and Rom. Mythologie, Inv. 428. The derivation is confirmed by the form Cyaturnus, which occurs in an inscription, Cyaturni Pocolum, H. Desi, inscript, Latine Selite, number 2966. As to the Saturnalia CL Preller, Romish Mythology, 3rd ed., E. 15 SQQ. J. Marquardt, Romish, Staatsverwaltung, 2nd ed., pages 586 SQQ. Desibri, Romosical, D'August, E. 143 SQQ. W. Ward Fowler, Roman Festivals of the Period of the Republic, pages 268 SQQ. The festival was held from the 17th to the 23rd of December. I formally argued that in the old days, when the Roman year began with March instead of with January, the Saturnalia may have been held from the 17th to the 23rd of February, in which case the festival must have immediately preceded the flight of the king, which fell on February the 24th. See the Golden Bough, 2nd edition, E. 144, SQQ. Lectures on the Early History of the Kingship, pages 266. But this attempt to bring the ancient Saturnalia into immediate juxtaposition to the king's flight breaks down when we observe, as my friend Mr. W. Ward Fowler has pointed out to me, that the Saturnalia fell in December under the Republic, long before Caesar, in his reform of the calendar, had shifted the commencement of the year from March to January. See Livy, XXII. 1. 19 SQ. Footnote 1015. Roman farmers sowed wheat, spelt, and barley in December, flax up to the 7th of that month, and beans up to the 11th, the festival of Septimontium. See Palladius, De Re Rustica, G. 1. In the lowlands of Sicily at the present day November and December are the months of sowing, but in the highlands August and September. C.G. Peter, Usi costumi, credens e pregiudizi del popolo siciliano, e. Palermo, 1889, pages 132 SQQ. Hence we may suppose that in the Roman Campania of old the last sowing of autumn was over before the middle of December, when the Saturnalia began. Footnote 1016. This temporary liberty accorded to slaves was one of the most remarkable features of the Saturnalia and kindred festivals in antiquity. See the Golden Bough, 2nd edition, E. 139 SQQ. Footnote 1017. The learned Swiss scholar, J.J. Batschaffen long ago drew out in minute detail the parallel between these birth legends of the Roman kings and licentious festivals like the Roman Saturnalia and the Babylonian Sykia. See his book Die Sage Fontenaquil, Heidelberg, 1870, pp. 133 SQQ. To be frank, I have not had the patience to read through his long dissertation. Footnote 1018. Livy, I. 16. Dionysius Halleck. And. Rom. E. 56. Plutarch, Romulus, 27. Florus, I. 1. 16 SQ. See above, pages 181 SQ. Footnote 1019. Vero, de Lingua Latina, vi. 18. Plutarch, Romulus, 29. Id. Camillus, 33. Macrobius, Saturn. I. 11. 36-40. The analogy of this festival to the Babylonian Sykia was long ago pointed out by J.J. Batschaffen. See his book Die Sage Fontenaquil, Heidelberg, 1870, pp. 172 SQQ. Footnote 1020. Aristotle, Hist. Nm. v. 32, pages 557b, ed. Becker. Theophrastus, Hist. Plant. E. 8. Id. De Causis Plantarum, E. 9. Plutarch, Quest. Conviv. Vi. 2. 2. Pliny, Nat. Hist. XV. 79-81, XVI. 114, XVII. 256. Palladius, Iv. 10. 28, vi. 5. 2. Columella, Xi. 2. 56. Japonica, E. 6, X. 48. As to the practice in modern Greece and the fig-growing districts of Asia Minor, see P. de Turneffert, Relation d'un voyage du Levant, Amsterdam, 1718, I. 130. W.R. Patton, The Pharmacoi and the Story of the Fall, Review, Archéologique, Idim Siri, X. 1907, pages 51. For an elaborate examination of the process and its relation to the domestication and spread of the fig tree, see Graf zu Solmsalbach, Die Herkunft, Domestication und Verbreitung des Jolichen Feigenbaums, Ficus, Carica, L. Abhandlungen der Königlichen Gesellschaft der Wissenschaften zu Göttingen, XXVIII. 1882, pages 1 to 106. This last writer thinks that the operation was not practiced by Italian husbandmen, because it is not mentioned by Cato and Varro. But their silence can hardly outweigh the express mention and recommendation of it by Palladius and Columella. Theophrastus, it is true, says that the process was not in use in Italy, Hist. Plantarum, E. 8. 1, but he can scarcely have had exact information on this subject. Caprificatio, as this artificial fertilization of fig trees is called, is still employed by the Neapolitan peasantry, though it seems to be unknown in northern Italy. Pliny's account has no independent value, as he merely copies from Theophrastus. The name goat fig, Caprificus, applied to the wild fig tree may be derived from the notion that the tree is a male who mounts the female as a he-goat mounts the she-goat. Similarly, the Messenians call the tree simply he-goat, T. See Pausanias, Iv. 20. 1-3. Footnote 1021. G. Peter, Usi e costumi, credens e pregiudizi del popolo siciliano, e. 113. Footnote 1022. Budget Meakin, The Moors, London, 1902, pages 258. E. Doubt, Meiji, It Religion dans l'Afrique du Nord, Algiers, 1908, pages 568. Footnote 1023. A. Engler, In Viehens Kulturpflanzen und Haustier, 7th ed., Berlin, 1902, pages 99. Compare Graf zu Solmsalbach, Obsit. Encyclopaedia Biblica, SV. Fig Tree, Vol. Iv. 1519. The ancients were well aware of the production of these insects in the wild fig tree and their transference to the cultivated fig tree. Sometimes instead of fertilizing the trees by hand they contented themselves with planting wild fig trees near cultivated fig trees, so that the fertilization was effected by the wind, which blew the insects from the male to the female trees. See Aristotle, L.C. Theophrastus, De Causis Plantarum, E. 9. Pliny, Nut. Hist. XV. 79-81. Palladius, Iv. 10. 28. On subject of the fertilization of the fig, the late Professor H. Marshall Ward of Cambridge kindly furnished me with the following note, which will serve to supplement and correct the brief account in the text. The fig is a hollow case full of flowers. In the wild fig a small gall wasp, Thinipsines, lays its eggs. This kind of fig is still called caprificus. The eggs hatch in the female flowers at the base of the hollow fig, at the top, near the ostiole observable on any ripe fig, or the male flowers. When the eggs hatch, and the little insects creep through the ostiole, the male flowers dust the wasp with pollen, and the insect flies to another flower to lay its eggs, and so fertilizes many of the female flowers, in return for the nursery afforded its eggs. Now, the cultivated fig is apt to be barren of male flowers. Hence the hanging of branches, bearing wild figs, enables the escaping wasps to do the trick. The ancients knew the fact that the propinquity of the caprificus helped the fertility of the cultivated fig, but, of course, they did not know the details of the process. The further complexities are, chiefly, that the fig bears two kinds of female flowers, one especially fitted for the wasp's convenience, the other not. The Caprificus figs are inedible. In Naples 3 crops of them are borne every year, viz. Mam, in April, Profici, in June, and Marmoni, in August. It is the June crop that bears most male flowers and is most useful. The suggestion that the festival of the 7th of July was connected with this horticultural operation is due to L. Preller, Romish, Mythology, 3rd ed., I. 287. Footnote 1024. See above, pages 24 sq. Footnote 1025. 1 Kings if. 25. 2 Kings xvii. 31. Isaiah xxxvi. 16. Micah if. 4. Zechariah e. 10. Judges x. 10 sq. H. B. Tristram, The Natural History of the Bible 9th ed. London, 1898, pages 350 sqq. Encyclopaedia Biblica, S.V. Fig Tree, Voli. 1519 sq. Footnote 1026. Herodotus, I. 71. Footnote 1027. Zamakshir, cited by Graf zu Solmsalbach, Obsit. Pages 82. 4. More evidence as to the fig in antiquity CVN, Kulturpflanzen, und Hosthaer, 7th ed., pages 94 sqq. Footnote 1028. Letter of Mr. C. W. Hobley to me, dated Nairobi, British East Africa, July 27, 1910. This interesting information was given spontaneously, and not an answer to any questions of mine. Footnote 1029. C. W. Hobley, The Ethnology of Akamba and Other East African Tribes, Cambridge, 1910, pages 85, 89 sq. In British Central Africa every village has its prayer tree, under which the sacrifices are offered. It stands, usually, in the Bwalo, the open space which Mr. MacDonald calls the Forum, and is, sometimes, at any rate, a wild fig tree. This is the principal tree used for making bark cloth. Livingstone says it is a sacred tree all over Africa and India. And I learn from M. Auguste Chevalier that it is found in every village of Senegal and French Guinea, and looked on as a fetish tree. Miss A. Werner, The Natives of British Central Africa, pages 62 sq. Footnote 1030. From the unpublished papers of the Reverend John Roscoe, which he has kindly placed at my disposal. Footnote 1031. Vero, de Lingua Latina, v. 54. Livy, I. 4. 5. Ovid, Fasti, e. 411 sq. Pliny, Nat. Hist. XV. 77. Festus, pages 266, 270, 271, ed. C. O. Muller. Tacitus, Annals, G. 58. Servius on Virgil, in. v. 90. Plutarch, Romulus, 4. ed. Questions Romanae, 57. Dionysius Halicarnus and Cis, Antiquitats Romanae, e. 71. 5. All the Roman writers speak of the tree as a cultivated fig, ficus, not a wild fig, caprificus, and Dionysius agrees with them. Plutarch, alone, Romulus, 4, describes it as a wild fig tree. E. C. Also above, pages 10. Footnote 1032. Festus, pages 266, ed. C. O. Muller. Et Torpes, Ancient Legends of Roman History, London, 1906, pages 55 sqq. Festus indeed treats the derivation as an absurdity, and many people will be inclined to agree with him. Footnote 1033. On the 5th of July a ceremony called the Flight of the People was performed at Rome. Some ancient writers thought that it commemorated the dispersal of the people after the disappearance of Romulus. But this is to confuse the dates. For, according to tradition, the death of Romulus took place on the 7th, not the 5th of July, and, therefore after instead of before the flight of the people. C. Varro, de lingua latina, vi. 18. Macrobius, Sati. 2. 14. Dionysius, Aligern. And Rom. E. 56. 5. Plutarch, Romulus, 29. Id. Camillus, 33. W. Ward Fowler, Roman Festivals of the Period of the Republic, pages 174 SQQ. Mr. Ward Fowler may be right in thinking that some connection perhaps existed between the ceremonies of the 2 days, the 5th and the 7th. And I agree with the suggestion that the story itself of the death of Romulus had grown out of some religious rite